Chapter 1, Your name is Uchiha. Chapter 1 Your name is Uchiha. With a twitch, something hidden in the darkness slid out. So dazzling, so viscous liquid, Yan thought so. Born, my Liang is alive, where is Lord Naoki? A female nurse took the baby in her hand, wrapped it in a piece of cloth, and shouted to the door excitedly. After Yan was born, she was held in her arms by a female nurse and had a close contact with a certain mountain. Okay. A man waited for a long time, heard the nurse's voice, without thinking, raised his head, stepped straight in, and said, "Is my Liang given birth? A boy or a girl?" "Girl, no, it's a boy, Naoki-sama." Naoki snatched the baby from the female nurse, opened Yan's fig leaf, glanced at Xiao Ding Ding, and laughed. Yan was suddenly lifted up and looked at Xiao Ding Ding. If it were normal, he would definitely slap him on the face, but now... What the hell, how did I become so small? Am I a baby? In other words, the smirking man in front of me is my dad, and the beauty lying on the bed is my mother? What? It's a suffocating operation. The female nurse seemed to have discovered something new, and said in surprise, "Hey, the newborn baby is not crying, this is an unhealthy sign." Hearing the female nurse's words, Naoki switched from a smiling face to a stern face, thought for a moment, and decided to suck out the liquid from Hokiko's mouth and nose with a thick big mouth. But in Yan's eyes, this scene has become a different look. Yan's body didn't have any strength, and he couldn't resist at all. The big mouth that got closer and closer, the fear spread little by little. "Damn, you deserve to be caught, let go of me, and shut up." "Ah! Oh!" Tears rushed down, squeezing the liquid from the mouth and nose. When Naoki was about to kiss him, he found that the baby Hiko in his hand was crying non-stop. He chirped his lips, paused, and thought, this is the care of the father, and then he kissed again. In a panic, Yan saw Naoki stop, thinking that he didn't need to suffer the unbearable sin of life, but found that the ugly mouth of the heavens began to drop again, crying happily and louder. "Naoki, let me, look at our children." My Liang's weak voice came from the hospital bed. The female nurse kindly reminded, "Master Naoki, Master My Liang is awake." Naoki quickly signaled the female nurse to leave, and hugged Yan and came to My Liang. With the immediate rescue of his mother, Yan temporarily got rid of the nightmare, but Suanji became confused again. "I was an adult in my previous life, so why did I start crying all of a sudden? Is it because of the physiological effects of this infancy that when you encounter scared and unhappy things, it is easy to cry? Naoki, what name shall we give the child?" My Liang said softly that the birth of the child gave her a great sense of happiness, which was enough to offset the 10th level pain of childbirth. Naoki switched from a smiling face to a stern face, and said solemnly, "Hiko, your name is Uchiha Hiko." Read more at wuxiax.com. Hiko, Uchiha Hiko. The name Uchiha Hiko may not have much meaning to people in this world. But for Hiko, the surname of Uchiha represents the world of Naruto, and he has traveled into this world of ninjutsu where the mortality rate is extremely high and various high-powered ninjas are flying all over the sky in the later period. Whether it is the war period or the plot period where Xiaoming appears, there is a big difference between this period. Regardless of the period, it is a problem to live. Regardless of his talent, as far as his surname is concerned, one day, he will be annihilated by a genius boy named Itaki. Hateful. I must not let such a thing happen, I have to go through it once, and I must live. In My Liang's view, Naoki had a stern face, and Masahiko was so scared that he didn't dare to cry. He quickly calmed down the atmosphere and said, okay, don't scare the child, baby behaved, come to mom." Uchiha Naoki sighed, and said, "If he can, I hope he won't awaken Sharanyan." From the perspective that only Hiko can see, the scarlet three-gold jade wheel eye in Uchiha's eyes slowly turned, and 3 lightning bolts were stretched out to connect together, transforming into a kaleidoscope wheel eye. The faint sadness and hatred flashed from the tip of his eyes, and there must be an amazing story behind it. In the fleeting gap, Yan realized this secret and was taken aback. This middle-aged, greasy, cheap father of his own has a kaleidoscope to write round eyes. Why is there no description of Uchiha Naoki in the original work? The conditions for the awakening of kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes are extremely harsh. Could it be that I have died a cheap uncle or uncle? Looking at the warm pictures of my Liang and Hiko, Naoki Uchiha strengthened his inner thoughts, never let Hiko learn any ninjutsu, or even open his eyes. Yan, who was in surprise and excitement, never thought that his father would block the way of ninjutsu. In Yan's mind, there were always some chirping voices, which was very confusing. At night, Yan, who had been active for a whole day, finally felt tired, so he closed his eyes and got ready to sleep. Ding! Welcome to the live broadcast interface of a fish. Live streaming level 1. Current viewers, 109. Cumulative reward amount, 0. Current popularity value, 1.09. Ding! Popularity value breaks 1, reward novice spree *1. Current task, none. What's going on? Is there a copy of the golden finger that is necessary for crossing in the legend? Ha 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 ha, I really am the chosen one, the future can be expected. Punching Big Jian Mu, kicking 6 spots, collecting beautiful women from all over the world, by the way, molested and taught Xiaoziu Oming. At this moment, a noisy voice suddenly appeared in Yan's mind. Tisk, this protagonist really knows how to YY, and he dared to talk ruthlessly with De Jianmu and Brother Ban as a baby. This is not the point. The point is that the scale of a certain fish platform is so large that you dare to drive in public. The anchor is also a ruthless person. He has shown us original animations since the beginning of the broadcast. I have only seen fan novels before, but now there are fan animations, which are really strange. The quality of the pictures is good. The mole on Tintin is very clear. Have you seen that the protagonist's father actually has a kaleidoscope to write round eyes? This must be a hidden setting. Wow, Kishimoto has opened a new sequel to Naruto. It's still linked to our Hwagyo novel, but why is it broadcast live? Wait a minute, where did these voices and comments come from? Yan wakes up from his dream, and hastily focused on the comment. The clear comment is very eye-catching. Ever since, when he saw whether to block this comment, Yan nodded. Damn, you dare to block me, the housekeeper, do you know who I am? The blocked brother said in public, his words were harsh and his tone was rude, and he sent a few messages one after another. Yan is very proficient in clicking block, blocking all the comments of this brother, and every time he posts one, Yan blocks one. In desperation, the brother left the live broadcast room. Yan's mouth curled up and smiled triumphantly. At this time, the comments were all about Brother Demon Water quit the live broadcast room due to excessive speech. Yan didn't know who Yayashui brother was, but there was a barrage, but Yan regretted it. GG Smecta, congratulations to the anchor for successfully losing a big rich man. It didn't take long for the barrage to change again. Damn, have you noticed that the baby showed a weird smile after Brother Yayashui left? Ah, yes, this is not a ghost baby, isn't it? A monster. Look at you, this baby's face suddenly became ugly. Yeah, is it possible that this baby is the anchor? What I said upstairs is terrifying if you think carefully. The barrage comments have already exploded, and Yan has already fallen asleep due to overworked body. Chapter 2, The Legendary Fan. Chapter 2, The Legendary Fan. Yan woke up early the next day. As a baby with a 20-year-old soul, I have to face a very shy and necessary problem: hunger. Newborn babies must be taken care of carefully, not hungry, cold, or hurt. However, due to the limitation of body size, I cannot take the initiative to find food. I still can't talk, and my mother my Liang is still asleep. Father, this greasy uncle is still snoring. Humph, let you experience what is called domineering spirit. Yan climbed up Naoki's chest with difficulty, and it was only the next day. I have to say that people in this world, even babies, have powerful physical strengths that were not available in the previous world. The left little foot was stuffed into the right nostril, and the right little foot was stuffed into the left nostril. 2 chubby little hands were placed on Naoki's forehead, and the cry stopped immediately. If someone else is around, you can definitely see Yan's bad smile, but this is just a baby less than 2 days old. The popping sensation that came out of it gave Yan a feeling of aversion to cold. No, I am definitely not that kind of unscrupulous person. Yan vowed to get rid of this kind of cold thought. Naoki's strong physical quality caused him to shout with his mouth when his nostrils were blocked by Hiko with his little feet. The big ups and downs of his face made Yan very uncomfortable on it. Damn, I can't cure you if I don't believe it. Crying is a nirvana for babies to torture their parents and become the little landlord who stretches out his hands and opens his mouth when he eats. Ah! A crisp cry shook the birds staying outside the eaves, and awakened Naoki and Miura who were sleeping. Bang bang! Naoki, who had been fighting in the ninja world, reacted the fastest for many years. He immediately sat up and looked around vigilantly. Not surprisingly, the source of that bang was Yan. Ah! You unscrupulous father, unexpectedly fell your biological son to the ground like this, I am XXXXX. The crying became more intense. My Liang, who was still lying in bed, stretched out lazily, her frowning brows did not relax for a moment. Damn, Yan! Naoki, who was awake, realized that Hiko had suddenly fallen under the bed, and he swiftly passed by, helping him up and hitting haha. My Liang opened his eyes, looked at Naoki, and the Hiko in his arms, said, Hiko must be hungry. Come to mom soon. After taking over Hiko, My Liang took out the baby bottle unskillfully and presented it to the crying Hiko. It must look good, read more at wuxiax.com. Cuckoo. His stomach screamed unconvincingly at this time. Yan could not wait to drink the milk powder. When I am hungry, everything tastes delicious. Hee hee. My Liang smiled slightly, showing a happy expression. Naoki standing on the side, a hanging heart, has also been put down. Although he felt a mildew entanglement around him, he had forgotten the harmony between mother and child. It's just that one of the two roundness behind Yan Yan is too eye-catching. Naoki squinted slightly, grabbed the tail, and pulled it out. The red fan surface, the white fan handle, and the black arc connected wood. Isn't this the emblem of our Uchiha clan? Naoki tried to inject chakras, and the group fan began to change in nature, and the surface contained light blue chakras. Naoki had no doubt about the power of this chakra ninja that represented Uchiha, and cutting the metal easily was only the most shallow manifestation. It's just that these magic soldiers are not Naoki or My Liang, they may belong to other Uchiha tribesmen, but why they are in Hiko's, which makes people wonder. In fact, this was the reward from the novice spree given by the system last night, a fan weapon that can be attached to chakra. In addition, it also has different changes in the quality and quantity of chakra, showing different forms, which can be described as a necessary artifact for home travel and night crossing to kill muggles. The unexpected artifacts will inevitably arouse suspicion. Not to mention that Yan does not have chakras now, and there is no need for a group fan, and there is even no place to hide it. In desperation, I can only hide somewhere. If you can pretend to be stupid once, just pretend to be stupid once. My Liang looked worried and said softly, Naoki. Naoki smiled slightly, put away the unidentified fan, comforted My Liang, and said, It's okay. It's okay, it's okay, your uncle, that will be my future weapon of the ninja world, why did you confiscated it for me? What about the plot for the collection of the good son? Damn! Yan was angry and hated, but after another thought, there is no chakra now, and he is limited to age, so Naoki is the best choice. Let you keep it for me for a few years. In the live broadcast room, a crowd of people who ate melons began to gloat when they saw Yan eating deflated. Ha 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 ha, this anchor is really interesting, put the artifact in the roundness, and then harm his father. This is probably the funniest anime I have ever seen this year. By the way, wouldn't the anchor travel through? It is very likely to be possessed by the system, so it is possible to open this kind of room that shouldn't exist in a certain fish. Don't say anything, I want to watch the anchor live broadcast Disguise 13, if I have the ability to live broadcast Disguise 13. Hehe, if the anchor dares to do so on live broadcast, I will reward 10,000 shark fins on the spot. This look is the angry young CJ jealous of Yan's treatment. They also didn't believe that young Yan would do such stupid things. As time goes by, the people who eat melon are more and more interested in Yan's live broadcast. The number of people has increased from 109 yesterday to 1023 today. The data at this time is: live streaming level 1. Current viewers, 1023. Cumulative reward amount, 0. Current popularity value, 11.32. Achievement, a rookie in the live broadcast world, popularity value broken 1. Current task, none. There is still only this string of numbers, and Yan doesn't know what's the use, but judging from the rewards of the novice spree, it must be very powerful. And the biggest hole card I can rely on in the future is probably this so-called live broadcast system. At present, it is this current task that can give oneself the direction of exploration, and it shows nothing. Reaching 1 popularity before, unlocked the novice gift package, and the new function achievement, that is to say, as long as you increase your breath, you can get new achievements and get gift packages. It is inferred that as long as you meet a certain condition, you can open the task and learn about other functions of the system. This condition may be age, popularity value, cultivation base, or killing. But if you want to be strong, you must have a stronger heart than others. People often say that what is terrible is the unknown. However, the weak knowing that one has been destroyed by the human race is even more frightening, like a thorn in the back. In any case, I, Uchiha Hiko, must survive and become the strongest in the ninja world. This live broadcast system is my biggest trump card, and I must dig out all its functions. Chapter 3, The First Meeting with God Itaki. Chapter 3 The First Meeting with God Itaki. Konoha June 9, 43. In the prosperous Konoha village, in a large ethnic area far from the center, another baby was born amidst the sound of crying. This son is the culmination of the patriarch of the contemporary Uchiha clan, Uchiha Tomi-take, and his wife Uchiha Mikoto. A month later, Uchiha Tomi-take held a banquet at home, inviting the elite of the clan to celebrate together, including Hiko's cheap dad, Naoki Uchiha. The elder Uchiha Octane scraped the baby's face with his fingers. The wrinkles on his face were as tight as a daisy, and he smiled and said, "Fu-take, what is the name of this son?" Uchiha Tomi-take put his hands in his chest and said proudly, "Itaki." The elder Octane turned his head and looked at Fuyu, and said with a constipated expression, "Itaki? Haha, is it the messenger of the Amaterasu god Yateya?" Fuyu nodded faintly, but the corners of his mouth curled up but betrayed his heart. The elder Octane happily said, "I think this son will definitely be extraordinary in the future." After all, the head of a clan and the head of a clan with offspring are two concepts. In this group of geniuses, who can stand out as the patriarch, Fu-take's strength is obvious to all Uchiha, and I believe he can lead Uchiha to a more glorious era, such as making Fu-take become Hokage. Of course, Fuyu has only been the patriarch for 1 or 2 years, and everything has to be considered long-term. It's just that this scene, falling on the oncoming Yan, changed the taste. Yan said tauntingly, "Hey, someone praised him when he was born, he is like a flattering king. Everyone present was disturbed by Hiko's ridicule, and looked at Uchiha Tommy take. At this time, Yan is already 9 years old. Of course, after his birth, under the care of his mother, Mai Liang, he has been going smoothly, and there is nothing else to do except to watch the melons every day. Hearing Yan's ridicule, Meijian was shocked, and hurriedly saved the scene and said, "Ha ha 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 ha, clan. Patriarch, Tong Yanwuji, you know, this is Uki in front of the strongest and most powerful person." Bo mocked him in front of everyone. Fuyu was silent and did not move, but anyone who knew him knew that he was a little angry. When the elder Octane saw the opportunity, he snorted coldly and said, "Boy, do you know who you are offending?" "Nonsense, of course I know who offended me. But I dare not say that." In Yan's mind, 10,000 grass and mud horses ran past. This kind of death is something that a normal person would not do, but if it is to increase the popularity of live broadcast, it is worth it. 9 years, he spent 9 years exploring this broken system, but it still hasn't started. At this time, the live broadcast room had already exploded. Damn, when I was a kid, I was so cute. Anchor 666, you can see that Fuyu kaleidoscope is locked, no noti, GG smecta. Regardless of whether the anchor is deliberate or not, with this courage, I will charge 6 shark fins to support you, apply for a card and send Q now. Come on, don't persuade him, he is indifferent to life and death, he is not satisfied with it. The popularity of the live broadcast room rose from 100 or 200 people who were unremarkable before to 10,000, and after a while, it rose to 50,000 or 60,000. 2 achievements came directly to him. Ding! Congratulations to the anchor for achieving the 1000 popularity achievement and getting the elementary advanced achievement package *1. Ding! Congratulations to the anchor for achieving the 5000 popularity achievement and getting the intermediate elementary achievement package *1. Yan was too late and didn't have the thought to see what he had obtained. The question before him was whether he died immediately or delayed his death. Read more at wuxiax.com. At this time, Fuyu, who had been lingering, finally said, "Octane, you can withdraw first." When he came to Yan, Fuyu ignored Mei Liang, but directly faced Yan and said with interest, "Why can't my son be praised?" As a father, the world has not said that he does not want his children to be praised. At the same time, as the newly appointed patriarch, strength is one aspect, and authority is another aspect. If the child in front of him can identify with himself and his son, he will definitely be able to play a positive role for his status and attacky. This is what Futake has been doing every day since he took over. Only in this way can we unite the proud tribe and lead Uchiha to glory. There was a cold sweat on Yan's forehead. Although there was no writing wheel eye or kaleidoscope writing wheel eye gaze, he still felt the aura of a superior, that faint murderous aura, which was fleeting. Under persecution, Yan shouted, "Only the genius and the virtuous are worthy of praise." Everyone was shocked. If only a genius is worthy of praise, it can only be said that Yan is a vigorous kid. However, at the same time, he is a genius and a virtuous person who is worthy of praise. The kid can understand. This son will be extraordinary. Hiko, Hiko. Naoki hurried over, and when he saw Fuyu, he immediately clasped his fists and knelt down and said, "Master Patriarch." Futake turned his head to look at Naoki, who was motionless, and then said, "It's Naoki, get up quickly." As a rare elite in the clan, Naoki's status is still very high, and Fuyu still gives his face. Fuyu stood up and said solemnly, "Naoki and I are both elites in the clan, and our descendants will definitely become elites, don't you think?" Naoki replied, "Yes." Fuyu looked at Naoki and said with a smile, "But as long as you are a ninja, you are bound to be strong and weak. Naoki, let's make a bet to see whose son is advanced to Anbi, how about?" As soon as the bet was out, everyone in the room was shocked. Anbi. This is a power department that the Uchiha clan has never been involved in since the establishment of Konoha. Sure enough, the patriarch will lead us Uchiha to receive some treatment. Konoha is ours. At this moment, all Uchiha's militants were caught in a demon. However, for the Yan 3 people, it is a hot potato. Fuyu wanted to use Yan as a stepping stone, but Yan did not have the strength and confidence to resist. In the live broadcast room, the people eating melons were also excited. What? Has the anchor participated in the competition with Itaki? Great, I'm not used to watching the anchor early, accept it. Oh, compared to God Ferret's talent, worth seeing, accept it. If you don't accept it at this time, you will lose Fuyu's face. It is estimated that you will be burned to death by Amaterasu on the spot. If you accept it, you will inevitably be squeezed and challenged. In addition, the talent is not comparable. It is better to accept it. Borrowed, Fuyu has a kaleidoscope, but I am not sure if there is Amaterasu. If the anchor can fight the god of Weasel, I will reward you with 10 fairy magic big jade spiral pills. I rely on, seeing this rich man, Yan is not calm. 10 Zion Fa Data spiral pills, that is 1W popularity. In the barrage, the rows of look down, and provocative acceptance of the bet made Yan feel uncomfortable. The baby feels bitter and doesn't want to say. But I really want to slap you in the face. Yan thought so in his heart, seemingly harmless to humans and animals. At this moment, a sound that was scratching a bit refreshingly struck. Ding mission release, defeat Uchiha attack ahead on in 4 years. Task reward, E-level store opening permission. Ding mission release, prioritize attack it to the Anbu. Task reward, special mask of Anbu. It's really nowhere to find a place to break through the iron shoes, it's all effortless. I was looking for a task and couldn't find it, but at the moment I came. I accepted. Yan said decisively, thinking, not only that, but I have to speak boldly. I want to be the head of Uchiha and Naruto. Humph, brother still has 2 achievement packs in his hand, as well as a top secret weapon, a live broadcast system. Well, that kaleidoscope cheap dad counts as one. Let's all go together, I'm not afraid at all. Chapter 4, Light Blue Chakra. Chapter 4 Light Blue Chakra. On this day, under my Liang's contented farewell, Naoki left the house wearily with a fan, leaving the pissed Hiko, unhappy. This cheap old man still refused to give me Chakra's refining method, and his name is, plain is true. Really, you really are. You know, in the original book, Itaka was only 4 years old when he was on the battlefield. I am 9 years old, and I don't even know Chakra. If you don't master Chakra's refining method, you are not qualified at all, and even if you have one, you won't be able to live long. And Yan's advantage over Itaki is only 8 years older, but the two are actually equivalent to the same level. As for the rewards given by the system, Yan didn't dare to open it at all. The group fan in front is a lesson from the past. My stupid, cheap, kidney-deficient father. At present, the only thing that can be counted on is the mother of Shinobu among the elite. Uchiha Miyoshi is a ninja who possesses elite ninja strength but is not on the ninja roster. Generally, he belongs to the category of dead men in the family. This made Yan very confused, but it didn't affect the way he coquettishly asked Chakra to refine. Yan grabbed Milyang Sama's calf and said coquettishly, "Mommy, I want to learn how to refine Chakra." To be honest, it is very late to learn the Chakra extraction method now. My Liang bent over, picked up the young Yan, and said with a smile, "Xiao Yan, Chakra has been refined since the age of 4 or 5. It's already late at your age." Yan did not give up and continued to insist, "I want to defeat the Patriarch's son and enter the Anbi before him. I want to become a ninja as powerful as my father." My Liang did not directly reject Yan's requirements and dreams, and said euphemistically, "But your body is too weak now. If you practice Chakra, you will be unable to hold on to fainting. No, I will succeed. Yan confidently said that after an hour, he successfully fainted to the ground. Mai Liang gently embraced Yan and went home, alone, knitting a sweater. Sweat. In Rao Xian's small body, there is a 20-year-old soul, and he is a person who has not yet practiced chakra at the age of 9, but the practice of chakra is still not a simple matter. After falling into a coma, Yan once again came to the live broadcast room. After accepting the mission, the live broadcast room changed a style. Surrounded by a border full of burning flames, the barrage and text have become flame characters. The headline "Beat Uchiha Attack positively in 4 years" is very eye-catching and has brought a lot of popularity to the live broadcast room. It's a pity that there is only 3 days of experience. At this time, almost all of the barrage was swiping and scolding Yan was too stupid. What should I do, the anchor Tai Cai, if he dies, wouldn't it be worthless to see? Yes, various powerful characters in the world of Naruto, such as Senju Tsunade, Terumi Mei, Hyuga Hinata, Harano Sakura, read more at wuxiax.com. Stop upstairs, it is suspected of reincarnation, it is recommended to block the third company. Don't even know chakra? This stupid world needs to feel pain. Naruto fans are optimistic about science literacy. Chakra is a kind of energy produced by the perfect fusion of the various components of the human body. It is used to perform ninjutsu, illusion, physique or make a string to bind opponents or cut off the same. Chakra constitutes a source of material energy. The anchor failed because of the mismatch between mental energy and physical energy. Think about a 20-year-old soul entering a newborn baby in a way similar to robbing her home. It's fortunate for the baby to have no direct brain death. So this is Sri Lanka, don't stop, continue. This comment simply talks about Yan's heart. It is said that if you are hungry, you have food, if you are thirsty, you have water, and if you are hungry and thirsty, there will be beautiful women XXX. This is almost the feeling. The source of chakra is divided into 2 parts. One from the 130 trillion cells of the human body, the energy of the body is taken up by 1 cell. 2. The spiritual energy that has been exercised through many practices and accumulated experience. The number of cells in a child's body is 100 times the number of cells in an adult's body. This is a quantitative aspect. The strength of the cell belongs to the qualitative aspect, and the limit lies in the category of human form. The size of a person's soul changes with the size of the body container, which is a quantitative aspect. And the strength of the soul belongs to the qualitative aspect, and there is almost no limit, or it is limited to less than 10 times the strength of the body. If Yan wants to refine chakras, he must make his body as strong as an adult, that is to say, he needs to increase the strength of his cells. In the end, through the discussion and popular science of the masses of melon-eating people, Yan finally clarified his early development path, to increase the strength of the body's cells 100 times, to run in the spiritual energy, until the chakra can be perfectly refined. This is almost impossible. You can only try your luck and look at the contents of the achievement package. In the previous 100 popularity, I gave a gift package for beginners and intermediate achievements, and then yesterday's gift for beginners and advanced, and a gift for intermediate and junior achievements. Since you have to try your luck, let's start with the most advanced. If I get it, I am lucky, but if not, it is fate. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the Ba-Duanjin in the secret technique. Ding, congratulations on getting 3W of money *1. Ding, congratulations on getting the blade shuriken *1. Damn, what the hell is Bajuanjin? I'm a dignified man, is my body weak? I think my cheap daddy, greasy middle-aged man is more suitable. After an hour of struggling, Yan received Zhengxiang's warning and resolutely learned the secret technique Bajuanjin. Sit with your eyes closed, hold your hands firmly and meditate on God, knock your teeth 36, hold Kunlun with both hands. Yan was sitting on the Pu fan, meditating the Baduan Jin formula in his heart. A light blue gas flowed from the lower abdomen, and it was not scattered under Yan's powerful mental power. The number of them disappeared little by little, like a chakra leaving the body, and the time that existed in the external world was limited. In the process of fighting with Naoki, Yan understands that this is the color of most people's chakras. At the same time, Yan was surprised to find that Baduan Jin can strengthen the quality of chakra. The chakra, which was originally in a gas state, slowly transformed into a misty state, and completely transformed from a misty state into a liquid state. If Yan can look inside, he will find that the meridians of chakra are almost completely blocked. The only solution is to use the extracted chakras to break through the blocked meridians. This is a race between quality and quantity and time. The thick and long meridian in front of me, according to the previous world, should be the Ren meridian. Under the impact of chakra strengthened by Baduan Jin, the blockage in Ren vessel was like an excavator, and the speed of advancement was visible to the naked eye. Time passed bit by bit, blinking, an hour has passed. When the small group of chakras wrapped in mental power was dug to a sixth, the last drop of chakras was also consumed. Hey! After completing the first practice, Yan took a long sigh, and then realized that he was already sweating profusely, and his body exuded a foul smell. The effect of the practice is also very significant, and the physical fitness is nearly doubled compared to before. Clenching his fist tightly, Yan felt the feeling of becoming stronger for the first time. Cool. Chapter 5, A Sign of Eye-Opening. Chapter 5, A Sign of Eye-Opening. A remote country of water, on a small island surrounded by mist. A young man, holding a long knife, quietly approached a ninja who collapsed on the ground. With a wave of the long knife, the blood splashed, and the kiwivu in the ninja's hand plunged into the ground. Looking at the blood-stained hands of his companions, and looking back at the corpse with swords all around, the young man was not happy as a winner, but curled up alone in place, eyes full of despair, tears slowly falling. In Konoha village, Uchiha clan land. A woman in brown clothes, another woman who cooperated with her, said with a look of fear, "Have you heard that there was a cruel boy who killed all his peers during the ninja graduation exam?" When another woman heard the words, her pupils dilated, and she was taken aback for a while, and then said, "Hey, only Warren village can do such frantic things." Hakiko, who was shopping with Mai Liang for groceries, listened to the conversation of two women on the way, and couldn't help but sigh. He looked up to the sky and thought, has Dai graduated? According to the plot, it only takes more than 10 years, so it's probably only 8 or 9 years since the genocide. At that time, I should be in my 20s. Just as Yan raised his hair to stay, he accidentally ran into a child who was passing by in a hurry. Boom! The child was bounced to the ground by Yan. Yan reacted at this moment and murmured, "Did you hit something? Hey kid, you are the thing." The child opposite shouted angrily. Yan asked subconsciously, "Then what are you?" The child replied without hesitation, "Of course I am not a thing, no, I am a thing, no, and then fell into repeated entanglements. Hehe, dealing with a 4 or 5-year-old kid is really a sledgehammer." The child couldn't understand Yan, not convinced, and pointed to Yan's nose and said, "Boy, do you know who I am?" Yan mocked and said, "Do I need to know who you are? Hehe, besides, you don't know how old you are than me, you little fart. Boy." With regard to such things as scolding, Yan had already practiced great skills with his roommates in his previous life, and he was well versed. But cursing this kind of thing hurts the heavens and peace, so I will simply contempt it in the future, so as not to hurt the demeanor. Damn, I Uchiha Bakugan will fight you in a ninja duel. The 4-year-old kid in front of him, named Uchiha Bakugan, is not afraid of Hiko who is a few years older than him. As soon as his name was called out, the two women became excited in an instant, muttering, "Grandson of Elder Octane, what a lovely child, it's a pity that both parents have passed away. When he heard his parents, Bakugan obviously became more irritable. Little kid, dare to challenge. Read more at wuxiax.com. Bakugan's life experience made Yan unconsciously sympathize. However, this is not the reason why he let go of Bakugan, not to mention that he is also the grandson of Uchiha Octane. A lesson is indispensable, and apart from that, there should be no other evil thoughts. After thinking about it briefly, Yan hugged his chest and said, I don't have time to play the so-called ninja game with you, and I have to go shopping with my Liang's mother. Ha 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 ha, ninja games? It seems that you kid really knows a lot. Behind Bakugan, Uchiha Octane walked over and said provocatively. Grandpa, Gigi. Bakugan looked back and shouted in surprise. After seeing Uchiha Octane, my Liang, who hadn't moved for a long time, shielded Hiko from behind and said without emotion, Elder. Seeing that my Liang didn't dare to take any action, Octane said strangely, children's affairs, we adults can't take care of it. Being arrogant is not a good sign. These years, it's not peaceful. You're bullied, don't cry, ha 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 ha. The last sentence was clearly addressed to Yan. If possible, Yan Zhen would like to give his little ding-ding a record of his grandchildren's feat. However, they are the great elders, aside from their status, they are also strong men with the strength of elite supremacy. Mei Liangqiang resisted his anger, and said with a smile, yes, our Jiyan will pay attention. If there is nothing to do, we will take the first step, the elder is light. After that, my Liang will leave with Yan. At this time, Uchiha Octane interrupted and said, hold on, Miura, come with me, the family has a secret mission, Yan is so big, I should be able to go home alone. My Liang's body was taken aback for a moment, then stopped, the flowing sea blocked his vision, leaving a dark shadow. With his back to Uchiha Octane, my Liang squatted down and stuffed a shuriken into Hiko's hand, and said softly, Hiko, pay attention to safety, mother will be back later. Yan tightly grasped the shuriken in his hand. There are 3,000 taels of cutting tools sold in this mall, and the price is tens of millions. Because it portrays a great spirit called maternal love. The tears in his eyes were rolling, and Ren Yan, no matter how kind, could not bear the domineering and defiant elder Uchiha Octane. Obviously they belong to the same family, but they want to fight each other. Will the weaker be beaten? No matter how the waves roared in his heart, and the wind smashed into the clouds, Yan's face only showed paleness. In my mind, a strange red chakra was beating somewhere, suspected of breaking through the eyes, but limited to the absence of chakras, it suddenly subsided. Yan, who is familiar with this scene, knows clearly that he has the conditions to open his eyes, and when the physical and spiritual energy are perfectly integrated, everything will come naturally. Uchiha Bakugan, don't blame me for being rude. Uchiha Hiko prayed silently for Bakugan in his heart. After my Liang and Octane left, Yan said lightly, duel? I'm afraid I will blow you up. Before Bakugan could speak, Yan smashed with a long fist. Yan, who has been practicing for 6 months, has opened up the Ren and Du channels, and his physical strength is comparable to that of a 15 or 16-year-old boy. From the fact that Yan accidentally collided with Bakugan and knocked it into the air, you can see the gap between the two. Boom! Bakugan flew to the ground, painfully wiping the blood stains from the corners of his mouth. For a born calf, there is no fear before it realizes the huge power gap. Bakugan bit his teeth, took out 3 black iron shurikens from behind, and said angrily, damn, you dare to beat me Master Bakugan, take it. Sarza. 3 shurikens stab Xianjun straight. Rao Xian's physical fitness far exceeds that of his peers, but compared to Bakugan trained as a ninja, his fighting skills are still a little worse. Yan dodged sideways subconsciously, and 3 shurikens tore the corners of his chest. Humph, this is how powerful I am. Uchiha's throwing technique. Seeing that the shuriken didn't hurt Hiko, Bakumaru was very sorry, but it cut through the corners of his clothes, which also showed the power of throwing. Yan secretly said that it was not good. The kid who was taller than him, didn't know how many shurikens were in his hand. It was a face-to-face confrontation just now, and luck escaped. The next thing is unpredictable. Holding the shuriken left by his mother Mai Liang in his left hand, it seemed to be sharper than Bakugan's. This might be a strange trick. As long as I can get close, I can knock him out with one punch. Chapter 6, Apprentice Uncle Snake. Chapter 6 Apprentice Uncle Snake. On the narrow street, Hakikobyu pushed the Uchiha Bakugan who was retreating constantly. Both sides know that once they get close, the battle will end immediately and the judgment will be made. Sarza. There were 3 shurikens again, and Yan Gang's fist slammed out, but he reluctantly retracted it. Looking at the Bakugan passing over the wall, Yan did not hesitate and followed. Uchiha Bakugan galloped on the roof, and ran and said, "Isn't it very awesome, don't you? I'll let you catch up with Bakugan, I'll let you hey." There was a street ahead, and the distance between the houses on both sides was far beyond the distance that Bakugan could span, and Bakugan stopped in a thrilling edge at the edge. Boom! Without a lot of words, Hiko who caught up with him kicked Bakugan down the eaves and fell to the ground. Standing on the roof, Hiko, like a superior, looked at the embarrassed Uchiha Bakugan lightly. Da-da! There was a crisp sound of footsteps. Long black hair, long golden pupils, purple eyeshadow extending to the nose, pale skin, cyan blue hook-shaped earrings, and a huge belt around the waist. The man in front of me, his name, is called Ashimaru. Won the title of 3 ninjas, without accident, he was experimenting with such taboo experiments as humans. A few years later, he betrayed the village due to the incident. Such a dangerous person, Yan encountered it the first time he left the village. This is really good luck. At this moment, Ashimaru did not look at Xiang Yan, but Yan could read fear and contempt from his eyes. The fear is derived from the Uchiha clan's blood and the limit of riding round eyes, while the contempt is the weakness of Hiko and Bakumaru, which does not enter his eyes at all. Suddenly, Ashimaru seemed to have noticed Yan's abnormality, and raised his head and said, "Little devil, you have powers that are incompatible with this age group." Originally Yan's plan was to pretend to be crazy and be stupid, and make Ashimaru think that he and Bakugan are playing a ninja game, but how can I know that Ashimaru's perception and insight ability is so powerful, or it is the intuition of a snake? Yes, Yan, who is only over 9 years old, does not have any chakra surging on his body, but he can achieve the physical stamina that can only be achieved by refining chakra, which makes Ashimaru very curious. The words of Dashimaru made Yan feel stressed, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Without disguising, Yan said in a panic, "Who are you?" Subconsciously, he took out the shuriken in his left hand. Unexpectedly, at the moment when he took it out, Ashimaru's eyes opened slightly, and he came to Yan's side, snatched the shuriken, and said with interest, "This special mark is, hee." His mother Mai Liang's shuriken was taken away. Yan wanted to take it back, but his strength didn't allow it. Regardless of his image, he turned around and pulled his legs to escape, jumped off the roof. Yan Gang did not run twice. "Call out!" A sound of breaking through the sky passed in Yan's ear, and his mother's shuriken was inserted into the wooden wall. Yan was stunned, did not dare to move at all, his small heart thumped and thumped. In the live broadcast room at this moment, it exploded once again. "It's terrible, is the real Ashawan so suffocating? I'm so worried that the anchor will be beaten to death. I've been worrying a lot upstairs." Dashimaru is still in Konoha, so he dare not deliberately kill people. At this moment, he still thinks about running for Hokage. Funny X3, read more at wuxiax.com. We may be too harsh on the anchor, we should help him. No matter what happens in the live broadcast room, Yan doesn't have the mind to care about it. Osamu appeared behind Hiko and said word by word, "You are only 9 years old. As a member of the Uchiha family, you don't know how to refine chakras. Instead, you seem to be practicing something strange. Is it an old monster reincarnated? Haha. I rely on." Yan's heart was deep fried. He didn't expect Da Shiwan to guess his origins at once. "It's over, it's over." The cold hand jammed Yan's neck in this way, and the golden pupils stared at Yan closely. The breath of death filled Yan's side. At this moment, the system made a sound after a long time. Ding quest release, Apprentice Yuan. Success reward, Introduction to Chakras Fine Control. Failure reward, Ren vessel blocked. What the hell? Apprentice Yuan, isn't this looking for death? An Ashimaru treats Yan as an experimental subject. After Yan stimulates the writing wheel, Ashimaru will control him more harshly. After Ashimaru rebelled, anyone related to him would be liquidated, even the red beans would not be spared, let alone the powerless Yan. Moreover, the reward for failure is actually the blockage of the Ren channel. You know, Yan has worked hard every night and plowed every night to open up the Ren Du channel. Once the Ren channel is blocked, the Du channel will inevitably be blocked. This is tantamount to cutting off Yan's career as a ninja. When he closed his eyes, Yan saw the barrage anchor apprentice Uncle Snake, swiping in the live broadcast room. He immediately understood what that odious task was all about. The unified will of the people who eat melons is the task Yan wants to accomplish. What they call saving Yan is just to let Yan jump from one pit to another. People who eat melon like to watch this. What a triple X dog! At this moment, it is dead. It is better to go directly, the car must have a way to the mountain. Yan made up his mind, opened his eyes suddenly, and shouted, "Ah, you are the one of the legendary 3 ninjas, Ashimaru, please teach me the refinement technique of chakra." Ashimaru was shocked by Yan's actions, and at the same time very excited. The little demon in front of him came to the door automatically, which is tantamount to sending charcoal in the snow to the Ashimaru, who has been coveting the writing round eyes. What's more, Yan's wit gave Dashimaru the idea of accepting an assistant. But who is Dashimaru? Even the talent of the Uchiha clan was not enough for him. Not to mention, what Yan currently shows is only strong physical strength. Oshimaru grabbed Yan's neck by the hand, did not relax at all, did not pinch hard, but fixed it, and said evilly, "You are too weak." After speaking, he threw Yan to the ground. Ahem! Yan coughed twice and it felt uncomfortable to be thrown to the ground. Yan said unconvinced, "I want to become a man from Hokage, and sooner or later I will become stronger." The word Naruto can be said to be a curse that binds the big snake pill. Da Shiwan laughed, behaving disapprovingly, but it was really tangled inside. Yan saw that this sentence didn't move Dashimaru, but it also played a role. It seems to be effective. He continued, "What's more, I must be more advanced than Itaki in the dark part." Itaki? Ashimaru murmured. This patriarch Uchiha's son, as a high-level man, had also heard of it. Perhaps, this kid can be my eyeliner for inserting the Uchiha clan, haha, writing round eyes, and the power above, is also so fascinating. Oshimaru thought secretly in his heart, facing the bright face. Yan said, "Boy, I'm not interested in knowing who you are going to defeat, you go." "Damn it, isn't this okay? It seems that you have to bring out the real guy." Yan smacked his tongue secretly. How did the Ashimaru at this time know that the Itaki, who was ignored by him, would easily kill him in seconds with a juvenile body more than 10 years later, and restrain him firmly? Yan Chong took a breath and said, "I want to refine chakras, but my body is much weaker than my mental power. I hope adults can help me solve this problem." Oh! The premise of refining chakras is the perfect combination of physical energy and spiritual energy. This point, Yuan cannot be more clear. However, Yan's body is stronger than his original self, which is rare in the Uchiha clan and even most of the clan. However, Yan's mental energy is stronger than his physical energy. Strong physical body, stronger mental power, and blood of the Uchiha clan. It's a bit like a combination of Mu Dun and Shaolin Yan. He, Dashimaru thought to himself. The current Dashyuan is not the Dashyuan who has later mastered the art of reincarnation. It is in a state of obsessive research on physical and spiritual energy. Dashimaru evilly smiled and said, "Is it a free experimental body? Little devil, I will check your body, but if your talent is not enough, to avoid waste, I will kill you." Yan heard that he was in a cold sweat, and when he thought of checking his body, he felt a chill. He was not Sasuke, and he was able to tolerate foreign objects in his body. However, you finally completed the apprenticeship task, right? What to do next? I'm so panic. Wait online. Chapter 7, First Drop of Blood. Chapter 7, First Drop of Blood. In the dark basement, Yan was locked in a transparent container, with pipes all over his body. It took Yan only a moment from the resistance from the beginning, the honesty of the body, to the devotion of his whole body. Dashimaru manually operated the instrument and inspected Yan's body. The more he looked, the more he found that the amount of chakra contained in Yan's body was huge, almost several times that of his peers. I also tried to use chakras to push away the blocked meridians, but found that it took a long time and energy, so I gave up. The only disadvantage of Yan chakra is that it is not used. Yang Kong has a treasure trove, but he does not have the ability to use the treasure trove. Dashimaru stopped the instrument in his hand and said, "Little devil, your physique is a bit special, it's really rare. The only way to help you refine chakra is to run the mental energy of your body." "Nonsense, of course I know this, how to do it." Oshimaru looked at Yan like a work of art and said, "My physical skills are not suitable for you, but I know a guy who is more powerful in physical skills, let him teach you, and wait for you to successfully extract chakras. I should be able to learn to release ninjutsu directly, haha." Generally, people with a large number of chakras are rare talents, or geniuses. Dashimaru's consistent style is to abduct a genius boy. Another guy with great physical skills? If Konoha at this time, there are experts in physical skills, and more suitable to teach Yan, I am afraid that only the father of the future Konoha Blue Beast, Matt wears it. Matt Dai's unique stunt, the 8-door retreat, is said to be able to directly gain super shadow level strength by practicing to the 8th door. Even with the use of Cade, it almost kicked out a big ending, terrifying. Under the leadership of Oshimaru Dai, Yan easily found Dai who was practicing. When Dai saw Oshimaru, he respectfully said, "Master Oshimaru, may I ask, is there anything your lord is looking for?" Oshimaru praised, "Your physical skills surpass most ninjas, and Hachiman Dunjia is a very good stunt." Dai Shimaru's character, as Konoha's colleague, of course knows that very few people can get his praise. Dai quickly scratched his head and smiled and said, "My lord is polite, yes, I would like to thank Master Oshimaru for helping me on the battlefield before." Dashimaru smiled, pushed Yan in front of him, and said, "This kid is my disciple. He has some problems in his practice. I hope you can help me guide his physical skills." At this time, Dai noticed Yan's body with glowing eyes, and shoved and said, "The adult's disciple should be taught by the adult himself, my words." The latter words were not spoken yet, Dashyuan interrupted and said, "If you wear it, there should be no problem, I beg you." "Haha. It's, hi." Dai bent over and said. Dashimaru left instantly, and Yan had a chance to speak. Yan put his hands in his pockets and said proudly, "Uncle, if there is nothing wrong, I will go home first, and I will ask you to train for me tomorrow." "Wait a minute, Yan, right?" Mat Day called Zumayan, and explained, "The person who can be entrusted by Oshimaru-sama, you must be superior in physical skills, so let me check your strength, and then make a special practice method for you. To Ling Yan's surprise, Matt Dai in front of him seemed a bit happy, and his thinking was still very careful. Read more at wuxiax.com. It is good. Yan promised that when the outbreak broke out, it was rare to get a feed from a physical skill expert with super shadow level strength. Call out. Yan threw the only shuriken at the moment, and the tremendous force caused the shuriken to pierce the air. This speed, for Dai, is just like the speed of ordinary people throwing a shuriken, passing by in a flash. Dai ruthlessly criticized, too slow, not fast enough, not accurate enough, not ruthless enough. The speed in his hand was not slow, and a hand knife smashed down. Yan jumped into the air and dodged, ran from Dai's side, came behind him, and was about to pick up the shuriken. Is there only one weapon? You can't get on the battlefield like this. Dai said loudly. The next moment, he flashed directly behind Yan, slamming his fist unhurriedly. Damn it! The difference between Yan and Dai's strength is too large. Even though Dai retains most of his strength, it is not something that Yan can resist. Boom! As expected, Yan was knocked to the ground. The pain in the back, the chapped skin on his face, and the posture of eating soil made Yan very embarrassed. But this can't change anything, everything has to be on your own. It's because I can't make it to the battlefield, it's because I'm not strong enough, and I'm so desperate to survive. Yan was low at first, but he almost roared behind him. Yan's will stunned Dai. Then Yan got up and rushed towards Dai with a punch. This punch brought together the sense of depression, urgency, and powerlessness from 6 months ago, as well as the chakra in Yan's body. Ding! Congratulations to the anchor for achieving the first drop of blood in the arena. Ding! Congratulations to the anchor for getting the junior high-level gift package *1. Ding! Congratulations to the anchor for defeating Xiaoren and gaining a popularity value of 300. It seems that what this live broadcast system can obtain is the popularity value. And 3,000 people watching at the same time can get 300 popularity value. Although I don't know what the popularity value is, it is not surprising that it can be exchanged for something in the mall. Get the gift pack and use it right away. It's not a chief. Yan can't control where to go, fast becoming stronger is the last word. Ding! Congratulations to the anchor for getting the secret military food pill *10. Isn't Bing Liang pills supplementing physical strength? Is there anything special about this secret one? With doubts, Yan took out a ration pill and swallowed it in. The huge medicinal power contained in Bing Liang pills impacted the meridians in Yan's body. The rushing channels that hadn't moved for a long time began to show signs of looseness. Yan took advantage of the situation and sat on the ground, meditating the Ba Duanjin mantra silently, guiding chakra to dredge the meridians. As for Matt Dai, who fainted on the ground, since no one is going to take care of it, let him go. Time passed bit by bit, and chakra occupied the pulse bit by bit. Now, Yan Ke has a preliminary understanding of the so-called Bajuan Jin, which is the weakened version of Beiman Dunjia. Although the power is not as strong as the 8-door Dunjia, but at the end of the practice, you can start the 8-door at the same time, stably providing a high amount of chakras, just like a human-shaped self-propelled beast. The ancients said that Bajuan Jin keeps fit, and sincerely does not deceive me. As the last drop of chakra ran out, Yan stopped practicing in a weary and contented manner. It was dusk now, and Dai, who was in a coma, woke up. In order to prevent Dai from unbearable humiliation after waking up, Yan beat Yan violently, and at the same time, to wash off the stains on his body, Yan decisively slipped back home. Behind a certain big tree, a dark shadow came out, and it was the big snake pill that had left before. Ashimaru licked the tip of his teeth, smiled evilly, and whispered, "Hee hee, do you have a special practice secret? Did Naoki or my Liang teach you? Little guy, you can hide a lot of things." Chapter 8, Chong Pulse Open. Chapter 8 Chong Pulse, Open. Inside Konoha's training ground. Dai was full of youth and passionately said, Hiko, don't be arrogant because you defeated me. A true ninja is always improving yourself. Let's run 50 laps around Konoha. With the iconic watermelon head and snow-white teeth, Yan sighed alone, why did I provoke such a fool? Yan is a true lover. Although he may not be able to run 50 laps, he will not give up until he is exhausted. Not far away, came a next forbearance. The same watermelon head and white teeth, isn't it the son of Mat Dai, Mat Kai? OMG, let me go, I want to escape from this cursed place. The youth of Mat and his son is not something ordinary people can afford. Kai waved his hand and said passionately, Father, there is this one, it must be Yan. Dai was also very happy to see Kai, and invited him to say, oh, it's Kai, let's train together. Run 50 laps around Konoha, work hard, Kai, Yan, this is youth. Feeling the call of the family spirit, Kai said passionately, go hard, Yan, this is youth. Can you not ignore my existence? Okay, Yan said in his heart, this pair of father and son, physical skills, there are indeed cards, but in terms of personality habits, it is too magical. Gently put a system-specific military grain pill into his mouth, Yan ran the ancient body refining technique Baeduan Jin, and joined the ranks of Mat and his son without a hassle. Baeduan Jin is divided into Zen and movement. The former is used to unblock the body's meridians with more detailed methods, while the latter is to use more violent methods to open up the odd meridian and 8 channels, and the body's impurities will deposit more. It takes the same Zen time to clean up, and some are not worth the loss. However, Yan couldn't take care of so much in order to get through the 8 channels of the odd meridians in his body faster and refine the chakra. The secret weaponry pill of the system, as long as it is not swallowed, put in the mouth, and injected little by little with the medicinal power, which can effectively extend and relieve the threshold of medicinal power. The first lap, the second lap, the third lap, the first 10 laps, all 3 of them ran smoothly. Yan followed steadily behind Mat and his son, without falling behind, and won the unanimous praise of the two. But then, under Dai's eyes, the two speeded up, calling it a good name to test Yan's limit. But only Yan knew that Dai's Xiaojuju was punched KO by a boy who was not a ninja that day, which made Dai feel a deep shame and wanted to take the opportunity to embarrass Yan. The 15th circle, the 20th circle, the 30th circle. Rao Xian's physical fitness is amazing, but for an ordinary person, this should be the limit too. Yan just left a little sweat at this time, and Kai's speed on the side had already dropped significantly. Hoo, read more at wuxiax.com. Yan gasped steadily. Under this exercise method, the pulse in his body was opened up to 1/3, plus the results of previous continuous practice, it has reached the point of 9 out of 10. After running the remaining distance, you will be able to directly get through the pulse. This speed is something that Yan hadn't thought of before. In other words, this practice method greatly promotes the practice of Bajuan Jin. Daikare said, Yan, don't hold on, don't resist, your body is important. If you really care about it, Yan Lenganuan knew it, and said loudly, Uncle Dai, don't worry, I'm fine. It's brother Kai, it's a little dysfunctional. Kai Wen said, Kuang Kan, if even an 8 or 9-year-old boy can't be compared, then the title of waste father and son will soon spread throughout Konoha. Although the 8-door dunjia that Mat wore was powerful, it was not really shown to Konoha's public, and because of the ninja system, it was not promoted to Zongnan, so it has been a ninja for decades. Kai fell into a state of demon, and accelerated wildly, suddenly surpassing Yan, who was advancing at a constant speed, full of explosive power. At the beginning, Dai, who was in front of him, was overtaken by Kai, and was stimulated by X points and ignited his passion. He said boldly, burn it, Kai. This is youth. Chakra took possession of his feet, ran with his legs out, and soon passed Kai, leaving Kai and Yan far behind. Damn it, these physique lunatics. Yan helplessly spit on the ground and continued to run. Time passed quickly, and the last inch of the pulse in Yan's body was blocked, and it was also relieved by the high-quality chakra. Feeling the increase in body strength and chakra volume in his body, Yan was very excited. Chong pulse, open. It is also a lasting opening, providing Yan with continuous chakras. With the 3 channels open, Yan's current physical energy quality has increased by nearly 25 times, his height is close to that of an adult, and he possesses the physical strength and chakra volume of Shinin. Once the 8 meridians are opened and the physical abilities and mental energy are thoroughly blended in, Yan will directly have the shadow-level chakra volume. After 50 laps, Kai was exhausted, and Dai was just panting. Dai Akimbo looked at Kai, who was kneeling on the ground to be unlovable, and criticized, "Kai, you still need to work harder. Look at Renjia Yan. If you are not a ninja, you can insist on running around Konoha 50 times. Kai said tiredly, "Yes, father, I have to train tonight and run 10 laps around Konoha upside down." Sweat. It turns out that the handstand running around Konoha was Kai's creativity, but I thought it was passed down in a single vein. Yan smelled so bad that he needed to take a bath, and immediately said to Dai, "Uncle Dai, I'm going back." Dai said with surprise, "Yan, your performance today is awesome. Perhaps, I should consider teaching that access control technique to you." "What?" "Father, it won't work, it's a forbidden technique. If Yan cultivates, his life will be extremely dangerous." Kai was instantly resurrected with blood, got up from the ground, and retorted. Not only Kai, but Yan also resisted. The difficulty and danger of Beiman Dunjia's cultivation is very high. There is also a very important point. My name is Uchiha. Of course, I want to pretend to be cool and handsome, and I will travel all over the world with a handwritten round eye and a fire escape. How can you become a vulgar sweat? In case it becomes thick eyebrows in the future, my handsome face will be completely ruined. Dai solemnly said, "No, Kai, you know, I value the access control technique of 8-door Dunjia very much. If it is not for someone who is trustworthy and talented enough, I would not teach it." Kai was obviously influenced by the aura of Yan's father, with big eyes, and said blankly, "That's it." Yan said lightly, "Uncle Dai can really value me." Yan has made up his mind in his heart. After learning the first 3 of the 8, he will not learn it. After all, after learning the latter, he will definitely burst his clothes. After using it, there will be a long period of weakness, let alone the ultimate kill. Skills, dead ends, but the existence of one life for another life. No matter from which aspect, Beiman Dunjia does more harm than good to Yan. What's more, with Bajuan Jin, chakras will never be missing. With such chakras, more use of ninjutsu is the maximum. Chapter 9, Me Stupid Attacky. Chapter 9 Me Stupid Attacky. These days, Yan is practicing Bajuan Jin every day, working with Bing Liang pills, and his speed of practice is leaps and bounds. At the same time, he is also training his body and cultivating Beiman Dunjia. Nowadays, taking the pulse is also in the impact schedule, and everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. At this time, Yan has a chance to breathe. After carefully considering his own strength, and the infant god Attacky, the key to defeating Attacky within 4 years is how to draw Attacky out and then defeat him. Not to mention that Attacky is now in Fuyu's home, always under the protection of Mikoto. At any rate, he is also a shinobu, not Yan can contend. When Attacky is 1 year old, according to the original book, he will grow rapidly under Fuyu's training. Generally, he will not leave the house. If there is, Fuyu or the elite must be accompanied by him. Attacky followed Fuyu to the battlefield at the age of 4. After he was on the battlefield, he would find a chance to compete with him. There would be suspicion of malicious killing, which was extremely inappropriate. If the task cannot be completed, Renmai will be directly closed, and Yan's previous efforts will be in vain. However, when Yan Zhengzhou couldn't lead Itaki, the boy Bakugan appeared in front of him appropriately. Yan slowly approached Bakugan, feeling erratic. Bakugan obviously cast a shadow on Hiko, and said nervously, "Uchiha Hiko, what do you want to do? If you dare to do it, I will immediately call someone to protect me." Yan Zimei smiled and said, "Oh, even my name has been found out. You must find a chance to crush me." Bakugan swallowed his saliva and thought, "You have discovered this," but on the surface he said, "No, don't talk nonsense, my uncle, I just disdain. I don't want to beat you." The children's minds are very simple, Yan doesn't care at all, but Bakugan does have his effect, so Yan decided not to suppress him this time. Yan got close to Bakugan, so scared that he fell to the ground, and said with a gloomy face, "My stupid, weak little Bakugan, if you don't want me to crush you, just listen to me." Bakugan resisted and said, "No, my invincible Bakugan-sama will not succumb to you." Yan haha smiled, and the easiest way to deal with a child is to hit him. Don't. Boom. Under Yan Zhenji's iron fist, Bakugan was devastated. "Now you are not convinced?" "Served, I took it." Bakugan almost cried. Yan's current physical fitness is very painful even if he hits Bakugan with a weak fist. Seeing that the time was right, Yan proposed his ultimate goal, threateningly said, "If you don't want to continue being beaten, please help me lead Itaka here, don't hurry up." Bakugan was frightened and ran away. In the training ground of the Uchiha clan, Itaki earnestly trained the sword-throwing technique in his hand alone. I don't know why, Itaka has a very high talent for shuriken throwing. At 1 year old, he can master multiple shurikens to throw accurately. While he was concentrating, the sudden Bakugan flashed in front of him, and Bakugan said loudly, "Itaki, stop practicing, brother will take you to a fun place." Read more at wuxiax.com. After that, Bakumaru took advantage of his age to pull Itaki and ran to the place agreed with Yan. Itaki is only 1 year old this year, in a period of dim understanding, and he is still in the link of cognition about the things around him. Looking at the iconic horoscope pattern on Itaki's face, Yan thought to himself, "Why is Suzuki missing in the original work? Is he a real brother?" However, this does not prevent Yan from overthrowing, "Oh no, the dual plan." Yan said to the young Itaki, "I am a stupid, young, and ignorant, weak Itaki, you have to know that if I defeat you, you have to recognize me as the big brother." To Itaki, "My stupid brother? It's not only beautiful, it's amazing." Not surprisingly, the melon-eating crowd in the live broadcast room suffered a thunderstorm. "Asshole! How can you eat the cheap price of my Itaka god? Shit, you stinks!" Really, I only saw Itaka play with Wang Xiuozu in the past, but now I see the anchor playing with Wang Xiuozu's brother Itaki, I will see you in a long time. Visual inspection must be on fire, the front row occupies the building. Just for the anchor, I will give him a reward of 10 big jade spiral pills. Of course, this kind of words is still just loud thunder and little rain. The real local tyrants are not impressed. On the contrary, some Iron fans have contributed their precious cards, allowing Yan to reap a wave of popularity. The popularity of the live broadcast room has also increased from a fixed output of 100 per day to 10,000 people. Yan's purse was full of money, and after looking at the data, it was a huge sum of 19,050 popularity. Of course, when you know the price of the goods in the store, you are not sure whether it counts as a huge sum of money. In Itaka's small head, he was inexplicably repelled by this sentence, but it was so magical that it instantly remembered this sentence. "I don't understand well. You are a few years older than me. It's okay for me to call your brother," Itaka said innocently. Whether it is Hiko or Bakugan, he belongs to his tribe. Naturally closer. Yan didn't expect Itaka's mind to be so simple, and said with a guilty conscience, "No, you won't know each other if you don't fight." The acquaintance between men must be through battle. Itaka tilted his head and said cutely, "Is that true? After a fight, we are brothers." Hearing Itaka said that brother, Bakugan had a terrible cold, thinking of Yan's severe beating before, and now there are still shadows, and quickly said, "No, just knowing, nothing more." Yan hurriedly gave Bakugan a punch and stopped him. The rescuer said, "My stupid Bakugan, don't listen to him nonsense. After we have had a fight, you will be my brother. As an older brother, will protect my brother forever. I've had a fight with brother Bakugan before, now it's your turn." "Which boy is willing to be content?" Bakugan interrupted and said, "But I'm not convinced." The answer to him was Yan's righteous iron fist. "My fist is bigger than you." Yan really explained it in his heart at the moment, and he couldn't help but said, "Hey, Uchiha Take and Uchiha Octane are two old things, I can't play with you, but your descendants will all be played by me." Between applause. Next. The duel officially began. Ding, does the anchor start the quiz? Okay. What the hell, quiz? I rely on. Just as Yan was distracted, Itaka's shuriken came in the blink of an eye. Call out. Yan quickly turned to avoid, pulling away. The most important thing at the moment is this quiz. Dueling can be done at any time, but the quiz may be gone after this shop. Yan quickly checked the information about the quiz. The content of the quiz is very simple, it is nothing more than Yan or Itaka wins, or a tie between the two. The most important thing is that more than 1,000 people will guess and get a random lottery setting. The reward carousel ranges from Super S level ninjutsu, to shurikens and kunao in the usual rotten streets, and the number of them is probably more than 10,000. The most attractive thing for Yan is undoubtedly the eternal kaleidoscope closest to the line of sight and, the legendary Eye of Reincarnation that competes with the Reincarnation Eye. Yan prayed, "The guess is open, people who eat melons, give me some strength. Hope God bless, the Emperor of Europe possesses me and gives me rebirth." In a certain Fish Live broadcast room, the number of people participating in the quiz is rising rapidly. After all, the popularity of Itaka is still very high in my big celestial dynasty. It is easy to attract a wave of true love female fans, as well as the support of a group of die-hard fans. Although Yan is much stronger than Itaka, there are many more people who choose Itaka to win than choose Yan. Meow, it's not as popular as Itaka. My anchor failed a bit. Yan said helplessly, "If this is the case, let you go bankrupt, Chapter 10, God-level shuriken throwing. Chapter 10, God-level shuriken throwing. Ding, the number of guesses reached 1,000, congratulations to the anchor for winning the lucky draw ticket *1. If you have a coupon, you can use it, and you can open a package if you have it. This is Yan's consistent style. The pointer rotates at a speed beyond what is visible to the naked eye, and then slows down, dripping, past the fairy body, past the Lin family puppy's plate, past the Jade Reincarnation Eye, and finally landed on a purple icon. Ding, congratulations to the anchor for acquiring the God-level shuriken throwing technique. God shuriken throwing technique, hit the target 100%. I rely on. It is actually a God-level skill, you know, the shuriken throwing technique of the Uchiha clan is well known in the ninja world. Even children, such as Bakugan and Itaka, have to learn, but Yan has never had the opportunity to learn because of the restriction of his cheap dad. In the early stage, with such practical and installed skills, Yan was actually drawn by a lottery, and he was really possessed by the emperor. Thinking of this, Yan took out the shuriken his mother Mai Liang gave him. After acquiring the inheritance of the God-level shuriken throwing technique, the shuriken changed strangely in Hiko's eyes. This is a shuriken that can be injected into chakras, and there are dozens of shurikens hidden in it. Each shuriken has a small hole to attach the chakra thread. This should not be the beauty of mothers. Mr. Liang, the guy who eats, Yan secretly sighs the maternal love. Call out. Yan casually threw his mother's shuriken. The speed was so fast that Ataka couldn't even think of it, and it immediately pierced Ataka's eyes. No, X2. Who is Ataka? If Yan is killed by Yan, no one can afford it. This one was Bakugan's scream, and the other one seemed to be the scream of an NB member. Yan frowned, but didn't panic. That shuriken split into another one in an instant, and through the interaction of force and force, it bounced away. The two shurikens are divided into 4 shurikens, and through collision and deflection, they bend in an arc in the air and return to Yan's hands. What really surprised Yan was that there was an Anbu spying on him. How long had he been spying on him? What was the purpose? Is it possible that certain places were exposed? Ataka was frightened, his feet weakened, and he collapsed on the ground, but his natural calmness made him instantly recover, and a storm was set off in his heart. Yan's shuriken throwing technique is so strong. I really want to learn. At the same time, there was Bakugan who collapsed on the ground, and he was really frightened. I have never seen such a magical shuriken throwing technique. A few years later, when Bakumaru recalled this scene, he was still shocked and still fresh in his memory. That Anbu wore the iconic cat face mask and was 1.8 meters tall. In the eyes of Yan and others, he was almost a giant. He pulled off his mask, long silver white hair, ponytails, a special white armband on his left shoulder, and a chakra knife around his waist. Yan just can't remember a familiar face. Anbu said in an ordinary but majestic voice, "Boy, did you know that you almost killed your companion by mistake?" Yan confidently said, "I am quite confident in my shuriken and will not accidentally hurt Ataka." Anbu continued, "Blind self-confidence will lead to self-sufficiency, and the consequence of self-sufficiency is the unbearable pain of life." Read more at wuxiax.com. Yan doesn't know what his intentions are, but the people who eat melons in the live broadcast room are able to Baidu. Fuck, Konoha White Fang. The head of the 8-color legendary ninja, the father of Kadayan, Sakumo Hagiki. See you for a long time, the anchor may be able to lead us to a different Hokage. White Teeth 233333. Seeing the 4 characters Konoha White Teeth written in full on the barrage, Yan is still unclear where this is a contemporary myth. And what he said just now, isn't it the experience he has gained with great failure and death? Whether the companion is important or the secret mission is important, for any ninja, it is a choice that determines the destiny. White Fang undoubtedly chose a companion, but the failure of the secret mission caused Konoha and Yunrin to stalemate in World War II for 10 years. Calculating the time, he should be squeezed out by his companions. Bakugan reacted and said ignorantly, "I recognize you, you are Konoha Whitetooth. I heard Grandpa, Gigi, say about you, a very powerful ninja, but he puts too much emphasis on his companions and ignores the village. You are a fool. You're an idiot." Yan heard Bakugan's mouth and slapped his backhand, and said angrily, "In the world of ninjas, people who don't follow the rules are called trash. But people who don't value their companions, the waste is not as good. Does people who don't value their companions even waste it?" Brother Yan really knows a lot. When the same young Ataka heard Yan's great principles, he seemed to have heard the holy words. Those who don't follow the rules are rubbish, but those who don't value their companions are not as good as rubbish. Boy, you are really heroic, ha 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 ha, Sha Mao laughed. For a long time, he hadn't smiled like this. Shu Mao thought for a while, and it seemed that after a long thought, he made a seal with his hands and summoned a scroll. He said to Yan, "Little devil, you are a trustworthy person. Although you are still relatively young, you haven't become a ninja, but your insight and talent are amazing." In Shu Mao's eyes, there was a truth at this age that even he could not comprehend, and it was very powerful. And Yan's words enlightened him and also sent him a touch of comfort from strangers. As a family of samurai turned ninjas passed down from the Warring States period, they still retain the samurai's belief in pursuing salvation from within, and pin their hopes on fire. I see that your shuriken can be attached to chakras, and you should also know how to use chakras. I don't have a life to be able to handle, so I will teach you the swordsmanship of the Heiji family. I hope you don't bury the sword technique, and you must help me carry it forward. Sakumo thinks this way, and he also wants Hiko to become Konoha's new sprout. But obviously, the current Yan is quite low in strength, and teaching a knife that suits him can make up for the danger of insufficient combat power in the early stage. Many powerful ninjas may never find a suitable heir to pass on his ninjutsu for various reasons. For example, in the original work, the fourth generation did not teach Kakashi this technique because the God of Thunder was an unfinished technique and other reasons. Even with Kakashi's talent, he failed to inherit this powerful space-time ninjutsu. White Fang has been alive for a long time, and he knows what his son is like after seeing this situation a lot. Yan Shili stupidly agreed to Shu Mao. It stands to reason that the swordsmanship of the Kimura family is very leathery. Why did he pass it on to himself? It also seems that after White Fang committed suicide, Kakashi seldom showed sword skills and was a bachelor for decades. Damn, White Fang can foresee the future in advance. Think carefully. In fact, according to the eyes of the formation, Bai Fang has the insight to see other people's aptitudes, and it is easy to perceive the extraordinary of Chu Yan. Wait a minute, is it possible that White Fang is about to commit suicide? Yan exclaimed, Senior White Fang. But there was almost no one in front of him, and the white teeth that had passed by disappeared. Bakugan curled his lips and said, that Los, Senior left early. Yan looked at Bakugan and wanted to hit him, but he was no longer in the mood. Ding, congratulations to the anchor for completing the mission, defeating Attack head-on in 4 years. Ding, congratulations to the anchor for obtaining the permission to open the E-level mall. The setting sun on the horizon was red, large, scattered in the night. Yan Wei sighed slightly and said to Bakugan and Ataki, if your parents will go to battle with you in the future, they will receive a confidential task, but they will risk losing you. I think any parent will give up the confidential task. Itaka continued, similarly, if it is the 3 of us, Yan will give up the secret mission in order to protect us, right? Yan looked at Itaka with some surprise and encouraged him. On the other hand, Bakumaru squinted his eyes, held his head in both hands, and straightened and said, my parents are dead early. After speaking, Bakugan closed his eyes and prepared to be beaten. Unexpectedly, it didn't. Bakugan quickly turned around and found that Yan and Itaka had gone away. Yan and Itaka beckoned and shouted, Bakugan, I'm going back to eat. The 3 met soon, but because they didn't fight and didn't know each other, they have become brothers who trust each other. Perhaps they are too young and the concept of brothers is not clear, or there are fewer people in contact. They need a support. In short, the fetters are caused. This produces Chapter 11, Swordsmanship. Chapter 11, Swordsmanship. At night, in his house, Yan opened the scroll of the flagwood knife technique that Bai Fang gave him. This is a sword technique inherited from the war flag of the Mu family samurai. After the combination of white teeth and ninjutsu, a brand new and more powerful technique was born. In the original work, White Fang can cross the ninja realm by attaching an ordinary white blade to the chakra, and even obtain a Naruto rope armband with burning flames at the corner, which symbolizes the strength of the shadow class. The role of the flagwood knife method is beyond doubt. Such a powerful knife technique makes Yan a little difficult to choose. The group fan previously obtained from the system Novice Spree is a growth weapon, very cool. The sword technique obviously requires a ninja sword to be deployed, and is limited by height, so normal ninja swords cannot be used. The flagwood sword technique is divided into 3 parts, drawing sword technique, juhi cutting, and swallowing back. Offensive and defensive are integrated. With one move, the enemy can retreat even when attacked. The so-called sword drawing technique is to gather high-quality chakras among the blades, and use the strength of the wrists, arms, waist, and inner thighs to pull the blades out of a relatively static state and give the enemy a super powerful blow. White Fang can practice such a super powerful blow, and it is quite fatal to practice every knife that he usually shoots. At this moment, Yan's heart became eager. Such a powerful sword technique could greatly improve his strength before he could not refine chakra and practice ninjutsu. Previously, the battle with Itaki opened the E-level mall, and now is the time to check it out. Open the mall, which is divided into 5 areas: ninjutsu, illusion, physique, and special goods. The ones that can be exchanged are those at the bottom of the system. The only ninjas are Uchiha Short Blade, Kana Hirayaka, Ordinary Shuriken, Ordinary Kunao, Bingliang Guan, etc., while ninjutsu only has the most basic as for the 3-body technique and illusion technique. None of them are useful. What really caught Yan's attention was the special item, which showed a limited time sale and a 7-day countdown. Blood Succession Boundary, 1 Guyu Writing Round Eyes, Elementary Immortal Body, a small amount of Thunder Attribute Affinity, a small amount of Yin Attribute Affinity, etc. Psychic Contract, Giant Bull Psychic Beast Contract, Cheetah Psychic Beast Contract, Goshawk Psychic Beast Contract, etc. Yan doesn't know what his chakra attributes are for the time being, but as a Uchiha clan, the stronger the Yin attribute, the stronger the pupil power. Although he hasn't opened his eyes yet, there was such a call up last time, and it was only a miss. In the mall, the price of Yuguyu Shulunyan is 3,000 popularity value, which is more expensive, while the price of a small amount of female affinity is 300. Compared with the two, Yan chose the latter. The balance of the popularity value has also changed from 21,000 points to 20,700 points. The primary fairy body, the price is 10,000, can slightly improve the physical fitness, increase the quality of the chakra, increase the resistance to illusions, and the body's recovery ability is slightly increased. It can be said that it is a blood succession limit with all benefits and no harm. More importantly, what Yan lacks now is his physical fitness. The only downside is that the price is a bit expensive. The price of 10,000 yuan is half of Yan's estate. Read more at wuxiax.com. If you buy it early and enjoy it. The earlier you refine the chakra, the stronger your strength. Yan Xin was ruthless and bought it. Right now, Itaka has become his own little brother, but the genocide is not something that can be changed in a single sentence. The conflict between the family and the village will not be alleviated because of this. There will be a day when it will break out. Only with enough strength can there be enough right to speak. Yan never thought about becoming brothers with Itaki. If that day happened, it would be hard to imagine the parents, Bakugan and Itaki. We must not let this happen. Feeling the enhancement of the affinity between the body and the Yin attribute, and at the same time promoting the channeling of the 4th channel, Yan exhaled in satisfaction. In Bajuan Jin cultivation to the 4th vein, 1/10 of the chakra has been used by Yan, but it does not reflect the attributes of the chakra. It belongs to the chakra without attributes, and the amount of it is about the same as that of the same age. In other words, the amount of chakra in Yan's body is close to the amount that the elite can endure. Uchiha's short blade, the price is 30 points, can be attached to the chakra for a short time, and its durability is 30. It is basically used once and loses its durability. Yan stood with a knife, and the wind blew his sparse hair slightly, causing a leaf to float down. A knife was drawn, containing the blow of chakra, which smashed the leaves. The blood of the Uchiha clan makes Hiko, who hasn't awakened yet, also possesses extraordinary eyesight, accurately hitting the leaves in front of him. The accuracy is enough, but the control of the chakra is still not enough. The attachment of the chakra should be to make the blade sharper. As the durability decreased by 1, Yan entered the sage mode. Chakra's control is rough, there is no way, but fortunately, it has been released. Examining the sword drawing technique again, Yan worked hard to control the amount of chakra attached, and at the same time, he was highly concentrated, sharpening the shape of chakra bit by bit. Twisting against the gear-shaped chakra edge, it becomes flat, and the hole is sunken in, while facing the protruding part, it is retracted in the middle, and the two sides appear more prominent. With sweat dripping down, Yan finally made the shape of the chakra attached to his eyes smoother. Another leaf fell. Yan seized the opportunity. When the leaf fell in front of his eyes, the light of the knife flashed and the leaf was cut in half. Yes, finally got it done. Yan let the short blade to the ground, wiped the sweat stains on his forehead, walked over and picked up the leaf that he had cut into it. Very neat. In the following time, Yan patiently practiced his sword drawing technique over and over again. His proficiency rose rapidly, and even his control of chakra went to a higher level. Naoki, who came back from a mission late, just happened to ran into Hiko, who had just finished his practice, and he said angrily, "Smelly boy, don't sleep with me at night, and secretly practice with my Liang without telling me." Yan was shocked. This cheap dad never taught him any ninjutsu, nor did he instruct him in his practice. It seems that for Yan, becoming an ordinary person is the most suitable. Naoki rushed over, grabbed Yan's ear, and slapped the pink ass. "I call you to practice, I call you to practice." Yan let out a scream that shook the sky, and cried vaguely, "I didn't, you fake father, mother my Liang, please help." The most gentle to children, often the mother who is like water. My Liang couldn't help but Hiko's scream, rushing out, persuading him, "Naoki, don't beat him, I let him practice." Hearing his wife My Liang's voice, Naoki didn't go down, holding Hiko, and said politely, "Ninjas are as powerful as the first and second generations, and they will inevitably die of war. They are ordinary people. Things go through. I don't want Yan to live on the brink of death in the future." My Liang sighed slightly, and said to himself, "But if there is no strength, ordinary people will not have the strength to stop it in the face of natural and man-made disasters. What's more, you and I know that the big countries are madly annexing small countries, and Shinobu is also so. If this goes on, the war will break out again sooner or later." Chapter 12, Frank. Chapter 12 Frank. Smack. Naoki released his hand holding Hiko, and Hiko fell to the ground. Naoki choked a little speechlessly, "Did the great elder let you?" My Liang did not answer immediately, but turned around, turned his back to Naoki and Hiko, and said tremblingly, "The family cooperated with the roots in order to be the center of power in the village and suppressed a group of villages and small countries." Naoki scolded, "Damn old thing, are you crazy? What kind of organization is the root? Does he Uchiha Octane still have no idea?" Yan, who was on the side, kept silent, recalling the collision with Bakugan that day. His mother gave her a shuriken, and then left with the elder. She was afraid to do this? As a dead member of the family, even if you have a family, you still have to shoulder a mission to fight thousands of miles away. Yan said sincerely, "Mother My Liang, I will definitely practice seriously. One day in the future, I will protect you and the cheap dad." Naoki looked at Hiko with a complicated expression. As a father, he naturally hoped that his son would start practicing as early as possible, become an enviable genius, and grow up to become a ninja who can be alone. On the other hand, he knows the eye-opening conditions of kaleidoscope writing round eyes, but he does not want Yan to open his eyes and even embark on the path of a ninja. The Uchiha clan bears the curse of hatred and destiny. Every Uchiha's opening of eyes means hatred. The opening of every pair of kaleidoscopes will be accompanied by the death of their loved ones. Every time Naoki opens the kaleidoscope to right the wheel, he can feel his power, and he has secretly used his power, but after using it once, Naoki has never used it. Because every use will consume the eyesight of the eyes. Naoki didn't dare to imagine how he would face Miyoshi Hiko when he went blind one day. Once the kaleidoscope is shown to the world, there will be countless attacks, and the manipulation of the nine-tailed pupil technique is the existence of every careerist. For Hiko, it is unimaginable for Naoki to be strong enough to protect him and Mai Liang, and he is unwilling to have such a situation. Naoki closed his eyes, trying to establish a majestic image of his father, but in his heart he really loved whether Ai Yan had been hurt. His face was blushing and he couldn't say a word. Fortunately, Mai Liang stepped forward in time, hugged Yan, and said with a soft smile, "Good boy, will mommy make you a good meal?" Yan knows that Mai Liang is changing the subject. Although he wants to know the truth, Yan really enjoys his mother's embrace. Yan in the previous life also loved his parents very much, but after crossing, he did not have the opportunity to repay them. In that case, I will guard the cheap father and mother Mai Liang in this life. Yan made up his mind that no one could hurt his parents. Silent all night, when Yan woke up the next day, he found a scroll made by Chakra left beside the bed, which wetted his eyes. This belated scroll is undoubtedly Naoki's compromise and a heavy father's love. Read more at wuxiax.com. The only regret is that Yan hasn't practiced to the point of perfecting Chakra at this time, and this scroll is temporarily not available. Pattern. Pushing open the wooden door, you can see that it is Hiko's father, Naoki Uchiha. Naoki put his hands on his hips and said with great dignity, "Hiko, today I will teach you how to refine Chakra for my father. This is the first step to becoming a ninja." To be honest, even though Yan came into contact with the ninja late, as long as he continues to practice, he can still get the ninja, and then let him perform the safest task, just play it as a game, right? In Naoki's heart, he hoped that Yanlian would not know what Chakra was, and that he would live a life in a dull life. Yan Ma slipped up, and it didn't take long for him to start suddenly. Because Yan suddenly remembered that Bajuanjin hadn't completed his practice yet, so Chakra could not be extracted for the time being. When he came to his backyard, Naoki taught Hakoto's knowledge that Hiko was already familiar with, and he practiced it personally, and signaled Hiko to come. Naoki glanced at it secretly and said proudly, "The first time you refine chakras, don't panic, it will take as long as it takes. Dad and me, it only took 1 hour at the beginning, and my aptitude is mediocre. If you want, it's only 2 hours." Khan, successfully refined in an hour, can be said to be extremely talented. No wonder he was able to awaken the kaleidoscope when he was 30 years old. But, if Naoki knew that Yan could not extract chakra within a few months, I'm afraid his lungs would blow up, right? Yan held hope in Bajuanjin, so he didn't try to refine the chakra. Taking advantage of Naoki's carelessness, he secretly put a grain pill in his mouth, gathering chakras and attacking the fourth vein and vein. Since yesterday's exchange for the elementary fairy body, the blockage of the fourth channel of the meridian has been loosened a lot, and within today, the impact can be completed for a long time. The still familiar routine, the spiritual power envelopes the light blue chakra, digging the clogged veins bit by bit. Naoki, who was observing from the side, found that Hiko had a chakra fluctuation soon. It seemed that the amount was not small. He sat up from the recliner in surprise and thought, "Good boy, it seems that it should be extracted in 30 minutes, right?" Time passed slowly, 30 minutes passed, and Naoki's chakra fluctuations continued steadily. Naoki Ken Hiko has not succeeded yet, there are some doubts, but he still believes that his son will succeed. 1 hour passed. Naoki was a little worried. 2 hours passed. Naoki was a little discouraged. 5 hours passed. Naoki left with a black face. Not long after he left, there was only the last layer of film clogged in the veins. Yan couldn't help being excited and rushed directly. "The fourth channel has a pulse, open." I didn't care about the blood stains after the blood vessel was finally wiped. Yan shook his arms and shouted, "Cool." Naoki, who had left for a short time, turned around and heard Yan Jingtian's sound, and he fainted with anger, foaming in his mouth and said, "Cheating." After completing his practice, Yan jumped over the wall and left the house, went straight all the way, and found Bakugan. At this time, Bakugan has reached the age of attending a ninja school. In order for Bakugan to get the first name in the freshman evaluation, he stepped up to train. Yan's arrival gave him a reason to relax. Who is in charge of the dead men of our family, Bakugan, do you know? Yan heard. Damn, do you know the dead men? Yan, did your mother tell you? It is not shy to say that my grandfather is in charge of the dead men in the family, and this right does not even have the patriarch, Bakugan. I was surprised at first, and then said very proudly. As the grandson of Uchiha Octane, the early death of his parents made Octane even more valued Bakugan and hoped that Bakugan would take over his power and status. It's true that I want to get rid of my mother My Liang's deceased status, Yan said word by word. It's impossible. You will be a dead man for a day and a dead man for life. Moreover, the dead man is an unregistered ninja, an invisible blade in the family. If it weren't for your father, Naoki, he would have a high merit. Your mother escaped from the life of a dead man, Bakugan stated the facts deadly. When he saw Yan's fist with the light blue chakra attached, he quickly shut his mouth. Chapter 13, Uchiha Hiko vs Orochimaru, above. Chapter 13 Uchiha Hiko vs Orochimaru, above. In the live broadcast room, the people who eat melons still have a conscience about morality. Although My Liang is not our mother, the maternal brilliance she possesses cannot be ignored. It's so beautiful, it's a dead man, my goddess Hey. We must get rid of My Liang's status as a dead man. How can I make my mother suffer? +1x refresh. Yan has never thanked the melon-eating people in the live broadcast room, because he had never done a live broadcast in his previous life, and was only a melon-eating people who watched the live broadcast. Only now have I discovered that the live broadcast is actually an interaction between the anchor and the audience. Ding Quest release, removal of My Liang's status as a dead man. Time control, 6 months. Task completion reward, control scroll of chakra line. Mission failure reward, god level shuriken throwing technique disappears. Okay, now I have to add one. The audience is the anchor's parents. The evil taste Yan suddenly thought, since the unity of the people who eat melons is the task of the system, if they want me to do that kind of thing, I can't afford the punishment of failure. Drive to the women's bathhouse? I am afraid that his reputation will be damaged, although Yan also wants to experience it. After all, he is still a virgin. Going to fight pain early? If there is such a task, Yan will definitely bear the punishment of failure directly, so he doesn't have to die, right? It seems that this can only be done. Yan made up his mind to guide the audience in the future, write a copy of the core socialist values every day, and resolutely avoid being maliciously induced by the audience. From Bakugan, I learned that Octane Uchiha was in charge of the dead man, and at the same time he had a book of contract hidden in his hand, which was the key to restricting My Liang. Even Bakugan doesn't know where to put this book, except for Uchiha Fudake and Uchiha Octane. Since it is a book of contract, there must be a seal, and Yan doesn't know what seal it is. At this time, the only person who can teach her own sealing technique should be the Ashimaru. As for why not find the book of contract first, and then let Ashimaru crack it? Think about Ashimaru's almost terrifying control. Which one of Toyu, Shigeo, and Kagaya in the original book is not devoted to him? With this book of contract, I want Bayan to be controlled to death. Dashimaru's technique of reincarnation without a corpse is not unexpected, it is in progress, and this conclusion can be drawn from his previous words. What is interesting to Oshimaru, is it likely to be used as a container for the first generation of reincarnation, right? Therefore, the stronger Yan's talent is, the more Ashimaru will pay more attention to Yan, and for the same reason, the more he can't wait to want Yan's body. Following the signal left by Ashimaru, Yan came to an unmanned underground base outside the village. It was still that dim laboratory, but the screaming person turned into a big snake pill. Read more at wuxiax.com. Ah! Dashiwan's body was filled with various tubes, filled with large strands of unknown liquid. The chest and limbs were swollen and deformed, and they were fixed on the bench, but the bench suddenly collapsed. Feeling Yan's breath, Dashiwan forcefully endured the pain, turned over, and the snake looked at Yan. Yan, who seemed to be stared at by a snake, was sweaty, and said in fear, "Ashimaru! Your lord, I'm here for you." Dashiwan lowered her voice and said angrily, "Didn't you say that you are not allowed to come to me before the chakra is refined? Get out!" Dashimaru's reaction was like a delusion, strong in the outside and dry in the middle. Now if he shoots, it will definitely inflict fatal damage on him. Of course, the consequence is that Yan declares his death. Yanyu seeks the Ashimaru and seeks skin from the tiger. The most important thing is trust. Ashimaru-sama, are you strengthening your physique? I have a family secret technique that can permanently improve chakra and strengthen your physique. Before the chakra was refined, Yan could not worship Uncle Snake for the time being, but it would be advisable to cooperate with Dashimaru. However, Ashimaru obviously did not expect that Yan would actually have this hand, and said suspiciously, "Write down the secret technique, I will check it, and after writing it, you can leave." Yan did as he did while observing the state of Dashuan. After a while, Dashuan's physical condition improved a bit. The swollen protrusions disappeared a lot. He walked over, looked at Yan, and said with a complicated expression, "Let's talk, what do you want?" With Ashimaru's wisdom, of course, it can be imagined that Yan did not take advantage of his mobile hand, but instead gave him what he needed most at the moment, and he definitely wanted him. Yan stopped writing, sorted out his emotions, and said, "I want you to teach me the sealing technique." Unexpectedly, Dashimaru stopped and said, "Little devil, the most important thing for you now is to practice physique, ninjutsu, and illusion, not seal technique. What's more, you can't even refine chakra perfectly, so why don't you practice physique?" Yan can't deny Ashimaru's criticism of his own combat power. However, now that he is equipped with Bajuan Jin, God-level shuriken throwing skills, and flagwood sword drawing skills, his strength has surpassed Xiaren. The only regret, still it is limited by age. The Uchiha's short blade, which was pinned to his waist, was pulled out. Hiko had already set his posture to fight Oshimaru. Dashiwan was taken aback for a moment, but soon said with a contemptuous smile, "Are you being looked down upon? Just to show you why I am called Sunin. The nth friar in the live room. Damn, is the anchor strong enough to fight Uncle Snake? To die for the live broadcast effect. Don't look at Ashimaru's current weakness. After all, it is Sunin, and the combat experience is not something that the anchor can match. What if the car overturned? The real bar upstairs is possessed. No matter how the barrage is screened, the quiz has been unquestionably started. Suddenly, a large amount of popularity has been introduced, and the number of quizzes easily surpassed 1,000. However, to Yan's disappointment, this time, it takes 2,000 people to participate in order to draw the lottery. Consciousness escaped from the live broadcast room and returned to the main body. Yan held a knife and gathered chakras. His inner thighs tightened, his waist twisted, his hands pressed, and his wrists turned up. Draw a knife. The light blue chakra knife flashed, and the speed was so fast that Dashimaru smacked his tongue secretly. However, Ashimaru's physique skills were fast and violent, and easily escaped Yan's carefully prepared blow. He mocked, "Does Konoha White Fang's knife cut? It's a pity that you only learned the fur." The man is fighting. With Yan's serial offensive, there is plenty of ridicule, and the strength is evident. Call out. While Ashimaru was jumping in the air, Yan quickly threw out the chakra shuriken. Is it only such a degree? Oshimaru smiled contemptuously, but the next moment, it really surprised him. The shuriken is attached to the chakra, and dozens of shurikens suddenly split up half a meter away from the Ashimaru. This is the entity. Based on years of experience in fighting on the battlefield, Ashimaru immediately understood this trick and used a stand-in technique to dodge. The shuriken pierced into the wood, and the attack failed. The breeze blew on Yan's back. He hesitated for a second. Draw a knife. The short blade slashed, still a phantom. Cough cough, Shiwan coughed lightly, a few meters away from Yan. Yan stopped fighting and wanted to greet Oshimaru. Go on, I want to see how big your instrument is. However, the answer to him was the blood of a fighting fanatic. Chapter 14, Uchiha Hiko vs Orochimaru, Bottom. Chapter 14 Uchiha Hiko vs Orochimaru, Bottom. Shimaru sticks out a long tongue with a sharp blade attached to it. Approaching at high speed, Yan is forced to block with a knife. Ping pong pong. Waving around, Uchiha's short blade broke into 5 pieces. Oshimaru said with interest, Hey, Yan, you don't have any weapons now, how should you deal with it? Yan secretly said that it is not good, he does not know how to do ninjutsu. Facing the endless stream of methods, there is nothing to do. Buying Uchiha's short blade out of thin air will definitely be suspected, so you can only rely on the shuriken left on the stand-in wood. Yan shouted angrily, ran toward the gap on the side of Yuan, and smashed with his fist. Dashimaru didn't dodge, grabbed Yan's fist, and flew out. Yan, who had been prepared for a long time, attached chakra to his hands and feet, eliminated a lot of recoil, and bounced directly toward the position of the shuriken. Successful! Yan picked up the shuriken, and the god-level shuriken throwing technique was activated. There were dozens of shurikens suddenly changed. Accompanied by the interaction of force and the deviation of angle, a storm of shurikens was formed in the narrow and long room. Shimaru did not anticipate this sudden change. Even if he retreated, it was too late, and his body was scratched in many places. Wind escape * coercion. The wind attribute chakra erupted, forming a very oppressive storm, blowing away the shurikens around. Oshimaru wiped the blood stains from his mouth, and said with fear and envy, as expected of Hiko, you are the ninja I have ever seen to play shuriken, far more than Uchiha's kin. Unfortunately, you don't seem to have awakened Shaoyuan Yan yet. Dashawan's hands were sealed, an illusion was cast on Yan, and he coughed slightly. Yan was trapped in the operation. Naraku Kanshu, B-level ninjutsu, can make the practitioners dream about the things they fear most. Illusion is also one of Yan's shortcomings. Before learning and opening his eyes, his ability in this area is almost zero. Fortunately, at this time, the live room participated in the guessing and reached 2013. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a lucky draw ticket. Use. It's all done with it. On the big turntable, the slender pointer was spinning frantically, and finally landed on the icon of elementary illusion resistance. Talent +1, Naraku sees the illusion automatically invalid. Read more at wuxiax.com. Hiko, who recovered his sanity, frightened Ashimaru. It's impossible. You only came into contact with chakra not long ago, and you forced me to use the avatar technique and the pheasant's sword. Although my experiment failed, it should be your limit. Why, you can even unlock the illusion, this not scientific. Yuan, who has been pursuing science and immortality all his life, was still only an adult in his 20s at this time. He was not an old venomous snake in the original work. He was too savvy and shocked by Yan. Yan was upset at the moment, and proudly said, there is nothing impossible. Although I have not yet refined the chakras and have not practiced illusionism, it does not mean that my talent for illusionism is poor. You know, my last name is Uchiha. The atmosphere fell silent for a while. The surroundings were the appearance after being destroyed by the shuriken, the scattered instruments, the wanton flow of culture fluid, and the curtain that blocked a large number of human subjects not far away also fell. In his previous life, Yan also watched many science fiction and horror movies. It stands to reason that he should have a certain degree of immunity when he sees these people who are unclothed and put in a petri dish, but he still vomits. Oshimaru smiled evilly, and said teasingly, "Yeah, I almost forgot, Yan, you haven't even killed anyone. I am so weak, I am afraid that I can't hold on to a real enemy." The human experiment was noticed by Yan. Dashimaru has no concerns. In his opinion, Yan is very young and easy to control. Not many people listen to what he says. More importantly, Yan will be the first person to be reincarnated without a corpse. Experimental body. The melon-eating people in the live broadcast room have already been frightened by this scene. Really, Uncle Snake is really perverted. This kind of human experiment is really against morality. It's so exciting. After watching it, my roommate vomited 3 times, and all the barbecue I just ate in came out. Daily life has changed to horror and suspense. I want to quit the live broadcast room. It is said that Uncle Snake's reincarnation technique is about to be completed at this time. I think the anchor is so like Sasuke in the original book. I rub. This person's comments surprised Yan. Isn't my physical fitness, chakra volume, Uchiha's blood, and the act of voluntarily casting the door? Isn't it right? The so-called teacher-student friendship is only a little bit in Uncle Snake. The teacher sent him to Zishin, and the apprentice Sasuke wanted to seize his body. To be honest, Yan didn't want to get close to Dashyuan at all, but he couldn't reverse the task set by the crowd. Wait until the awakening kaleidoscope. Drop the big snake pill every minute. It is as simple as drinking water. However, the revolution has not yet succeeded. After Yan recovered, his body was abnormally exhausted, and he knew the effects of these subjects, but he still said, "Why do adults collect so many corpses?" Oshimaru carefully observed Hiko, as if he was praising his greatest masterpiece, and said, "I am studying a technique called immortal reincarnation, which allows the operator to gain immortality." Yan followed Dashimaru's thoughts and said, "Is the price of taking away other people's bodies?" "Hiko, you know too much." Oshimaru looked at Yan in front of him with fear. Hiko, who has just entered the ranks of ninja training, already has the mind and talent that hurt him when he is weak. At the same time, he has also lost the fear of Oshimaru. This is what Oshimaru is most worried about. Yanzi said eloquently, "To become a disciple of Oshimaru, one of the 3 forbearances, one must have the corresponding strength." At this time, Oshimaru had not yet broken with the 3 generations, and still retained a trace of teacher-student friendship. For a while, he was quite tempted by the disciple Yan said. Oshimaru said without any emotion, "Yuako, you passed my test. After you refine the chakra, I will personally teach you ninjutsu and sealing, and at the same time, I will announce to the village that you are my Orokai disciple of Maru. Ding, the task is completed with the teacher Dashyuan. Congratulations to the anchor for getting started with chakra microcontroller. Dashimaru's teaching ability is not as bad as imagined, but Jiraiya also teaches genius among geniuses, such as Nagato, Heifeng Mizuman, and Naruto, the son of destiny. In contrast, it will appear to be inferior, but Sasuke Samsara is also very powerful in the fairy pocket in the later period of the original book. The introduction of chakra microcontroller will make the attachment of chakra easier and more regular, and the power of drawing swords will be even higher. Double happiness came. Yan couldn't help but shout, "Yes!" In terms of strength, Yan, who has a variety of methods, can defeat ordinary Syaren and enter the ninja school. Even if he does not pass ninjutsu or illusion, he is 100% a brother. Chapter 15, Matere Red Beans. Chapter 15, Matere Red Beans. Since the last time I discussed with Dashimaru, Yan deeply realized his shortcomings and practiced with Bakugan and Ataki at the training ground every day. The cultivation of the 5th channel of Yin Chiao channel is also on the agenda. Yan is very much looking forward to what an abundant state will be when all the 8 channels of the Chi Meridian are opened up, which should be comparable to the Shiu Gate of Beiman Dunjia. Bajuanjin and Beiman Dunjia can be used at the same time, This is through Yan's experiment. The former has incomparable repair cells and lasting chakra effects, while the latter brings faster and stronger potential release and attack methods. The two complement each other. With super strong physical skills, combined with the sword technique of Hagaki Ryu, and the god-level shuriken throwing technique drawn by the system, Yan already has the strength to compete with Zhongren. The only thing missing is the combat experience that cannot be obtained for the time being. Both Itaki and Bakugan were thrown far away by Yan. The consequence of this is that only Yan can feed them, and Yan's combat experience is exhausted after several battles. Itaki's combat IQ is amazing. For several times, Yan relied on the miraculous shuriken throwing technique, and achieved thrilling victories. This also made Itaki more determined to learn shuriken crazy. As for Bakugan, compared to the amazing Yan and Itaki, they behaved very generally, mainly relying on the weak advantage of age, and they have a little right to speak. Today is the day of enrollment in ninja school. The elder Uchiha Octane had no time to deal with Bakugan, and Bakugan's parents died young, so Yan took Itaki together and set up the scene for Bakugan. A loli dressed in a red fishnet costume teased the three Hakatos and said, "Hee, look at those Uchiha's little ghosts, don't they have their parents to pick them up? And, seems to be just 1 year old, right? How come to sign up?" Yan did not expect that before entering the gate of the ninja school, someone would start making trouble, cleared his throat, and said loudly, "First, of the three of us, only Bakugan has reached the age to go to ninja school. Second, we are the brothers of Bakugan, we pick him up and take him in the same way as our parents. Third, what are we going to do with you doesn't matter." Lolita's smile was even more obvious. She mocked and said, "Boy, since you are not yet age, just go back. If you don't have the strength, don't come here. Besides, you are obviously an orphan by the two little brothers." Right. Orphan, naturally refers to Bakugan. Bakugan's hair covered his eyes, and he was stabbed at the pain point in public. When he was only 4 years old, tears could not stop streaming. Itaki on the side discovered for the first time that Bakugan, who refused to accept it, had such a weak side. Yan patted Bakugan on the shoulder and comforted him softly. His brother was humiliated in public, and this hatred had to be avenged. The loli in front of me was never acquainted. It was obvious that she was maliciously targeting her three. There were not many people in the village who dared to confront Uchiha head-on. Combining with the fact that Oshimaru announced to the outside world that Yan was his disciple, Yan immediately knew who he was in front of him. Yan took 2 steps forward and said to the arrogant Lori, "Kainaha's descendants, it is shameful to have someone like you who is arrogant and unreasonable." Lori was startled and secretly said, "This kid in front of me sees through my identity? This is impossible, it must be a temptation." Read more at wuxiax.com. Atsuki posed for a fighting stance, a snake wrapped around her arm, and said impatiently, "Hey, what are the colors of Konoha, what are you talking about? If you want to support that kid and defeat me, Mitere Atsuki." What the hell? Yan suddenly involved a blind spot of knowledge. Isn't Mitere Zixiao one of the 8 colors of Konoha? In the live broadcast room, a group of melon-eating people Chow Yan threw out contemptuous suffering. The 8 colors of Konoha: Golden Glitter, Night Dancer, White Fangs, Orange Water Princess, Green Seedling Fairy, Blue Beast, Mitere Purple Sky, Red Sunset. The above-mentioned characters are all real, but Konoha is just the nickname of our Naruto fans. Forgive the anchor for his wit. The corner of Yan's mouth was disturbed by those wrong memories before. However, Hungda's self-identification also proved Yan's guess. Lori was startled and secretly said, "This kid in front of me sees through my identity? This is impossible, it must be a temptation." Atsuki posed for a fighting stance, a snake wrapped around her arm, and said impatiently, "Hey, what are the colors of Konoha, what are you talking about? If you want to support that kid and defeat me, Mitere Atsuki." What the hell? Yan suddenly involved a blind spot of knowledge. Isn't Matere Zixiao one of the 8 colors of Konoha? In the live broadcast room, a group of melon-eating people chow Yan throughout contemptuous suffering. The 8 colors of Konoha: Golden Glitter, Night Dancer, White Fangs, Orange Water Princess, Green Seedling Fairy, Blue Beast, Matere Purple Sky, Red Sunset. The above-mentioned characters are all real, but Konoha is just the nickname of our Naruto fans. Forgive the anchor for his wit. The corner of Yan's mouth was disturbed by those wrong memories before. However, Hongdu's self-identification also proved Yan's guess. Matere Ajaki, the first disciple of Ashimaru in the original work, his uncle, Matere Zixiao, is the former head of the Dark Department, an almighty ninja, only lost to Konoha White Fang. Taking out Uchiha's short blade from his waist, Hiko didn't mind teaching Atsuki a lesson. Atsuki smiled triumphantly. He took the bait in his heart, and narrowed his eyes and said, "Little devil, it's meaningless to try this way, it's better to make a bet. The real purpose is here." Yan was funny in his heart. Hongdu thought that the 10-year-old Yan was an ordinary person who knew nothing. He was the first pig to be slaughtered, but he didn't know that Yan was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Yan nodded and said yes. Atsuki Bean seemed to have won, and said, "If you lose, you have to take the initiative to admit that it was you who tricked Master Dashimara to accept you as a disciple." Yan asked, "Then what if you lose?" "Impossible, kid. That's not necessarily true. In case you lose, I don't want you to do such a vicious thing, just call me Brother Yan." I don't know where Hongdu is, Yan is liking her. His cheeks suddenly become blushing, and angrily said, "Go to death. Shul King Snake Hand." Yan has not had time to sigh the girls in Naruto world, they have matured so early, and a few poisonous snakes have already rushed to his eyes. Drawing a sword. A trick that was already familiar to the heart, from the thigh to the wrist, the blue knife light flashed, and the poisonous snake was cut into 2 pieces and scattered on the ground. Seeing that his newly learned ninjutsu was broken by Yan, Atsuki asked, "Sword extraction? Isn't this Uncle White Fang's move? Where did you steal it?" Yan coldly snorted, and said, "Sakuma Hagaki is destined to me and taught me the Hagaki sword technique. I hope I will not bury it." "Why, do you have any opinions?" "Enough, don't mess around here anymore." A familiar and majestic voice reached everyone's ears and ended the farce. The white robe and the red Naruto hat are already fried in the live broadcast room. Chapter 16, A Battle from Red Beans. Chapter 16, A Battle from Red Beans. Damn, 3 generations of Hokage. Hurry up and watch. Haha, 3 generations of old man. Although he looks wretched and has a weak personality, he likes to peep, but at any rate he is the longest Hokage in office. No matter how you look upstairs, it's hurting Sarutobi-san, vomit +1. I actually saw 3 generations who were in their prime of life. This momentum is much stronger than the original. Looking at the constantly updated barrage on the screen and the frenzied rise in popularity, Yan had to sigh that the stronger the ninja and the higher the status, the more attention he received, and he severely harvested a wave of popularity. Now Yan's popularity value balance has reached 21,000 points. After this wave of popularity, the live broadcast level has successfully risen to level 2. Ding! Congratulations to the anchor for being promoted to level 2 and getting the level package *1. Ding! The new weekly mall sale has been updated. Yan wanted to check the store's updates immediately. The growth gained from the first purchase was very tempting. And the level gift package is still open as soon as there is, and it is unambiguous. Ding! Congratulations to the anchor for obtaining the B-level ninjutsu extinguishing the fire. Extinguished the fire? Isn't that the ninjutsu used by Madara in the original work? In the hands of Madara, who was reincarnated from the filthy land, the power of the technique was upgraded from B to S, and its range and fire volume were comparable to 10 water escape ninjas, releasing the A-level ninjutsu waterfall. On the other hand, Madara is a huge chakra, and the other is a strong chakra control ability, both of which are capable of. Yan is not yet able to refine chakras perfectly, so such highly growing ninjutsu cannot be used immediately, just as a hungry wolf is tied to his hands and feet, and he can almost touch the flesh. It's uncomfortable, ma fi fei. Turning his gaze back to reality, the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi, after criticizing the farce of Hiko and Materai Ajiki, began a formal performance. 3 generations of Naruto stood at the gate of the ninja school and said magnificently, "Dear new students, I am the principal of the ninja school and also the Naruto of Naruto Ninja Village. Konoha is not just an organization for me. Every year, Ye gives birth to many ninjas who fight and sacrifice to protect the village and their loved ones. Even if the people in the village are not related by blood, they are also very important family members to me. As long as there is a place where leaves fly, the fire will burn. The shadow of the fire will shine on the village, and let the new leaves sprout. When you want to protect yourself as a cherished person, the true power of the ninja will be shown. This is what I hope you can carry, will of fire." At the end of the 3 generations of speeches, all the new and old students were shocked by this powerful speech. Konoha at this time was in its golden age, and there were as many as several film class powerhouses, crushing any shinobu village in the same period, and it was the first shinobu village deservedly. Is the will of fire to protect the people and villages you cherish? Yan secretly thought, once the so-called bond occurs, it is indeed like a contract, connecting your most precious people and things. Then my most precious things are my Liang, Naoki, Itaki, and Bakugan, right? Shiraya's kindness to Hiko's encounter is also very touched. Since he is leaving, no, I can't let this happen. Read more at wuxiax.com. Now that I have come to this world, it shows that I have the ability to change the trajectory of my destiny. Konoha's white fangs, half of Yan's mentor, just died like this, what a pity. Must persuade Sakumoheiji to live. In a short morning, many things happened. Bakugan, accompanied by Yuhiko and Itaki, found a trace of the warmth that their parents were still there, held back tears of happiness, waved goodbye to the 2, and entered the ninja school. This scene entered the eyes of the 3 generations. The 3 generations are behind the scenes, holding a big cigarette holder, and sighing, these 2 Uchiha little ghosts are not easy to hear. Itaki is the son of Uchiha Tomi Take, and the other is noble. The identity is unknown, the talent is very good. Turning to sleep, Koharu coldly hummed aside, the more talented the Uchiha family, the more harmful they will be to the village. The originally tough 3 generations also had to persuade them tactfully. Uchiha has made a huge contribution to Konoha after all, and I hope the 2 can get along well. Turning to bed, Koharu knocked on the table and reminded loudly, the Uchiha clan people have always wanted to regain their due status, but their blood inherits the limit, and they are destined to be a group of evil people. 3 generations smoked a cigarette holder heavily, and slowly said, I see. Order, investigate the identity of the kid just now. A dark part of a black costume squatted to the outside of Hokage's window, accepted the order, and then left. Yan, who is being threatened by red beans, does not know that he has been targeted by the most authoritative people in this village, and said disdainfully, Ajiki beans, right? Our battle is not over yet, now go to the training ground to do a pa, how about it? Fortunately, the word O was not sent out, otherwise the viewers in the live broadcast room would have to swipe the screen to drive again. However, Hongdu's figure and appearance are quite good. Although he is not open, he is beginning to take shape. In addition, the field is also very exciting. Hongdu said unconvincedly, come on, whoever is afraid of whom, the gambling will continue. Yan Evil smiled and said quickly, hee, if that's the case, then follow me. After speaking, Yan ran away with chakra attached to his legs. The speed was so fast that he opened a distance of several meters in the blink of an eye. Damn devil, he used this to humiliate me. Hongdu turned into anger from embarrassment, and his face flushed. He could only rely on his long legs to keep up with Yan Yan. Da Shiwan is a master at playing snakes, and Adzuki Beans naturally inherited this, controlling the fastest snake, quietly entwining one of Yan's legs. Call out. God-level shuriken throwing technique is activated. The shuriken cut off the snake's head in a single piece, and turned back into Yan's hands through the bounce between the shurikens, like a rainbow. After finishing this, Yan turned his head and smiled evilly at Hongdu. Hateful. He couldn't catch up, and he couldn't go back. After eating anger, the red bean was cruel, and shouted, "Little devil, stop for me." The red bean is going crazy, which is exactly what Yan hoped. A girl with a personality like Hongdu can't make her feel very comfortable, otherwise, she will look down on you. Duel right here. Hongdu has realized that Yan is not simple, from the previous dry fight to the concept of duel. Are you serious? But you still can't beat me, Xiao Hongdu. Yan whispered. Suddenly, the shuriken thrown by the red bean pierced straight over. These simple feints couldn't be more obvious. Another reason why Yan fought with Adzuki Beans is to learn combat experience. As a disciple of Ashimaru, Hongdu will definitely be drawn to participate in the mission while at the ninja school. The mission cannot avoid fighting, and this is exactly what Yan lacks. Pull out Uchiha's short blade smoothly, attach the chakra, and cut the shuriken into 2 even pieces. The next moment, Hongdu was already close to her body, swept her legs, tripping Yan to the ground. The venomous snakes that had been prepared around him approached at the same time, trying to control Yan. Damn it, I suffered a big loss. Chapter 17, Extinguish the Fire but Show Off. Chapter 17 Extinguish the Fire but Show Off. Under the crisis, Yan broke out a large number of chakras in his body. ZZ. This is the sound of thunder and lightning. Yan opened his eyes in surprise. After more than a year, he has finally practiced to the point where he can release the chakra with attributes, although it is still a bit far from perfect refinement. From the Ren channel, the Du channel, the Belt channel, and the Chong channel, to the current Yin Qiao channel, and then to the latter, the attribute chakra can be released. Chakras with thunder attributes are accompanied by paralysis and activity-enhancing effects. The higher one is paralysis, and the lower one is activity. The lightning overflow under Yan's body's self-protection has a paralyzing effect, paralyzing the surrounding snakes and even the red beans. Good chance. Seizing the opportunity, Yan got up and gave Hongdu an uppercut. The red bean's jaw hurts, holding an unbelievable mood, he quickly wakes up, and at the moment the paralysis effect is removed, his hands become imprinted. Stand-in. The living person in front of him became a stand-in. Yan looked enviously, for the first time so eager to learn about ninjutsu. The use of surrogacy is usually behind you. For this, Yan has already had an experience in the previous battle with Oshimaru. Boom! Even if he was prepared, Yan was knocked to the ground by Hongdu, a hand knife, and rolled. Damn, why didn't you hide this time? Yanzo thought about it, only to realize that the Ashimaru was behind him last time, but he stayed for a full second, which gave him enough time to fight back. And Hongdu, there is no such pause, for her, defeating Yan is the most important, not the amount of viewers. By this time, Yan realized how much water the Dashuan put in the battle that he took advantage of. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Adzuki made a seal on both hands, and a big fireball was blown out of his mouth. The hot temperature made Yan's forehead sweat. Can't take into account the image, we have to distance ourselves. Yan turned over and ran back, but the fireball behind him was obviously faster. No way, fight it. Drawing a sword. From the inside of the thigh to the wrist, the chakra is attached. Hiko waved Uchiha's short blade, turned and cut. The light of the light blue knife flashed, the fireball was cut apart, and the hot flame passed by Yan's face. Crisis lifted. Read more at wuxiax.com. Yan stood tired with knives in both hands. Adzuki Beans did not attack immediately, but took the opportunity to mock and said, "As Uchiha, I don't know how to refine chakra. I don't even know how to use the famous fireball, so ashamed." Yan coldly snorted, his consciousness sneaked into the system, turned on and learned the B-level ninjutsu he had just obtained, and the fire was quenched. Although you can only release chakras with the thunder attribute in front of you, as Uchiha, you usually have fire attributes, right? The inspiration of the system flashed, and Yan instantly learned to extinguish the fire. Hands not printing, Zi, Zhou, Su, Wu, Shen, Hai, Yin. What the hell, is it possible that this kid in front of you will release Huo Dun? Hongdu looked at the unknown order of Ji Yin in Yan's hands, and the same hands Ji Yin, Si, Wei, Shen, Hai, Wu, Yin. Fire escape * extinguish the fire. Art fire escape Ho fireball. The two techniques were launched together. One side was a large fireball with a diameter of nearly 1 meter, and the other was a monstrous fire. Although Yan's chakras were not perfectly refined, leading to a large number of chakras escaped when performing ninjutsu, but the long-term practice of Bajuan Jin gave him more chakras than Zongren. The infusion of a large amount of chakra makes the fire fighting possess the true strength of B-level ninjutsu. The only drawback is the lack of control of chakra, which causes many flames to not gather and wastes some potential energy. The sea of fire instantly swallowed the small fireball, wrapped the red bean, and was about to swallow her. Wind escape * breakthrough. Not far away, a sea-level ninjutsu was used to accurately and quickly blow away the sea of flames surrounding the red bean. It's Dashimaru. In the eyes of the two of them, Ashimaru appeared strongly and rescued the red bean who had passed out in a coma, and said to Yan, "Yuako, when did you learn ninjutsu?" Oops! This Yan has no way to explain it. It is the reward given by the system. Can you tell me something that you can shoot your head? Yan prevarication said, "My mother taught me." Dashimaru's pupils shrunk slightly, and did not continue to delve into it, but exclaimed, "Your talent is the highest I have ever seen. Maybe in the future, it will be comparable to the first generation." Yan knew that this was putting a high hat on himself, but if he refused, I'm afraid Dashimaru would kill him in the next second. A humble, talented, and uncontrollable Yan must die in the baby. In this period, Dashimaru, in addition to the memorial of the position of Naruto, is more about the exploration of immortality and the exploration of endless ninjutsu. As his disciple, Yan is also the experimental subject of his first scheduled reincarnation technique. I will surpass the first generation and become a stronger existence. The honor of the Uchiha clan will be carried by me. Yan turned on the mouth cannon mode and installed all the B that can be installed. Oshimaru whispered softly, then laughed and said, "Uchiha, ha 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 ha." Then he said, "Yan, you must have discovered that your combat experience is too scarce." Hearing this, Yan suddenly knew that he would not be obliterated for the time being, and began to examine his own fight just now. The process is too simple. Red Bean's moves are simple, but very practical. On the other hand, if it is not for luck, such a fancy move, sooner or later, it will either be dead or exhausted. Moreover, all your whole cards have been played before you can beat the red beans. This is not good. The so-called whole cards are those that cannot be used until the last moment. Give you a great gift, Yan. In Yan's sober consciousness, he heard Da Shiwan say so in a dazed manner, and then he had a pain in his neck and passed out. Illusion. Illusion that was caught off guard. Today's Yan has not yet opened the writing wheel, and the illusion talent has not been activated. Although he has the elementary illusion resistance, he is still no match for the high-level illusion of Ashimaru. Ashimaru was condescending, looking at the fainted Yan and Adzuki Beans. His right hand turned into a snake head, stretched out to bite Adzuki Bean's neck, and said to himself, "Hey, the imprint of the curse of the sky, one for each person. Since it's a test, then it's okay, try to see who can survive. The imprint of the curse of the sky, in the original work, only Red Bean and Suzuki carried and accepted it, and the rest, without exception, all died. The curse imprint at this time is not perfect, only the effect of strengthening the body and mental energy for a short time. More importantly, the heavenly curse seal, combined with the sealing evil seal, can resurrect the Ashimaru. This is the true meaning of Ashimaru's trump card. If Yan can't survive, then he will die directly. Although Ashimaru regrets, for an uncontrolled experimental body, it is better to directly obliterate it. If it survives, it represents an extra layer of protection and no loss. Chapter 18, Uncle Snake Pits Me Thousands of Times. Chapter 18, Uncle Snake Pits Me Thousands of Times. After being in a coma for 3 days, Yan Kei Kenkin woke up with a splitting headache. The vibration under the body, the stinging neck, the open-air environment, the disturbed bird. Where is this place? Hiko climbed up with difficulty, and found that he was on the head of a giant white snake. He took out the Uchiha's short blade and looked around vigilantly. Dashimaru came over from the side, holding a wild boar in his hand, still on the snake's head, and said excitedly, "Are you alive? I thought I was going to deal with you directly. Damn it, is it possible that my secret has been discovered by Ashimaru? Want to kill me? No way." Yan tried his best to clear his mind to understand the true intentions of the Ashimaru. Dashimaru once again praised, "It is a good talent to be alive under the spell of the sky." Smack! Yan slapped his neck with a slap. "The secret path is not good. What is the curse of the sky? Can't be more clear." Pretending to be calm and saying, "Master Ashimaru, what are we going to do? You have too little combat experience." Succinctly and concisely, Dashiwan didn't say much, spit out the pheasant sword from his mouth and began to cut the wild boar. Careful Yan found that Dashimaru was no longer a human body at this time. The technique of reincarnation without a corpse has very high requirements for physique. The physique of ordinary people can't bear the pain of soul transfer at all, and will burst and die. Therefore, in the original work, the big snake pill transforms its own body into the body of the 8-headed snake, thus smoothly reincarnating without a corpse. That night, the reason why Dashiwan's strength dropped so obviously was that it was changing his physique. In other words, the technique of reincarnation without a corpse has already taken a crucial step. The next step is to carry out continuous human experiments. Calculating the time, Konoha has been 45 years, and it is only 2 years away from the defection of Ashimaru. The outbreak of war is imperative, and there is not much time left for Yan. The refinement of chakra is imminent. Before long, Yan will be 11 years old, and his life is fast, and his strength is steadily improving. He currently has offensive skills such as sword drawing, god-level shuriken throwing, fierce fire extinguishing, and an introduction to 8 gates of Dunjia. The passive skills that he possesses include the introduction of subtle chakras, the elementary illusion resistance, the elementary body of the immortal, and the increase of the 5th channel of Bajuan Jin. In terms of shortcomings, there are only illusion and 3 shenzhen. The cooking skill of Dashiwan is not very good. After cutting the wild boar, it is roasted directly with fire, sprinkled with a little salt and seasoning, and eaten as a barbecue. Yan, who had been in a coma for 3 days, was already hungry and disregarded of his image. He took the barbecue and ate his mouthfuls. Read more at wuxiax.com. Yan is now very worried about whether his mother Mai Liang and cheap father Naoki have already searched around, sighed slightly, and after a rest, began to continue to attack the Yin Jiao pulse. This bizarre sutra, from the right ankle to the right eye, is also because Dian's body is relatively small and young. Otherwise, the difficulty and time of getting through will be greatly increased. I wrapped the chakra skillfully, digging up the clogged parts of the veins bit by bit. After several weeks of practice, I was about to touch my nose, and it was only 2 steps away from finally opening my eyes. Sweat is like rain, flowing on Yan, every minute, every second, taking away a lot of filth. The big snake pill on the side is also fascinating. The meridians of the human body are quite magical, and they can burst out energy that is no less powerful than the power of ninjutsu. If it were not for the ninjutsu that he prefers more, I am afraid that he would also have a high achievement in the meridians of the human body. It's almost reaching the eyes. When the chakra gathered in the eyes, Yan could clearly feel that a strange chakra in his brain began to become active. However, because it was the right eye that received the impact, not the left eye, this chakra just surrounded the right eye for a few times and then dissipated automatically. The 5th vein is Yin Qiaomei, open it. Another 8 channels of the odd meridian was opened, and the chakra in Yan's body could not be restrained, overflowing. Flames and thunder and lightning coexisted. Ashimaru quietly took out a chakra test paper and placed it next to Yan. The test paper was first crumpled and then burned. Is the thunder attribute greater than the fire attribute? The talent of the dual attribute chakra, unfortunately, is not based on the wind element. This phenomenon stabilized in a short while. Yan also ended his practice at exactly this moment, and the test paper disappeared when he looked at the chakra in the hands of Ashimaru. Ashimaru said lightly, "The practice is over, Yan, you are stronger again." "Yeah, I'm stronger again, and the risk of you being reincarnated has increased," Yan thought secretly in his heart, keeping his mouth silent. Ashimaru took out a shuriken from his bag, threw it towards Yan's back, and said with a little excitement, "In that case, it's time to perform the task. A ninja who has never seen blood is not worthy of this title. Yan, let me see how you are on the battlefield." "What?" At this moment, the crow in midair was shot and fell to the ground. Then, a large-scale water escape ninjutsu rushed in. Water escape * water bombs. A chill came, and several lethal water bombs quickly appeared on the top of Ashimaru Yuhako's head. Fire escape * extinguish the fire. Yan did not hesitate to use fire escape to restrain the enemy's water escape. The use of extinguishing the fire for the second time has been more refined than the first time. The flames in the center area are of higher quality, so they can block the water bombs at all. On the ground that Yan did not know, a puddle of water was telling to approach. Ashimaru took out the shuriken, licked the tip, and said excitedly, "Is the blood of the Ghost Lamp clan inheriting the limit?" Dunny knife * cut. The people in the water beach, moving at high speed, carrying a huge sword, slashed at Osamu Yuhako. The huge white snake was shredded by this blow. Dashimaru dodged with Yan Shun in a thrilling manner, and then said loudly, "I thought I could attract some miscellaneous fish, so I practiced Yan, but I didn't expect it to attract a big fish who can eat people." With white hair, vertical braids, sharp teeth, and a fluffy bandage wrapped around his neck, the visitor is a genius with the Psychic 7 Ninja Sword ability. Ghost Lantern Menu took up a blunt knife * and said confidently, "What is the intention of the one of the 3 forbearances, Ashimaru, coming near the country of fog? Do you want to start a war?" When it comes to starting a war, Konoha at this time is not afraid of any country. Of course, this kind of arrogant attitude will inevitably lead to gang fights. Dashimaru laughed wildly and said, "Ha ha ha ha, Vunan village is not peaceful recently, right? You still have the mind to go out, are you afraid of death? Kid." The Ghost Lantern Full Moon held a pocket in his hand and pointed to the Ashimaru and said, "I originally met you alone, I wouldn't do anything, but when I saw a child next to you, I knew that you would definitely be dragged by him." Unexpectedly, Ashimaru didn't take Yan's life and death to heart at all, and eagerly said, "This child is dead because of insufficient equipment, and he can only live on his own." At this moment, Yan's heart was broken, and he wanted to kill Ashimaru with a single knife. Ashimaru was really cruel and without sympathy. Chapter 19, I Treat Uncle Snake Like First Love. Chapter 19 I Treat Uncle Snake Like First Love. In the original work, the ninja ability value of the Ghost Lantern Full Moon is not given, but according to Yan's guess, as one of the 7 ninjas, the strength is at least the elite. Coupled with the ability to summon the 7 ninja sword and use it skillfully, as well as the blood succession boundary of the Ghost Lamp clan, the strength is directly at the shadow level. Ashimaru has given up Yan, and the enemy is now, so he can't help but break his wrist. It's too late to say, it's fast. Guideng Menu didn't believe that Dashimaru completely gave up Yan, and rushed to the place where Yan was. In the next second, Oshimaru took off as a stand-in, and was about to use wind escape to Yan's location. Yan hurriedly fled, and the duel between the shadow-level powerhouses was dangerous. It was not that Yan, who was close to forbearance in strength and had little combat experience, could intervene. However, Ling Yan was furious and almost vomiting blood was released. In the live broadcast room, a group of melon-eating people saw the confrontation between movie-class powerhouses for the first time and said nothing to let Yan go. Waiting for a long time, just for this moment, Ghost Lantern Huanyu's brother, Gui Lan Wanyu, obviously is a very strong character, why Oda ignored it. The first movie-level battle in this live broadcast, My Demon Water Brother opened. The anchor died, give him incense, survive, then see which side wins. This monster water brother must be Jian Yan's live broadcast room, and his popularity remains high, so he took the opportunity to report the shame of blocking. However, the local tyrant in the live broadcast room is not alone. There is also the legendary brothers Sao, Yanan. The first time I saw such a novel live broadcast room, if the anchor can persist until the 2 of them decide the winner, my brother Sao will give you 10 big jade spiral pills. What are you waiting for, brother licked her. When brother Sao made a speech, all the fans mobilized, swiping the screen in unison, and rushing to the back of brother Demon Water's disc. At this time, the live broadcast room had already burst into popularity, and once again broke through 100,000 people. Ding Quest release, survive in the battle between Dashimaru and the Ghost Lantern Full Moon. Completion reward, 10,000 people worthy, perfect chakra refinement. Perfectly refined chakra. This is the threshold that Yan has been blocked from ninjutsu illusion since he was born. Now as long as he completes this almost impossible task, he can learn ninjutsu and illusion several months in advance. At the moment of loss of consciousness, the full moon attack of the ghost lamp has arrived. Thunder Knife * Tooth. Very fast speed, even Yan's naked eyes can only see the repaired phantom. Yan flees with all his strength, but the speed is no better than the full moon of the ghost lantern. Feng Dun * Great Breakthrough. Chakra, the wind attribute with a tearing effect, rotates the position of the bombardment Yan and the full moon of the ghost lamp. Plop. The blood succession boundary is activated, and the full moon of the ghost lamp turns into a pool of water, perfectly immune to wind escape damage. Poor Yan could only release the non-attribute chakra with all his strength, enveloping him, and then being blown up and falling on a tree tens of meters away. Read more at wuxiax.com. The ghost lantern traveled on the full moon with hydration technique, approaching the location of the Ashimaru, and repeating the previous move once again. Dashimaru said disdainfully, "The same trick, if used in front of me the second time, it will no longer work." The evil snake's wrist burst. A giant snake appeared, swallowing the full moon of the ghost lamp rising from the ground, and Chakra detonated the snake with a violent bang sound. However, the danger did not come in contact, and the decapitating knife appeared on the neck of Dashimaru. Ghost Lantern Manmon said slightly murderously, "I didn't expect it to be my water body, right?" The Ashimaru controlled by the full moon was not surprised, but an evil smile turned into a pool of mud. Soil substitute * cracked. Damn it! The ghost lamp is full of the moon and the dark path is not good, so he quickly cast a hydration technique, turning it into a puddle of water, searching everywhere for the trace of Dashyuan. Ashimaru does not know how to escape from ninjutsu, and cannot restrain his hydration technique. This is where he dares to challenge Ashimaru. Feng Dun * great breakthrough. However, the huge wind is stronger than before. It is clearly a sea-level ninjutsu. When used by an excellent ninja, the wind has the destructive power of blowing down a century-old tree. If it is used by Yuan, it will blow down all the storms in front of you. With the soil blowing and flying together, the ghost lantern full moon had to change its entity, summoning the dragon's muscles to fit together, and forcibly moved away in the strong wind. In order to prevent Yuan from taking the opportunity to make a move, Ghost Lantern Menu had to act first. The art of water iron cannon. The Ghost Lantern full moon will make a pistol-like hand, and shoot a bullet-like liquid from the tip of the index finger. At first, it looks like a small drop of water. At this time, Oshimaru, as if there was no time to dodge, motionless. It really made Yan, who was watching the battle, worried. Oshimaru was dead, then he was the next one to die. In front of him, Ghost Lantern Manmon had the upper hand. Yan couldn't let him make a combo, and then announced KO. God Shuriken throwing technique. Yan took a deep breath, separated 12 of the chakra shurikens in his hand, and threw them in 2 times. Ping pong pong. Through the collision between the shurikens, they bypassed the water iron cannons. Several of them directly pierced the full moon of the ghost lamp, and several of them entered the blind area of the full moon of the ghost lamp at the same time, and they approached at different angles. Gui Deng Manu thought a little regretfully, such a shuriken throwing technique is really scary, did that kid do it? However, he couldn't tolerate any hesitation at this moment. Casting the hydration technique again, turning into a pool of water, approached the Yuan. What made the ghost lantern full of the moon did not expect is that this shuriken contains the chakra of thunder, which is the natural enemy of hydration. The ghost lantern full moon is in a paralyzed state. Originally wanted to use the Orakai flow substitute technique, Oshimaru immediately used the instantaneous technique to predict the position of the ghost lantern full moon. At the moment he changed the entity, ninjutsu was launched. Hull Shadow and Snake Hands. The large snakes summoned in an instant take on tasks such as intimidation, containment, and capture to achieve the effect of multiple combos. As a ninja in the capital of Blood Mist, he is immune to fearful things. The art of the powerful water wrist. The chakras of water attributes gathered at the muscles, the biceps and triceps violently, and the ghost lantern full moon punched through the snake head that caught the snake. Ghost Lantern Menu is really angry, and that little devil, that is, Yan, even if he is abandoned, will give him some blood and feel sick. Let me end it all. Shinobi is switched to the most suitable double sword and flounder, the ultimate move is activated, Parame flounder is liberated. First, gas is emitted from the 2 circular holes of the flounder, and then the entire flounder glows as a whole to form a chakra aggregate, and then a chakra light sphere bursts out. The powerful destructive power is shocking. Bang bang! The huge explosion exploded the surrounding area tens of meters into an open space, the big tree fell down with its roots, and Yan was not immune to being affected. It seems that Dashimaru is going to GG. Yan almost cried and said with constipation, Uncle Snake has pitted me thousands of times, and I treat Uncle Snake as first love. The sky is not dead, my genius Yan, the world of forbearance is like a long night. However, Yan, who hadn't ordered the B number, hadn't jumped twice, and the ghost lantern full moon carried thunder knife and teeth and raided. Enough, what are you, die for me. Chapter 20, Capture the Thunder Knife Tooth. Chapter 20 Capture the Thunder Knife * Tooth. Yan was also angry, and Dashimaru did not dare to humiliate him so naked. Your ghost lantern full moon is a genius, Yan is more genius than you, what's the matter? I want to kill it. Hiko is holding Uchiha's short blade and glaring at him as well. Yan, who resisted unyieldingly, made the ghost lantern full moon even more annoyed, and the nameless fire burst out. Seeing the short blade in Yan's hand, he slashed it with disdain. Yan is also unambiguous, one handle is broken, and then he buys another in the mall, just to fight with you. After Ghost Lantern Manmon waved Thunder Fang and cut several Uchiha's short blades, he could no longer bear it and lost his interest in attacking his heart. Ninja Sword Thunder Teeth raised high, coincident with the sunlight, breathtaking. It's now. Yan seized the opportunity and released the arrogant fire to extinguish the ghost light under the full moonlight. The enemy, his skin was severely injured, and he quickly cast a hydration technique and left in embarrassment. Drawing a sword. At the moment of turning water, Yan braved the risk of being burned by the fire, and used his sword drawing technique to cut off the right arm of the ghost lantern full moon. At the same time, the swollen right leg of the full moon of the ghost lamp kicked over. Pattern. What? The right hand landed with thunder. Yay! The full moon couldn't stop the painful howl, but he didn't dare to stay. The breath of the big snake pill behind him did not dissipate, speeding up his escape. Yan was kicked in the heart, vomiting scarlet blood, and the enemy fell into a coma. In the chaos, Da Shiwan rushed out from the ground next to his corpse, looking excitedly for the trail of the full moon, but found that the full moon had already escaped. The snake flow substitute technique had always been retained before. When the full moon's big move broke out, it would leave the body and dive into the ground. When the full moon was slack, it would deliver a fatal blow. At this time, it was useless. When he saw the broken arm, thunder knife and tooth on the ground, and the unconscious Yan, the shuriken in Ashimaru's hand was skillfully pulled out. For the first time, Dashimaru's idea of killing Yan was so strong. How big is this? You can hurt an enemy that you can hardly hurt, wait until he becomes stronger, isn't it? Dashiwan has nothing special to consider, transforming the body, rushing to human life, and unscrupulous in the pursuit of truth. Ahem! Yan, who was in a coma, coughed twice and vomited out a few mouthfuls of thick blood. As everyone knows, it was this blood that saved his life. Dashiwan couldn't help but sarcastically said, I was beaten and crippled with just a heavy punch, ha ha ha. The implication is that no matter how talented Uchiha Hiko you are, it is not enough to filter until you grow strong enough. Read more at wuxiax.com. Picking up the thunder knife and teeth on the ground, picking up Yan, Oshimaru did not call out the Orokai this time, but moved quickly between the trees in the forest to rush back to Konoha. After being in a coma for 3 days, Yan Cai was able to feel a little bit of strength under the treatment of Dashiwan. In front is Konoha's gate, and the guard inside is the Uchiha clan. It just so happened that today's duty is Hiko's father, Naoki Uchiha, the leader of the Konoha guard. Even though there is one of the 3 ninjas on the side, Naoki couldn't help the anger in his heart, and he cursed fiercely and said, Hiko, where did you die? 6 days, 6 days, what are you doing? Up. Yan wanted to explain, but did not have the strength to explain. Dashiwan is now empathetic and said, Yan really did a great job. He was seriously injured. Take him back for treatment. Naoki didn't say a word, thanked Ashimaru and picked up Hiko and ran back. Wait, there is this. Looking for reputation, Naoki stabbed over with a shinobi sword, pinched with 2 fingers, and caught it easily. The shinobu that was supposed to be inserted on the railing was caught by Naoki, and Oshimaru narrowed his eyes slightly and became vigilant. The atmosphere was embarrassing for a while, and Naoki rescued the scene and said, Thank you again, Lord Ashimaru. Dashimaru made no sound, but the temptation just now made him understand that the man in front of him was not simple, and he had long been defensive against him. In the complaints of other Uchiha tribesmen, Naoki directly gave up the guard mission and left with Hiko. Fighting is pro, scolding is love. Renkin scolded Hiko, but when he got home, Naoki couldn't help crying. Hiko, Miyoshi, I am sorry for you, but I did not protect him. Weeping directly, she kneeled in front of Mai Liang and hugged Yan. Mai Liang didn't say a word, took Yan and began to treat him. As a rare medical ninja, Mai Liang's healing ability is also relatively superb. Under the package of the green chakra, Yan's injury gradually improved. Naoki asked after his emotions recovered, "Hiko, what did you and Oshimaru do, and what's the matter with this knife?" Although Leideo *to Naoki has never seen it, the strength and preciousness of its knives are not something that Yan can obtain. Even if Yan was a disciple of Oshimaru, he wouldn't be able to give out such a big gift easily. It would be strange if something went wrong. Hiko had no choice but to tell Naoki and Mai Liang what had happened before. Of course, concealing that he was desperate to death, cut off an arm of the ghost lantern full moon, and left the spoils, and all the credit was given to Dashimaru. Naoki is not stupid. From the praise of Oshimaru before, it can be concluded that Yan must be desperate. And the thing that was worth his hard work, not surprisingly, was the shinobi sword in his hand. Naoki, who is decisive, said wisely, "It is still too dangerous for you to hand these magic soldiers into your hands." Hearing this, he still didn't understand. Naoki was about to disarm again, and immediately resisted and said, "No, I like this sword very much." As an adult, Naoki also knows some tricks to deceive children. He bet, "Well, if you can successfully extract chakra, I will give you this knife, how about it?" In the eyes of Naoki, Yan's talent is obviously very poor. Chakra, who had been refined for a long time before, was unsuccessful, and he deliberately got angry with him, which can be seen. Yan Zimei smiled and immediately stood still, sitting on the tatami, and refined the chakra. The light blue chakra appeared perfectly in Yan's hands, and for a while, the scene was extremely embarrassing. In fact, Yan's live broadcast mission had been completed before he fell into a coma, and at that time he had successfully mastered the ability to successfully refine chakra. Seeing the cheap old man deflated, is Yan the happiest thing these days, right? In addition, there is a reward of 10,000 people, which is enough to buy some good things in the mall, but why the rewards of the people who eat melons turned into rewards? Will this live broadcast system pit my popularity value? The moment Yan took over Leideo *, Yan was full of accomplishment, and wanted to take advantage of the victory and wanted to return the novice gift package Tuan Fan, considering, "I didn't realize this at all," so he gave up. Still can't act too enchanting. Yan thought so. Perfectly refined chakras, Getty. Chapter 21, White Tooth's Invitation. Chapter 21 White Tooth's Invitation. Since completing the task that day and perfecting the chakra, Yan feels that his daily energy is bursting, and the chakra can hardly be used up. Of course, this has something to do with the three-body technique, treading water, climbing trees, and exercising chakras control. Naoki's chakra attribute is fire, and he gave it to Hakahiko's art of fireball, which is one of Uchiha's signature undead ninjutsu. As for the thunder attribute, Naoki was helpless. The acquisition of ninjutsu is through the acquisition of mission reward points, the second is the ninjutsu captured in battle, and the third is taught by others, including but not limited to exchange. Therefore, Yan's ninjutsu with thunder attributes has not progressed so far. People in the village come and go more frequently than they were a few months ago. Under the pomp, the undercurrent is bound to be raging. Yan got up early, washed well, and went out after breakfast. Today, Yan did not go to training because he encountered something more important than training. Konoha's White Fangs, a super genius existing in the contemporary era, Sakumo Hagaki invited him to have a chat at home. There are not many people in the Flagwood house, but the mansion is very atmospheric. Sakumo Hagi's complexion didn't seem very good, and he was very worried. After seeing Yan, he still warmly invited him in and said, "Hi, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time." With the hospitality of the super strong, there is no reason for Yan to not appreciate his face, and he quickly admired, "It is an honor to receive the hospitality of Uncle Shuo Mao." Entering the room, the two of them sat on the tatami, speechless for a while. Shuo made an excuse to give Yan tea, and opened the topic, "Yan, I invite you this time, mainly about my son Kakashi. Kakashi? Yan was a little confused. On weekdays, he and Kakashi had very little communication, and said, "Uncle Shimao means." Shu Mao was a little choked, and said with embarrassment, "I taught you the flag sword technique that day, because you value your companions more than your tasks. Today, I want to ask you one thing, which is to believe in your ability and character. Can help me take care of Kakashi?" Hearing these words, Yan Ming understood, but didn't know how to say it, so he kicked the ball back and said, "I am younger than Kakashi, and I have never seen him, let alone take care of him." Shimao slowly poured a cup of tea from the pot, gave Yanpin a sip, and then took a sip and said, "I have observed you. You can become brothers with Bakugan who opposes you. Becoming brothers with the young attacker shows that you are not afraid of your opponents, and I hope you can become brothers with Kakashi, and at the same time become opponents. Is it okay to be brothers and rivals with Kakashi?" Yan Mei thought, although he was very strange about Shu Mao's brain circuit, Yan was not at a loss. Moreover, Shu Mao's reconnaissance ability is really terrifying, and Yan's things are clearly seen by him. Read more at wuxiax.com. Compared to becoming a brother and rival with Kakashi, Yan pays more attention to Shimao's life and death. The failure of just one A-level mission led to Bu's guilt and suicide. This is obviously impossible. What's more, Shu Mao has completed A-level missions 123 times and S-level missions 27 times. After the 3 generations, the members of the Senju clan and the Shimura clan withered, and only one person was left dead, Tsunade and Danzo. Although the former was a disciple of 3 generations, he dared not say anything, and because of fear of blood, he avoided the village and left. In order to protect themselves and establish a root organization, the latter is rooted underground, coveting the position of Hokage and is not available. More importantly, Danzo and Sarutobi are in one body and concentric. The former achieves the dark and terrifying things that the latter cannot do, and Konoha's light is backed by it. And this is the reason why Danzo has repeatedly bad things, and Sarutobi's punishment is very light. Tsunade didn't want to be Hokage, but because the 3 generations were too shrewd in their tactics, and when they couldn't protect themselves, they were so disappointed in the village that they left the power circle. As for the Sarutobi clan, it is conceivable that they can still show up in the 4th battle. Only the 3 generations knew how strong Baya was. Perhaps it was between the first and the middle, or perhaps stronger. However, Baya gave up the task and chose a partner, obviously not within the control of the 3 generations. If you want to add a crime, there is nothing wrong with it. Later generations of Oznake Maru attacked Konoha and killed 3 generations. Why did both Jalea and Kaihuang acquiesce? A fairy model, an 8-door dungeon, can't it be that Dashuan can't do it? This can only show that both of them acquiesced to the death of 3 generations. This Hokage, known as the strongest in history, does not refer to his strength, but his strategy. He is the strongest and most ruthless person in history. In the original book, Naruto bears the infamy of the son of the fox demon, but the 3 generations do nothing, all for their own status and deeper plans, rather than so-called hesitation. When he got here, Yan suddenly choked up. Shu Mao was obviously the master of high power and was forced to death by the upper echelons represented by the 3 generations. He said unfairly, "Uncle Shu Mao is going to commit suicide, and then tell me his last words." Shu Mao was visibly shaken while drinking tea, and smiled and said, "Yes, people in the village have great opinions on me, but I never regret it." Yan didn't wait for Shimao to finish, and then said, "So is it necessary to die? But what is the use? Presumably Uncle Shimao must love Kakashi and this village deeply. Right now, war is imminent. Do you want to watch the damage to the village while Kakashi rushes to the battlefield alone?" Shu Maotun entered the cup of tea and explained, "The village has Jalea and Dashimaru, and a rookie, a child named Bo Feng Shuman. At the same time, he also brought Kakashi, which I am relieved." Yan heard the words and curled his lips. He couldn't say that Bo Feng Shuman was about to die soon, and Kakashi had been living in the shadows because of the death of Ling and Dato. Of course, Shimao would add another one if he died. Reluctantly, Yan could only say courageously, as long as there is a place where leaves fly, the fire will burn. The shadow of the fire will illuminate the village and allow new tree buds to develop. In places where the sun can't reach, the roots turn into powerful foundations, supporting the Konoha. If the tree has no roots, where can the leaves come from? Noha will always be on the left and right of the sky, and there will always be landslides and landslides. During violent storms, if you are ignorant of the weather, Konoha can fall between the mansions if you are ignorant of the sky and against the power of fate. Uncle Shu Mao, please consider what Yan said. After saying this, Yan placed the thunder knife and teeth he brought with him on the coffee table, bowed at 90 degrees. And then left. In this world, only Hiko knows that the Uchiha clan will be annihilated by the Ataka clan, the Okamura will launch the Konoha collapse plan, and Pain has a Shenra Tianzhang to make Konoha feel painful. Instead of dying like this, it is better to turn into a dead person and continue to protect Konoha in your own way besides Konoha. Looking at what Yan did, Shimao was very touched, and he was so serious that he couldn't help being careless. After a long absence, Shimao smoked the cigarettes he had never smoked since Kakashi's mother died, one after another, and the cigarette butts messed up the entire tatami. Shu Mao didn't dare to take the thunder knife teeth on the table easily. Perhaps the knife weighed only a few catties, but the belief in it was 10,000 catties. Finally, Shu Mao smiled at the corner of his mouth and put away his teeth. At a certain moment, when Kakashi came back, he opened his father's door and saw the hanging Shu Mao, the slightly cool tea, and the cigarette butts all over the floor. Tears can't stop flowing. This only 10-year-old boy has endured the unbearable pain of life. Chapter 22, Organization Name Destiny. Chapter 22 Organization Name, Destiny. The sky was grey and drizzle. In the eyes of everyone, the white tooth is gone, the legend has fallen because of the rumors, and hangs at home. Kakashi, the son of Konoha White Fang, once again received high attention from the world, but he was not surprised by his talent, but sad at his life experience. Despite the rain soaking his clothes, people around came to pay homage, and then left. Kakashi kept standing, head down. That man like the sun, Bo Feng Shui-men, came behind him, trying to comfort him. But the hand that stretched out, walked back halfway, just like this silently behind him, accompany him. This is the first time Yan saw Kakashi and the legendary 4 generations in the world of Naruto, but it was in such a sad atmosphere. Yan said to Kakashi, who was wearing a face mask with silver hair, "Are you Kakashi?" Bo Feng Shuman turned his head and waved quickly, not to disturb Kakashi. To be honest, Bo Feng Shuman is a disciple of Jiraiya, and Yan is a disciple of Ashimaru. Ashimaru and Jiraiya are under the same school, and they are of the same generation. Yan made fists with both hands and said in an annoyed manner, "Senior Heiji once taught me the sword technique and gave me a shinobi sword. Let me take on the heavy responsibility of promoting Heiji sword technique. In my opinion, you are his offspring and you should it's more responsible and capable than me to accomplish this." Kakashi said Yan before Shimao's death, "This is a child with a strong talent for physical skills and swordsmanship, and his future achievements are not inferior to him." At that time, Kakashi was reluctant to ask Shu Mao to take back the sword technique, but he was taken with a smile. Looking back at each other, Kakashi's clean eyes showed a hint of killing intent. Yan was not afraid. He took out the white tooth blade from behind and said with wide-eyed eyes, "Yes, in your current state, you don't deserve to hold this blade at all." In Kakashi's eyes, the white tooth blade is a relic of his father, and it is very precious. If it can be obtained upright, it is naturally the best. The 10-year-old Kakashi was not far from Shangaran's strength, and was far from what the current Yan can contend. 3 years later, I will take the white fang blade and defeat you with my own hands. At that time, I will be the true heir of Heiji Ryuu's sword art. Yan and Kakashi bet on a 3-year agreement. The reason for this is that the war will break out in less than 2 years, and the two sides will definitely have nothing to do. He continued to study the flagwood sword technique, and he couldn't lose the prestige of the white teeth. This is also an explanation for Shu Mao, who has gone to dead. Yan pressed his forehead and said to himself, "My stupid and sad nephew." Kakashi was the apprentice of Watergate, and naturally his nephew, even though he was still a time bomb as a disciple of Ashimaru, it worked well before it exploded. Read more at wuxiax.com. Kakashi, who was originally sorrowful, was so angry that his nephew was so angry that he was about to draw the knife. Fortunately, he was kind in nature and didn't start, but controlled his emotions. Retrieve the relics of his father, even though he is a wasteful task. Oh, is that the same argument again? Yan thought so in his heart, but couldn't help but say the phrase in advance, but people who don't value their companions are not as good as rubbish. After speaking, knowing that he had leaked too much, he pretended to be angry and left. It seems that the wind and the waves are calm, but the heart is turbulent. In the early morning of last night, while Yan was asleep, he received a note that read, "Knowing the time, against the destiny, see Tianheng." Tianheng is the 5th star of the Big Dipper. The first 4 stars are the chiefs and the last 3 stars are the benchmarks. Together, they become the Big Dipper, which is the center of power in the sky. Tianchu's general bid refers to Yan, Tianheng's general bid refers to Heiji Shimo. This is a matter of negotiation between the two. On the level of the will of fire and the will of roots, the level of the will of heaven is opened, and the organization is called the destiny. The mission of mandate of heaven is to intervene in various countries, act as a spy, understand everything that is not conducive to Konoha, and solve problems through violence and other means. If Hokage is Konoha's pillar, and the root is Konoha's backing, then destiny is Konoha's front spear. Offense is the best defense. Only by understanding the crisis in advance and strangling in the cradle can we avoid endless troubles. This is the reason why Shimao joined as a dead man, and stated, "If we can choose to use such a method to continue to protect the village I love and Kakashi, then even if everything is left behind, don't hesitate." Only Yan, the person who came through and is familiar with the plot, knew that Konoha would go through the collapse plan, the difficulty of destroying the village, and the 4 wars. Currently, there are only 2 people in the organization. Under Yan's vision, there are up to 8 people. They must have the strength of the shadow class, and they are not expensive. Hiko looks for suitable candidates in Konoha, and Shimo looks for suitable candidates far away from Konoha. Before that, Shu Mao had to abandon his previous attack methods, change his face, and switch to using thunder knife. At the same time, he sneaked into various countries to inquire about intelligence as a bounty hunter. And the first stop was the place where the events that symbolized the beginning of the 3 world wars took place, the Kingdom of Sand. Yan also must continue to increase his strength to secure Tianchu's position. Before Yan was happy, a news sent him a pot of cold water. Bakugan ran over and gasped and said, "It's not good, Hiko, something happened to Uncle Naoki." Although his cheap dad was a little shameless and bad to himself, he was his own family anyway. Yan punched Bakugan on the head and said angrily, "If you have a fart, let it go." Bakugan dared not say anything, and endured the pain and said, "Uncle Naoki was criticized by Danzo because of his negligence, and he put a lot of pressure on the patriarch. At present, the patriarch is punishing Uncle Naoki. Hiko, go and see." Hiko's eyes wet, knowing that Naoki was dereliction of duty because he was worried about his injury. He softened his heart and said softly to Bakugan, "Ninja, just have to be patient." "Okay, Bakugan, take me away." Bakugan blinked and realized that he hadn't been beaten. Instead, he thought about what Yan said before, as if he had a deep understanding. When the two rushed to the clan land, which happened to be the trial, Yan witnessed his father Naoki's punishment. The elder Uchiha Octane, under the eyes of the tribe, recounted Naoki's fault. Uchiha Naoki, when he was on duty in the Konoha security team, he left his post at the Konoha gate without authorization, causing serious security risks. As the team leader, he neglects his duty and cannot lead by example. The crime is increased by 1. From now on, he will be deprived of his position. Yan wanted to rush to the theory, but was desperately blocked by Bakugan. What's wrong with Lao Tzu for his son? Such a trivial matter does not cause any major incidents, so I must deprive him of the position of team leader? In Yan's view, such a decision was firstly suppressed by the elder, and secondly, it was a decision made by high-level leaders headed by Danzo. Both points are not something that the current Yankee can afford, and Naoki is absolutely impossible to elicit the secret that leaked the kaleidoscope. But in any case, Yan will avenge this revenge. Chapter 23, Belief. Chapter 23 Belief. Yan sat on the grass next to the house, quietly waiting for the night to come. For strength, Yan is really lacking. Whether it is Ashimaru or Uchiha Octane, they have the strength of elite shinin. What's more, with a hot mind, he created a new organization, and as a leader, he has higher requirements for strength. The task of removing my Liang's status as a dead man is imminent. Because it is not completed, the god-level shuriken throwing technique will be lost, which is a huge blow. In Yan's cognition, the only way to quickly become stronger is to improve his blood inheritance limit. I turned on the live broadcast system and found that the popularity value accumulated these days has reached 50,000. Yan has not paid attention to the live broadcast room for a long time. In the new week's E-level system shopping mall, Ninjutsu has an additional S-level Thunder Ninjutsu * Kirin, but its high 300,000 Aurum makes Yan can't help but vomit blood. This technique is so powerful that it is extremely difficult to evade. In the original work, only Kakashi's Richi can fight. In the area of illusion, there are many techniques suitable for Yan, but when the writing wheel and the kaleidoscope are opened, they all lose their meaning. Without him, the illusion of the kaleidoscope is something that most other illusions can hardly contend. There is no shortage of Tahuian, Beiman Dunjia, and Baeduan Jin. The physical quality is comparable to Zhongren. The most important thing is still the special shopping mall. The medium quantity yin attribute is enhanced, a small amount of fire attribute is enhanced, and a small amount of thunder attribute is enhanced. Price. Yan can accept only the first 3 eyes. 1 Go Jade is 3,000, 2 Go Jade is 5,000, and 3 Go Jade is 12,000, which adds up to 20,000 popularity points. The price of medium quantity yin attribute enhancement is 10 times that of a small amount of yin attribute enhancement, and it is worth 3,000 popularity points, which is comparable to Yukiyu's writing round eyes. Yan also took a look, and there was only one piece of writing round eyes, which was relatively cheaper, because I thought it was because of his own blood. And the prices of other blood succession limits began to skyrocket. The exaggerated white eyes reached a popularity value of 250,000, which was comparable to the price of an A-level ninjutsu. The things in the special shopping malls are undoubtedly good. Yan can't wait to directly exchange for the 3 Go Jade writing round eyes, which cost 2W of popularity points. With the unique voice of writing round eyes, the Scarlet Guyu, the unique ability of insight, copying, and hypnosis, if this series of increases can be obtained, then Yan is confident to fight Shangren. Writing round eyes is like a spell, which surrounds his mind. This unique power of the Uchiha clan, the eyes of the 6 immortals, sucked Yan into it like a whirlpool. Ding! Congratulations to the anchor for getting a Guyu writing round eye. Ding! Congratulations to the anchor for getting Guyu writing round eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the anchor for getting the 3 Guyu Jade writing round eyes. The original black pupils and white eyeballs quickly turned scarlet, revealing a Go Jade, and then evolved into a 2 Go Jade, and under the power of the system, it rotated into a 3 Go Jade. The sudden opening of the eyes and the huge loss of pupil power made the riot of the special chakra in the brain inevitable. Read more at wuxiax.com. The optic nerve almost burst. What? Yan was so painful that he stumbled. There is no order to open the eyes, there is no talent for the 6 immortals to open the 3 Gojade directly, and the brain seems to be bursting. After a while, Yan was so painful that he couldn't scream, his eyes bleed and his face was hideous. Even the ability obtained by tricks from the system is acquired at a cost. Cold sweat, like rain, came out from the forehead, neck, armpits, back and between the sacks. The writing wheel fell from 3 Gojade to 2 Gojade, and then quickly to 1 Gojade. The writing wheel eyes turned out to be automatically degraded because of insufficient talent. Yan was startled, and the optic nerves also began to wither quickly. This is really a steal. However, if there is no Sangui writing round eyes, where can he sneak into the residence of the great elder Uchiha Octane and help his mother Mai Liang come into contact with the status of a dead man? Gritting his teeth, Yan began to run the Bajuan Jin, opening up the powerful physical strength of the 5 veins, and there was still a little bit of respite. Then tenaciously squeezed out the 2 Gojade, spinning out the 3 Gojade. The whole process seems simple, but the optic network nerves have been greatly devastated. The automatic degradation of the writing wheel can be reversed in a short time, and once you give up, it will be difficult to upgrade. Yan desperately reversed, exhausted all his strength, and only with the continuous physical strength provided by the Bajuan Jin 5 meridians, could he be able to support it. This is the case, the whole process also lasted an entire hour. Hey! Yan won the battle for self without gunpowder. There was no cheering, no celebration, and just the blandness of the aftermath. After the opening of the 3 Gojade, the price of the kaleidoscope also came out, and the sky-high price of 500,000 made Yan's breathing heavier. It seems that the live broadcast system is based on his talents to determine the number of popularity points Yan needs to work hard to earn, just like how long his practice is to withdraw. For other small increases, the effect at the moment is not obvious, but fortunately, the accumulation of less will add up. Attributes are the most essential, representing talents in this area. Refining speed, quality, and power of casting spells are extremely important. And Yan discovered that in order to have other bloodstains, he must spend 400,000 yuan worth of primary blood follow-up snare. This is a grey icon, but it also points out a strong direction for Yan. The backlash that wrote Lunyan just now told Yan that if he doesn't have the attributes and abilities he wants, it's better not to force him to death. This system, after all, is a system, just a tool. It is people who really use the tool, and the talent determines the purpose of the tool. After opening the live broadcast room, Yan still couldn't directly communicate with the people who eat melons. Usually they are a bit bad for themselves, but they also get a lot of benefits. With an inspiration, Yan took out the white tooth blade on the ground, and wrote the words only available in the Heavenly Kingdom, tonight broadcast the Book of Theft contract. All of a sudden, the people eating melons in the live broadcast room became excited. Yan has never communicated with them all the time, and they just watched his efforts from the perspective of a bystander, and today, they actually realized this vision. Inside the house, Naoki and Milyang quarreled for the first time. The reason is simple. After the elder blocked Naoki's ninja career, Naoki lost his financial resources and was also squeezed out by the village and his former colleagues. Now he can only rely on savings. Naoki comforted Mai Liang and said, "I believe the village will not let me be an elite and starve to death." Unexpectedly, Mai Liang didn't take this set, but retorted, "I have always believed in what happened right now, not what might happen in the future. Now, our family is very struggling." No matter how Naoki persuaded Mai Liang would not listen, just wanting to make his man more ambitious. Such a good mother, how can Yan endure the pain of letting her bear the dead man? He took out the rough and rotten map in his arms, which was recorded by Bakugan, braving the unbearable pressure of his life, and entrusted it to Yuhiko. Yan didn't want to face it, and shouted, "Mom, I'm out to play." My Liang heard Hiko's shout and wanted to come out to have a look, but was pulled by Naoki, and threw his hand away and said, "Naoki, Hiko is going to run away from home, go find him back soon. Things can be done later. Besides, Yan is the most important thing." Of course Naoki knows that Hiko's safety is important, but if she can't stabilize My Liang now and give her peace of mind, it will be difficult to survive in the future. Naoki didn't know, because he couldn't hide anything from the specially trained My Liang. It was late at night. Yan sighed and sighed, went out of the house, and rushed to the residence of the elder Uchiha Octane. A sword, a map, a child with a veiled face, scarlet rotating sangu jade riding round eyes. For my mother My Liang, I would like to make all my efforts. Chapter 24, Mansion Infiltration Plan. Chapter 24 Mansion Infiltration Plan. The great elder of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Octane, an elite who has declined in strength. The second most powerful figure in this family is in control of Yan's mother My Liang's life, and the book of contract hidden in his house is imperative for Yan. At this time, Octane was handing over tasks with Uchiha Setsuna. According to the agreement, Bakugan rushed in and blocked the conversation between the two without any scruples. Bakugan pulled Octane's robe and said, "Grandpa, Gigi, I want to learn more advanced ninjutsu." Octane looked at Bakugan sternly, and originally wanted to directly scold him, but he who usually exerts power on everyone, facing Bakugan, there is really no way, and kindly said, "Let me test yours. How fireballs practice?" Uchiha was helpless and could only wait by the side. Bakugan verbally said, "Let's see how good I am." The smile at the corner of his mouth could not hide, and he led Octane out of the room. He made a V-shaped gesture behind him, and Yan, who was lurking on the side, received the information, jumped in directly, and looked around. Art fire escape ho fireball. Chakra gathered in the throat, ejected through the mouth, blowing into a half-meter-long fireball. Octane shook his head and criticized, "The quality of the chakra is not enough, and the quantity is not large. Let's practice the fireball first. It must be at least 1 meter large." After speaking, Octane will return to the room to continue working. Bakugan thought to himself, "This is not feasible, Yankei hasn't been in for a long time," so he said, "Grandpa, let me see how your heroic fireball is better than me." The Octane couldn't compete with the blasting pill, so he made a seal and spit out a large fireball with a diameter of 2 meters from his mouth, illuminating the surroundings. Yan, who was still surreptitiously searching for the map, was almost frightened by the fire, thinking that he had been spotted. A fierce fireball rushed over. In a panic, the white tooth blade on his waist almost fell to the ground, and was caught by his steady right foot. Through the close observation of Sanguyu's riding wheel eyes, Yan concluded that there must be a problem with the wall in front of him, and there must be a mechanism that can open the secret door in a corner. Looking around, Yan found a button under the cushion. Did he? Yan pressed it down, and there was such a loud noise, damn it! A door was opened in the previous wall, and Yan felt like he got in. Octane noticed the abnormal movement in the room, and without a word, he hurried to find that the door of the dark room had been opened, and said loudly, "In an instant, notify the people." Bakugan also hurriedly followed, distracting Octane's attention, was blocked, and had to follow instant. The old-fashioned Octane couldn't see the strangeness of Bakugan, and he secretly guessed. Inside the secret room is a long walkway. Every time Yan took a step, the torches on both sides were automatically ignited. The footsteps behind him were very rapid, getting closer and closer. Yan Xin mentioned that he had never thought of exposing it so early, but even if he died, he must get the book of contract. After making up his mind, Ho Yan quickened his pace and came to a secret room with a black scroll in the middle. It must be the book of contract. Shoo! Read more at wuxiax.com. The organ in the dark ejected the arranged shuriken. Before Yan could take it, he turned over and hid the hidden weapon that followed one after another. One stood up, and the door of the mechanism under his feet opened. Not good. Yan took out the system traits of Kuma, attached the chakra, inserted it into the wall, and using it as a fulcrum, rolled over to the ground and picked up the book of contract. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Fiery flames sprayed in from the long and narrow corridor, with vigorous air waves. Once touched, Yan was young and disfigured, but he was a more shocking blow than death. Because the room was small and there was no place to hide, he could only use Huo Dunzeo to go back. Fire Escape * Extinguish the fire. A move that is more powerful than how Fireball is deployed. This is a duel of fire escape and a duel of disparity in strength. The C-level ninjutsu of the elite upper ninjutsu can have the strength of the B-level, and the B-level ninjutsu, which is close to the mid-level ninjutsu, can also exert the power of the original ninjutsu. In addition to Huo Dun, Yan can also use God-level shuriken throwing skills. He took out 9 shurikens in each hand and threw them out in a row through the bursting flames. Uchiha Octane, who turned on the 3-god Jade, moved his eyes to the left and right, easily gaining insight into the original trajectory. The restriction is that the position of the body cannot be changed significantly, but he, with many years of experience, escaped these attacks with a small amount of movement. However, Yan's shuriken was not so simple. After crossing the octane, it collided and turned back. Rao has rich experience in octane battles, and he has great consciousness. This is the first time I have seen this miraculous shuriken. Hateful. Octane cursed secretly, and his shuriken injured his limbs, and the art of Fireball came to an abrupt end. What caught Octane's eyes was a 1.8 meter tall man. Octane leaned on the ground and panted slightly and said, "Naoki, stop, this is not something you can get involved. Have you been admitted wrong? Then punish you as a cheap dad." Yan took out the white tooth blade, attached the chakra, and walked towards Uchiha Octane step by step. Feeling the dazzling light of the knife, Octane suddenly realized something. Her hands were sealed, and she said in surprise, "You're not Naoki, damn it. The blade has arrived, but the cut is the double wood." Fire Escape * The technique of impatience. In the long and narrow space, several flame flowers bloomed and flew to Yan. Yan hurriedly used the instantaneous technique, pulling away from him. So close. Yan secretly smacked his tongue. If it weren't for chakra to be extracted, if it wasn't for the Ashimaru who had handed over his envious 3-body art, I'm afraid he would have been recruited just now. Shoo! Shuriken was thrown out like no money. Yan took 2 steps to throw a wave. Yan is able to instantaneous. Similarly, Octane, as an elite ninja, is also able to do the same, more refined than Uchiha Hiko's, easily avoiding the shuriken that Yan has hurriedly thrown. The light can already be seen before. Yan's heart is loose, and he secretly said, finally he can escape from this ghost place. Under the candlelight, a shadow suddenly appeared on the ground. Yan was surprised. It was Uchiha Setsuna before that, and Uchiha Bakugan. Seeing that the opportunity was not good, Bakugan hurriedly shouted, "The thief, take my uncle Bakugan's iron fist." Afterwards, he rushed up to punch Yan, who was disguised, and was easily captured by Yan and held hostage. Not good. Before Uchiha Sana could react, Bakugan was caught. Octane, who rushed over from behind, saw that Bakugan was captured. His heart was cold, and he shouted, "Dog thief, let go of my grandson." The sound shook the sky, so that Yanel's hands on Bakugan were so frightened that they loosened. Fortunately, Bakugan covered his hands so that he didn't reveal anything. Yan gave Bakumaru a grateful look and said to the two of them, "If you want this son to survive, let me go." Octane immediately compromised and said, "Well, as long as you let him go, I will let you go." Yan turned his head and glanced at Octane. Although he was very bad, he accidentally loved his grandson Bakugan. This may be related to his giving away a black-haired man. Step aside! Yan shouted to Setsuna disdainfully. Uchiha is also an elite ninja. If it weren't for the decision of the elder Octane, he would have killed Hiko on the spot, and said cruelly, "I remember you, kid." Shocked again in his heart, Yan impatiently held Bakugan and left, disappearing into the night. Chapter 25, Chase. Chapter 25 Chase. Leaving the Uchiha clan, Yan didn't know where to go, so he could only ran in one direction indiscriminately. According to the plan, Yan should steal stealthily, and then go home, but now he is in a mess. Call out! Akira flew over, facing the back of Yan's forehead. 3 Guyu writing round eyes, Sharingan, open. Yan easily judged the direction of the comer and threw out 3 kunao with his right hand, and slammed forward fiercely. Through the action of force and force, he bounced back twice. The chakra attached to the shuriken cut through the tip of the kunao, and went straight to the person who came. Uchiha Setsuna. Seeing Uchiha Setsuna, who was sideways avoiding a fierce blow, Hiko gritted his teeth. This is one of the few elite shangnin in the family. Uchiha Setsuna took out kunao, clutched his right hand, placed it in front of his mouth, and said indifferently, "Little devil, your shuriken throwing is not easy." At such a young age, he awakened Sangoyu. What status? Without waiting for Yan's reaction, in the next second, Uchiha came to Yan's back in an instant. Damn it, when? Yan's pupils dilated, looking at the approaching kunao, the crisis of death reappeared. Ping! Kyu and Kyu collided, blocking the Kyu that pierced Xianjun Shailunyan. Yan did not hesitate, lowered his head, turned and ran. Uchiha was suspicious of life at this moment. A child had 3 go jade, and another stranger came. He had 3 go jade and was an enemy. He couldn't help but vomit. It's 3 go jade writing round eyes again, what is going on? 3 go jade writing? Is it such a bad street? It was not someone else who came here, it was Naoki who had been disguised. With a kaleidoscope of writing wheels, he has a special connection with Yan, so he can see through Yan's disguise in an instant and help him. Tonight, Naoki had the same idea as Hiko, but he was one step behind Hiko. Naoki said lightly, "If you don't want to die, just go back and don't reveal anything." When Uchiha heard the words, he laughed, as if he had heard the funniest joke, then stopped abruptly, and said vigorously, "You think that by transplanting Uchiha's 3-hook jade, you can be compared with the real Uchiha? Have you contended?" In the line, Uchiha Setsuna still refused to believe that it would be his own people who betrayed him. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. At the time of Uchiha's prime of life, the powerful fireball released was extremely powerful, a few laps larger than the previous Octane Giant Fireball. Read more at wuxiax.com. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Naoki is also unambiguous. After opening the kaleidoscope to write the wheel for a long time, even in the state of Sangoyu writing wheel, his pupil power is still stronger than that of the moment. The bug of ordinary writing round eyes lies in the all-round increase in ninjutsu, physique, and illusion, as well as the ability to replicate all other than the non-blood succession limit and secretary based on the owner's learning ability, physical fitness, and chakra. Basic ninjutsu. Not to mention the big killer, the pupil power blessing of the kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Naoki's giant fireball can almost fill an entire street. The fire is so big that it can even be seen by Yan, who ran for more than 100 meters. Uchiha Setsuna moved up, avoiding Naoki's fireball, and said uncomfortably, "Damn! Shoo!" 3 shurikens shot out, gaining a respite for Uchiha Setsuna. Naoki glanced back at the direction where Yan was leaving, and thought, "I don't know if Yan has run far." At this moment, Uchiha's attack came quietly. At this time, do you dare to be distracted? Naoki's eyes widened, and the kaleidoscope opened. When nothing happened at the moment, Naoki got behind him and kicked him. Sharinga. Accompanied by a strange voice, the illusion of writing round eyes opens, and Uchiha Sita is in front of him, groping around like a blind man. Rustle. There was footsteps in the distance. Naoki was alert, opened the kaleidoscope, activated his ability, and disappeared in place in the next second. The Anbu who rushed over seemed to see a man in a trance. The trance was only a short-term hallucination. When he saw Uchiha Setsuna in front of him had been hit by an illusion, the Anbu man was shocked, and he quickly shouted, "Open!" Mind moved. There was no change in the surroundings, but the Anbu man became even more nervous. In any case, he had to rescue Uchiha Setsuna first. At the moment Uchiha Setsuna was unlocked, he immediately distanced himself from the Anbu man and said, "Don't want to deceive me, get any news from me." The Anbu man defended and said, "I am Anbu, the illusion that I solved for you. Now, this is my status symbol." Uchiha Setsuna looked at the identity of the Anbu man, but still couldn't confirm it. It wasn't until the others arrived that Uchiha Satana and the Anbu man breathed a sigh of relief. That man's pupil technique is so powerful that I still think that I am in the illusion after unlocking the illusion. Uchiha Suna secretly thought in his heart that today's shame was passed through the mouth of Anbu. Next time, I must make these two people pay the price. Uchiha's theft of the Book of Contract caused an uproar between Uchiha and the village. Uchiha Octane and others unanimously claimed that the other party was trying to hold Bakugan, with the purpose of threatening Uchiha Octane to destroy Uchiha. I was noticed by Uchiha Setsuna, and interrupted the plan. At the same time, as the outside world declared, Uchiha was still as strong as before. 3 generations, Danzo and a large number of Anbu rushed to the scene, as well as Uchiha Tomitake and a large group of Uchiha elites. Danzo will be afraid to hide in his heart. On the surface, it is really scary. He also said with a hint of expectation, "Why, is Uchiha going to rebel against his clan?" Uchiha Tomitake is not a hawkish figure, but this does not mean that he will be bullied. He is the person most in need of safeguarding the honor and dignity of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha is an important part of Konoha that cannot be ignored. Please don't forget that Konoha's security today depends on our Konoha security team. We, Uchiha, are not afraid of your envy. If you want to fight, you should fight. The Patriarch issued an order, and a group of hawks and non-hawks began to wrestle with the dark side, and one after another opened their own highest level of riding round eyes. Being stared at by so many double riding wheels, even 3 generations can hardly resist. He cleared his throat and rebuked with great majesty, "Danzo, you are enough. Honestly, go back to your roots." The turmoil of the boss is a major event in the village. At this time, it should be a peaceful solution to the problem, not an infighting. An unknown representative of the Uchiha Hawks said untimely, "Hehe, even if we fight, we will win Uchiha." 3 generations glanced at Futake subconsciously and found that he had no intention of criticizing the Uchiha, and the situation suddenly became embarrassed. Chapter 26, The Temptation of Octane. Chapter 26, The Temptation of Octane. After leaving Kushina's house, Yan secretly kept the Book of Contract on a roof of Konoha, and then returned home, pretending that nothing happened. Early in the morning, the Book of Contract was found by the root members and delivered to Danzo. Danzo, who covered one of his eyes with a bandage, looked at the Book of Contract that his subordinates were kneeling on, with a gleam in his eyes. Presumably this is what Uchiha Octane lost, not his grandson was kidnapped. Take it back to the headquarters first. Upon receiving Danzo's order, the root members left instantly. Tuanzang stayed on the spot, thought quietly for a while, waved his hand, and all the other roots hidden in the dark came out, half kneeling on standby. "Go and find the one who stole the contract book." "Yes." The roots speak in unison and act separately. Danzo once knew what the Book of Contract was, and this kind of thing that controlled the unchanging mind of his subordinates was the most suitable for him. Uchiha Octane wants to use this to improve Uchiha's status. From Danzo's point of view, it is a foolish dream, but the reason for this is worth exploring. Maybe it can be used to get the coveted Shalunian. The person who steals the book of contract must be the key. Today, Naoki's family of 3 ate breakfast, as usual, but with something different. My Liang can feel that the contract to control her life and death has been broken, and she has truly restored her free body. She suspected Naoki did it, but Naoki kept watching Hikiko secretly. As for Yan, he was only 11 years old not long ago. My Liang couldn't figure it out, but judging from what happened in the family yesterday, it must be no trivial matter. Naoki saw through Hiko at a glance last night, but he didn't break it. For the 11-year-old Hiko, being able to steal the book of contract must be the result of collaborating with Bakugan inside and outside. Too risky. If Naoki didn't arrive in time, Hiko would almost become the dead soul of Uchiha Setsuna. At the beginning, Yan should be kept away from the ninja, and now he has stepped into the ranks of ninja practice. Before he became strong, he began to die, which is worrying. When you look back, you must teach Yan this guy well, and you can't be so foolish anymore. However, I, who owns a kaleidoscope, can surely protect Yoshihiko and my Liang. Read more at wuxiax.com. The big deal, leaving this place of right and wrong, where there are my Liang and Yan, is home. Yan's mental state is very tired, and he has spiritual energy that is unmatched by others. After experiencing the thrilling actions of yesterday, it is difficult to feel at ease. Seeing the happiness of his mother my Liang, Yan is also very happy, forgetting the problem of cheap father's unemployment. Recalling yesterday's Bakugan Jang Ai standing up, Kushina's kind rescue, and anonymous life-saving grace, Yan's tears infiltrated the eye sockets, and fell with the pull of gravity. Careful my Liang discovered Yan's abnormality and said softly, "What's wrong, Yan?" "Woo." Yan, who was emotionally broken, threw herself into my Liang's arms and cried loudly. Naoki, who originally wanted to teach Hiko, saw this scene and couldn't bear it. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails pierced his palms, and his firm belief in his heart became brighter. Hiko's emotions infected my Liang and Naoki. For a long time, the 3 talents came out of their grief, and it was the reality. Yan was asleep in my Liang's arms, and he was still muttering, "Mother my Liang, when I open the kaleidoscope, writing wheel, I must protect you and bring a cheap dad." My Liang sighed slightly and said to Naoki, "Naoki, if possible, for Hiko, we can." Halfway through the conversation, someone broke in. The one who came was Uchiha Octane, and Uchiha Setsuna, who fought with Naoki yesterday. Uchiha Octane was condescending, and said sharply, "Uchiha Myra, you come with me now. The family has a new mission." At this time, my Liang is not bound by the book of contract, but she can't show it. Instead, she said tactfully, "Hiko just fell asleep, please wait a minute, don't bother your child." In his own home, others just enter. Naoki really has no temper at all. Although he knows that this will have a bad influence on my Liang and Yan, the elder is higher than his status after all, and is the authority in the clan. Naoki stood up and said in a calm tone, "Grand Elder, my Liang has just completed the mission, why so soon?" Uchiha Octane said without evasiveness, "The book of contract was stolen. This is a big deal. Besides, the book of contract controls the life and death of the dead. What happened to my Liang himself? Is it possible that you have to perform the task for my Liang again?" In the face of the great elder's unshakable sneer, Naoki put it aside. He certainly knew who the theft was, and the purpose of the theft was to terminate my Liang's contract. The great elder came and went directly to my Liang to perform the task, which showed that something had been revealed. Naoki, who has a kaleidoscope, can proudly say that the strongest person in Uchiha today is him. Naoki thought for a while, and said to Uchiha Octane, "I am a rare elite in the clan, Shinobu, and I am willing to accept this mission for my Liang and serve as a guilty meritorious service." Uchiha Setsuna interrupted and said, Naoki, it's impossible to commit crimes. You leave your job without permission, but it affects the image of our Konoha security team. Naoki's teeth tickled with anger, and Ten Uchiha Setsuna could not beat him, but his form was not as good as a human, so he had to bow his head. The Grand Elder concluded, in this case, you will be replaced by Uchiha Miyoshi, Uchiha Naoki, and perform this confidential mission. After finishing speaking, Octane Uchiha glanced at the sleeping Hiko, snorted coldly, waved his sleeves and left. Outside the house, Uchiha Satsuna asked, the elder, the person who robbed yesterday was a young man. He has not practiced ninjutsu, but has a 3-hook jade, and the person who responds is not below me. If it is the young man just now, and Naoki's internal and external integration, then, there is only one thing that doesn't make sense, it is Sanguyu writing round eyes. Uchiha Octane was thoughtful, and scheming. He thought of another possibility, and said to Setsuna, it is very likely that the 3-gold jade of the dead clan was stolen by Naoki and then transplanted into Yan's eyes. Uchiha was shocked and said, if this is the case, Uchiha Naoki can be said to be wolf ambition. As an elite Sharingan, Naoki seldom compares with other elite Sharingan in the clan, but almost all elite Sharingan are afraid of him by 3 points. It feels like a bloodline suppression. Uchiha's Octane flashed murderously, and said to Setsuna, in this way, you secretly observe Uchiha Hiko to see if he has a 3-go jade writing wheel, if necessary, you can directly kill him. If it is as Uchiha Octane thought, then Bakugan is not lightly fooled by Hiko, and if he dares to move his Octane's grandson, Hiko can't eat it. And the book of contract is related to his status as the elder. If he loses this status, Bakugan's talent is not very high, and it will be difficult to develop in the future. Octane looked at the sky sadly, as if seeing his deceased child, and muttered, hey, Bakugan, Bakugan, can't you let Grandpa save me snacks? Chapter 27, Instant Stop Water. Chapter 27 Instant Stop Water. In these days when Yan was absent, Itake was left out in the cold, so that another person, taking advantage of the void, took the time outside of Itake's training. This person is the Shishui who serves as the best friend of Itake's brother in the original book. The name of Shishin Zishui, the name of the ninja world, the magical skills of other gods, the strongest illusion, and the legendary character that influenced the 4 battles. At this time, he was just a kid who was 1 or 2 years older than Yan. Itake is already 2 years old. Fuyu has also started training Itake. Due to the recent theft of the Book of Contract, it has been put on hold for the time being. Shishui's talent is not weaker than Itake, even stronger than him, and his 2-year-old experience is more than enough to feed Itake. However, in Yan's view, if Shishui and Itake can join the destiny, it must be a great help. Bakugan, loyalty is enough, but with his strength, I am afraid that he will not survive a few episodes. Well, it is mainly stupid and can't let him participate in such a dangerous mission. Other gods and moon reading are already invincible in the illusion. Not to mention, Suzuo can care for this kind of big killer, and it is a very high increase in combat power for the destiny. It should be noted that the Itake's kaleidoscope was opened after Zishui committed suicide, and before that, one was snatched by Danzo. How can Danzang children obtain such powerful skills? Yan has never seen Shisui's Suzuo, and he can grow up, and I'm afraid he can surpass the Itake in the original work. Make up his mind, Yan Zime smiled, and said with a bad expression, Itake, it seems that you have new friends. Seeing Yan coming, Itake rushed over happily, pulled Shishui, and introduced, Brother Yan, this is Shishui, Shishui, this is the brother Yan I have been talking about. After Uchiha Shisui saw Hiko, he slapped haha and said embarrassedly, hello, Hiko. Just kidding, although he got along well with Itake, Yan is the eldest brother of Itake after all. If he doesn't figure it out, Shisui cares very much. Yan said, come on, let me see your strength, and if I am satisfied in the end, I don't mind accepting your brother. Shisui's eyes brightened, and he became brothers with Itaka Kazuhiko. Do you just need to fight one game? I don't know why, in the dark, the will in his heart drove him to get close to Itaki. Itaki is a kind of person like himself. And Yan in front of him is obviously another type of person. Shisui took out Uchiha's short blade and said, "It would be great to be brothers with Itaki." With Itaki, not with me? Yan thought secretly in his heart, and couldn't help but feel depressed. It seems that you have to educate you on debugging. In the live broadcast room, there was also a wave of waves due to the appearance of Shisui. Shishin Zishui, hey, the anchor has changed even the white teeth. By the way, let's change the fate of Zishui. Yes, upstairs is right. The strength of the anchor is obvious to all. Now fighting with Shisui is not bullying him. Hey, there are still guesses? I want to vote for Zishui, and Zishui will win. Upstairs, sincerely, the anchor is currently hanging on to stop the water. I will definitely vote for the anchor to win. People who eat melons, let me say, the popularity is rising bit by bit, and the number of quizzes has reached more than 2,000 people. However, the requirement for the opening of the lucky draw this time is that 4,000 people participate and double up. Read more at wuxiax.com. Yan feels sorry, but there is no other way. Can the duel with the infant Zishui only achieve this effect? Moreover, the chance of a live quiz depends on luck. Ding mission release, changing the destiny of Zishui suicide, main line. Ding task reward, complete body Suzuo. Ding mission failed, right round eyes to 0. I rely on, this unexpected mission shocked Yan. Suseo is completely body, even if it is given to Yan, Yan can't use it at the moment. Isn't it possible to open Suseo without having opened a kaleidoscope? Master Ban has opened an eternal kaleidoscope anyway. And if you fail, the writing wheel will be reset to 0. Doesn't it mean that no matter where it evolves, it will be forcibly cleared? This is really daunting. The rewards of the system are far inferior to the pissiness of punishment. It is not the first time Yan has learned about it, but every time he is speechless, helpless, and even heart-stuck. Zishui Jianyan was in a daze, and kindly reminded him, "It's coming. It's very normal to enter straight, and you have to fight with Yan." Yan, who has the blade of white teeth, confident that his knife is sharper than Shisui's, so he slashed directly. Pong! The two blades collided, making a crisp sound. This is not the same as Yan thought. The blade of the white tooth does not cut the short blade of the water stop. It seems that the white tooth blade is really just an ordinary blade, and its only function is to attach the chakra. Yan thought secretly in his heart. The next second, he poured chakra in. Solving the problem of stopping water at the fastest speed is a good way to establish the image of the big brother. However, Shisui noticed chakra's movement, and almost simultaneously opened the distance, casting the instantaneous spell. Yin, this is my newly invented ninjutsu, which is different from the usual instantaneous technique. Zishui reminded once again that 6 or 7 phantom clones had already been separated. These clones are said to be fake, and they also have the ability to physically attack. Seriously, there is no entity. It's like a weakened version of the round tomb edge hell, which can be detected and its strength is relatively weak. Hateful. Yan Xin didn't think it well, that Zishui was so small that he would be able to use the instantaneous technique in the original work, which is quite tricky. Yan Ke did not expect to encounter this trick, and there is no solution at all. However, during the battle, it is difficult to leave Yan to think about and decipher the opponent's technique. Phantom clones, everyone is slowly approaching, holding a short Uchiha blade in their hands. Perhaps, I can only try this trick. Yan took out the shuriken his mother gave him from his ninja bag, and threw it towards the avatar of Shisui. God-level shuriken throwing technique, activate. The shuriken suddenly changed from 1 to dozens, and the momentum was frightening, but in an instant, it passed through all the bodies of Shisui. Are all such phantom clones? How could it be? Yan was a little surprised. If there is only such a degree, then Yan, I won. Zishui said confidently, and started running, and Short Blade was about to stab Hiko soon. With cold sweat on his forehead, Yan was terrified of Shishui's strength and confidence. Such an enemy is the deadliest. Yan opened Shanguyu's writing round eyes, pretending to see through the physical clone of Zishui, and quickly withdrew, shouting, I don't believe it. There is no flaw in this instantaneous technique. Fighting Shuriken Storm. The originally small chakra line with no attributes, under Yan's output, became so thick that it was visible to the naked eye, and under control, it bounced back and forth in the water-stopping clone at a very high speed. This is a gift from his mother, Mai Liang, who was awarded after the mission of removing Mai Liang's status as a dead man. Writing round eyes, open. The little Zishui already has the Ergu Jade writing wheel eyes, everything becomes slow in the line of sight, so he can clearly see the trajectory of dozens of shurikens and lines, and exclaims, this is not the brain power of ordinary people. Arrived. However, the instantaneous body technique of Shishui has a high-speed moving body technique, and it also has an increase in the wind attribute of Kyoi Inka, which is used alternately, and the speed is extremely fast. My instantaneous technique has no entity, but at the same time, it can be said that everything is entity. Nearly incomprehensible, perfect ninjutsu. It's like the weakened version of the round tomb hell, and the perfect rebirth of the dirty soil in the 4 battles, but there must be flaws. Chapter 28, Traitor. Chapter 28 Traitor. As long as there is an ontology, the ontology will definitely appear in the face of intensive and continuous attacks. Yan owns Bajuan Jin, is not short of chakras, and has seals on both hands. Fire escape * extinguish the fire. The monstrous flame, gushing out, flooded all the clones of Zishui. It's useless, Yan, as I said, it's an entity, not an entity. The sound of Shisui came quietly, and the next second, the blade flashed, and Uchiha's short blade stabbed. Yan was startled, stopped breathing fire, and moved back. At the same time, he took out the blade of the white tooth and attached the chakra from the inner thigh to the wrist, sword extraction. The white light flashed, and it hit the phantom. Art fire escape ho fireball. 3 avatars circumvented from the flanks, attracting Yan's attention, and the other avatar, Jian, performed ninjutsu. Double flash. Zishui whispered, the whole person switched back and forth between the 3 clones, waiting for an opportunity to attack. The short blade in his hand was already hungry and thirsty. As long as one hit, the next second, Yan will be kicked into the air, using the instantaneous technique to perform flash cutting. Finally, in the use of ninjutsu, the skill of the fierce fireball, one shot was killed. In the face of a powerful combination of ninjutsu, once he was hit, the consequences would be disastrous. Yan gritted his teeth and thought, I can only fight it. Without supernormal, overloaded, and long-term training beyond the limit, after forcibly opening the 8 doors, you will endure a long period of weakness. 8-door Dunjia, open the door, open. Relieve the limitation of the brain area, exert 100% of the physical ability, and increase the attack and speed by overloading the body to consume energy. Yan's body was burning with purple chakra flames, his speed soared, and he cast the technique of instantaneous, almost teleporting out of the encirclement. Perhaps, only Sanguyu writing round eyes can see your body clearly. At this point, Yan also ignored the exposure. 3 Guyu, right round eyes, open. Accompanied by a strange sound, the scarlet double-hook jade turned into a 3-hook jade, and a wave of pupil technique and bloodline suppression appeared faintly. What X2? Both Itaki and Shisui were shocked by Yan's Sanguyu. In their cognition, the 3-go jade is generally awakened by the adult Uchiha genius. In the state of the 3-go jade, ninjutsu, physique, and illusion were all increased. Yan's speed rose to a higher level, and the blue veins on his body burst. I saw it, there, I saw it again, there. Very well, your trajectory is invisible under my 3-hook jade. Yan shouted in surprise. However, there is another very important issue that he ignored. Being able to see it doesn't mean that he can be attacked. This is also the reason why Shisui didn't attack Yan immediately. Yan, if you can beat me, even if you win this game. The sound of Shisui, through Yan, enters the live broadcast room. Suddenly, it was frying again. Read more at wuxiax.com. Anchor 3 Go Jade can't beat Shisui 2 Go Jade. Stonehammer Anchor Traitor, the traitor is shameful, today must be disgraced to broadcast. Anchor you. What is the most basic trust between people? Small science, the instantaneous technique of stopping water, even the elites can't see through it, and even risk their lives. In the original work, Shisui was written to death by the boss because it was too bug. What if Shisui is added to the destiny? When knowing the sky, it is against the destiny, the proper fantasy protagonist wind. Agree upstairs. When the melon-eating crowd say Yan was still fighting desperately, he issued a new mission to him, and let Yan watch it and vomit 3 mouthfuls of blood. Ding mission release, recruiting Shisui into the Destiny organization. Ding success reward, 8 doors Dungia * 3 doors. Ding failure punishment, Ren vessel blocked. I do it. System, you are the father of the people who eat melons. What do they say you have to post tasks? Also, do you often hold the capitalist vampire knife in your hand? Always exploit my rewards? Fortunately, letting Shisui enter the destiny is also one of my thoughts. To accomplish this goal, you must first defeat Shisui. Drawing a sword. Yan's eyes flashed with precision, and he wanted to perform a sword drawing technique while moving at a high speed, but the inner thigh to the waist was unable to exert force because of the movement. As a result, there was a situation where people had already passed the phantom and the blade had just been cut out. Are you trying new techniques? Even though this is just a discussion, I will try my best. Yan, you are very strong and worthy of my defeat. Don't worry, I will stop there. Shisui said with a strong sense of warfare, and his self-confidence was beyond words. Damn it, sure enough, there is no system, and my talent is nothing more than that. Yan was very envious of those enchanting geniuses who were able to absorb nutrients in battle and were constantly getting stronger. For example, Itaki, who is watching the battle, must have learned a lot of valuable experience. Glancing at that place, Yan recognized in an instant that Itaki was just a clone. There is a situation. Yan immediately realized that something was wrong, stopped fighting, and said to Shisui, Shisui, Itaki was taken away by someone, this is a clone. Hearing this, Shisui also stopped the instantaneous technique, and looked around. Uchiha-sama, who was observing secretly behind the tree, smiled evilly, holding the stunned Itaki in his arms, throwing a shuriken with a detonating talisman, and then withdrew. Over there. Shisui reacted immediately, throwing out the shuriken and colliding with it, causing the detonating talisman to explode in advance. Yan was the fastest to rush over. The other party was obviously facing him, and it was definitely not Shisui or Itaki. Therefore, if he accidentally hurts Itaki, Yan will feel guilty for a lifetime. Yan knew what happened recently. Beware of fraud. Shisui kindly reminded him, and then followed without stopping. Whether it was bombed or not, Itaki is Yan's brother. The brother was taken into captivity, and he couldn't help but help. The speed of the two of them is extremely fast, even the moment when the elite is on the forbearance, they can't match it. Shoo! Shisui sends 3 karma, cuts off the retreat of the moment, and activates the technique of instantaneous body. Fire escape * extinguish the fire. Yan directly launched Huodun, and the long flames directly flooded the location of moment. Suddenly, the secret path was not good, and Itaki was injured. He couldn't eat it and walked around, but he had no choice but to throw it away. The ferret in the air happened to be caught by the avatar Shishui. Damn! The instant a fist hit the ground, the three-go jade opened, tearing the disguise, and angrily said, "Uchiha Hiko, today is your sacrifice day, die." The illusion is activated. The original 2-Guyu Jade's riding wheel turned into a 3-Guyu Jade, resisting the illusion of moments. Kneeling down on one knee, Yan resisted and spent a lot of chakras, but fortunately he could continue to fight, and said firmly, "In this case, let you see that I can draw a sword." Chakra of White Fang's blade shone, and the light flashed, frightened for an instant. White Fang's knife technique. Setsuna hurriedly made a block action, but, unexpectedly, Yan's attack did not hit him. Bang! Yan collapsed to the ground, and the sequelae of Bayman Dungia appeared. He was tired all over, his brain exploded, and his ears had auditory hallucinations. Yan! Shishui yelled, and the secret path was bad. Chapter 29, The Situation is Grim. Chapter 29 The Situation is Grim. Uchiha Setsuna looked at the person who fell to the ground, and said excitedly, "Did you faint because of the load on your body? That was the time of death. Hold Uchiha's short blade tightly, and meet Shisui's short-handed soldier." Facing the elite Shangren, Shishui was not afraid. Instead, he ridiculed, "The Anbu code, try to keep a distance from the enemy, don't you understand the truth?" Uchiha Sana dismissed it. Although the instantaneous technique in front of him was a bit tricky, under the gaze of Sanguyu Shulunyan, he, who was also a speed ninja, could catch the trail of Shishui. The scarlet Sangu Jade was swollen, bloodshot, and moved wildly. With its superb experience, it followed the high-speed moving water stop and predicted the next appearance point. Shoo! 3 shots were thrown out and pointed directly at the position of Shishui. Shishui was disdainful at first, and then said in surprise, "No, wait, but Doumadi, Yan." It turned out that Uchiha's goal was not Shisui at all, but Hiko, who overlapped with Shisui's field of vision at that moment. Suffered. Itaki, who got away from the side, secretly said something bad, took out 3 kunao, recalled Yan's god-level shuriken throwing technique in his mind, and shouted, "This is it." 3 shots of kunao, violently and accurately hit Uchiha's kunao, saving Yan from danger. A few moments came to Yan's side, Itaka took out kunao, and said seriously, "I will protect brother Yan while he is in a coma. Brother Shishui, the enemy will leave it to you." Shisui looked at Itaki in surprise, smiled and nodded, then turned to face Uchiha Setsuna, and said, "If you have a 3-Go Jade from the Uchiha clan, if you are an outsider, I will regain the eye of the riding wheel, if you are clan, I will capture you and leave it to the patriarch to make the final decision." Uchiha Setsuna sneered, having such strength and talent, but never willing to kill others. Are the descendants of Mirror such fools? Hearing the name Mirror, Shishui lowered his head gloomily and said gravely, "My father, he is a ninja who inherited the will of fire. He died to protect his most precious companions and the village. I forbid you. Insult him." The young Itaka whispered, "The will of fire. Art fire escape ho fireball." The hot flames sprayed out from the mouth, forming a big fireball. Seeing that the previous attack was fruitless, Yan was protected by Itaki again, and he could only defeat Shishui first. "A giant fireball of this level can't hurt me at all, so let you see us Uchiha's advanced fire escape." Fire escape * the art of dragon fire. The instant knot seal, highly compressed the large number of chakras gathered in the body into the shape of a dragon, precisely controlling the trajectory. The Yanlong's temperature, range, and flexibility are not comparable to the Hao fireball. After the Yanlong swallowed the Hao fireball, the huge dragon head swallowed it towards Shishui. The technique of instantaneous body. Shishui was helpless, and could only use the technique of instantaneous movement to move behind Setsuna at high speed, and the short blade knife suddenly appeared. The corner of Shina's mouth curled, the evil spirit smiled, and a second flame dragon spurted out of the mouth, and the huge dragon head swallowed Zishui in the flames. Brother Zishui, how could it happen? Itaka looked at the second flame dragon that spewed out at that moment. He only sealed one time, but he could spray 2 flame dragons. It was incredible. What's more, Zishui's life and death are still uncertain now. What should I do? Read more at wuxiax.com. A gentle voice appeared in Itaka's ear, and Shisui smiled and said, no matter what time, you have to pretend to be calm, so that you will gradually become calm. At the moment when the attack was not in the middle, his eyes fell sharply, and he said to himself, this is not possible. Your instantaneous technique can reach this level. Shisui's 3-go jade riding wheel stared at Uchiha Setsuna, as if he had penetrated everything about him, and slowly said, in the family, those who can use the dragon fire art to such an extent, except for Uchiha Octane, there is only Uchiha Setsuna. The great elder is more than impossible to attack us, so everything can be over. When things came to light, Uchiha was anxious, and said angrily, boy, you underestimated me, I'm the elite. Fire escape * the art of dragon fire. The hands were sealed, the chakra rioted in the body, and several yanlong sprayed from the mouth, attacking Yan and others indiscriminately. Zishui held Kyo tightly and said, well, he is going to kill all of us. Hiss. According to Shishui, Itaka tried to calm down, and this calm made him notice something he hadn't noticed before. Behind Yan, a little white snake sneaked up. Call out. Itaka did not hesitate to throw Kunao in his hand, cutting off the 7 inches of the snake. There are other people watching Yan. Yan was really sinful. After he was unconscious, too many people wanted to attack him, and he was in a semi-conscious and semi-conscious state at the moment. In the sea of consciousness, Yan could feel everything around him, and he was very moved by what Shisui and Itaka did. In the shopping mall, there are secret military food pills that can restore physical strength, but the price is exceptionally high. 3,000 popularity is worth 1, Yan has not been willing to spend it. Of course, the secret weaponry pill has an outstanding effect and can restore the strength of the whole body within 10 seconds. Yan originally wanted to rely on Shisui and Itaka to save himself, and with the strength of the two, it was not a problem to fight against the elite Shangren. But the little white snake just now, if nothing else, is the psychic beast of Dashuan. Is Ashimaru going to do it to yourself? Isn't it a good time to make a disappearance and then perform the technique of reincarnation without a corpse? No, the former me just wanted to live. I am now not only to survive, but also my mother Mai Liang, cheap father Naoki, and my good brother, Bakugan, Itaki, Shisui, and uncle Shumo, Ju who helped me. Sister Sine, and Mat Dai who taught me passionately. The more fetters, the more responsibilities they bear. This is not a burden, but a powerful motivation. Ding, the secret weapon grain pill has been exchanged successfully. Yan lowered his blood, containing the ration pill, and spent dozens of seconds in his heart. Sure enough, Ashimaru came over and kicked the attacker who was too late to dodge. The hidden shadow has more snake hands. Several long snakes respectively take on the tasks of intimidation, containment, and attack, and defeat the weasel in one blow. The Shishui, who was doing his best to stop the dragon fire, was also attracted by this sudden change, and said involuntarily, Itaki. Boom! The flame hit Zishui and swallowed his body. Onoshimaru carried the recovering Hiko with one hand, mocking Uchiha Satana and said, the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman gets the money, ha 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 ha. Damn, his identity was revealed, his target was taken, Uchiha's luck was extremely low. Shishui, injured by the fire escape, climbed up from the ground with difficulty, and saw Ashimaru, Hiko being carried by him, and the fettered attacker from a distance. The will of fire in his heart did not allow him to see his companions injured, even if they were temporarily enemies with people in the same village. Call out. throw it out without precision. However, Dashimaru had long been aware of it, and threw Kunao easily, and said jokingly, "Small bugs." Ping! When the Kunao collided, the Kunao of Shishui was knocked to the wall, and the Kunao of Ashimaru's own deflection cut open the snake that bound the ferret. Dashyuan snorted coldly when she saw it, staring at Zishui's Shuangui riding wheel eyes, no longer entangled, and left instantly. Chapter 30, Send Proposition. Chapter 30 Send Proposition. In the depths of the Death Forest, Ashimaru walked among the branches excitedly. Buzzing. Snake's instinct tells Dashyuan that this is a poisonous insect, and if I remember correctly, it is a nano-level poisonous insect that can only exist in that person's body. Dashyuan stopped and said with a gloomy face, "The oil girl takes the root. Since you are here, then the other person is also there." The man with a big grocery bag hung on his waist and his clothes all over his body appeared in front of Oshimaru Yuhiko. It was the oil girl who took his roots. The other person is dressed in the typical clothing of the mountain clan, named Shanzongzin. Both are guards from the left and right of Danzo. They have known each other since they were young, and they have a tacit understanding of their cooperation. Fuck. There was no rush or slow footsteps, and Dashimaru should go, and it was Danzo wrapped in a bandage. Tuanzangju said condescendingly, "Ashimaru, are you going out of the village with this child?" Ashimaru clenched his fists. In his opinion, Danzo's posture would destroy him if he didn't agree with a word, so he said angrily, "My disciple was assassinated. As a master, can't I save him?" Danzo did not intend to let go, but continued to press, "If this is the case, then you should repel or catch the person who assassinated your disciple instead of taking him from his companion." Dashimaru narrowed his eyes, staring closely at Danzo's every move. Knowing that the effect has been achieved, Danzo began to express his true intentions. "No matter what you are to your disciples, when the Uchiha clan and the village are sensitive right now, I believe you will not violate the rules yet. In fact, the more important level is that he and Dashimaru are currently maintaining a close cooperative relationship, and they are both studying one thing writing round eyes. And there is only one reason why he still gave him a step down after Dashimaru committed the act of stealing the Shailunian. Ashimaru, Danzo, I heard Anbu say, you all ran to the Death Forest, do you want to defect?" This majestic voice came from the 3 generations of Hokage, Sarutobi Rishao, who were in their prime of life. Behind him, there are quite a few Anbi ninjas. Dashimaru's heart is loose. The arrival of the 3 generations shows that he has been out of danger. He said to the 3 generations, "Teacher, Sansei." Sarutobi said to Danzo, "Danzo, didn't you let you investigate Uchiha? Why did you get here?" As always, Danzo said half-truths and half-truths. This child in front of him and his companion were attacked by a tribe with a riding wheel eye. Dashimaru rescued him. He may be the key to solving the case, so I took the roots. Hexen chased it over. Glancing at Yan, Tuanzang said, "In addition, he can be regarded as your disciple and grandson." Oh! Sarutobi was slightly surprised. In fact, he had already seen him before. He looked at Yan with an innocent face and said softly, "Since I am a disciple of Ashimaru, I don't need to be so excited to let others all go away." At the beginning of the order, no one moved. Sarutobi doubled his vision, and Anbu's subordinates stepped forward and said, 3 generations of adults, if we leave, read more at wuxiax.com. Indeed, as long as the people in Anbu know it. The so-called roots only obey the orders of Danzo, and Danzo is a cruel person. Even though Danzo and Sarutobi have been trusted companions since childhood, their different identities determine their different goals. If the roots suddenly rioted, contain, or kill 3 generations, or even become puppets, they can't afford it. Everyone knows Danzo's desire to be Hokage. But he happened to be a man who knew what to do, but never dared to fight with his life and bet. This can be clearly seen from the time when Danzo did not dare to let his subordinates go down, but Sarutobi dared to fight desperately. Seeing this, the 3 generations scolded and said, "Don't suspect the ninjas in the same village because of presumption. I believe Danzo will not do anything to harm me. Even so, I am a ninja doctor." The subordinate did not dare to refute in a panic, followed by one after another, and under the order, retreated to a safe distance of 300 meters. Danzo took a deep look at Sarutobi and waved his hand to let the people on his side retreat. After everyone else left, the 3 generations began to tell their true purpose. "Do you have a 3-go jade writing ring at a young age?" This disciple, who had only one side fate before, was so talented that he had surpassed his former companion, Uchiha Mirror, and even had the possibility of surpassing that myth. Yan's heart suddenly stopped. Sure enough, the 3-go jade granted by the system created an illusion of extremely strong talent, so that the 3 generations could not sit back and watch it. On the side, Danzo and Ashimaru are turbulent and extremely complicated. The 3 generations naturally knew what Tuanzang thought, but they were a little unpredictable about De Shiwan. After all, the 2 were still in the honeymoon period at this time. Such a genius, the Uchiha clan did not pay attention to it, but they still suppressed or even obliterated. 3 generations squatted down and looked at the Hiko who was placed on the ground by the Ashimaru. "I told the reason for being assassinated. As the shadow of a village, I have enough strength to protect you. I rely on 3 generations of questions in person. For such a sensitive topic, once the answer is wrong, I am afraid that I will not be silenced on the spot, and there are no other witnesses, a disciple, a professional backer, everything is ready." Yan squeezed his eyes and found that it was too fake, so he brewed his emotions, and said in fear, "Are you a 3rd-generation Hokage-sama?" 3 generations nodded their heads, thinking they were quite majestic. "Will you escape?" Yan's question made the 3 generations almost spit out blood. 3 generations were deflated, the Ashimaru on the side held back a smile, while Danzo looked left and looked again, pretending not to see it. "Naruto can't escape from fire. It's an old stock since the 1st generation. However, you still have to pretend to be calm and say, 'I'm Dr. Ninja, proficient in 5-line ninjutsu.'" Yan, who had almost collapsed in his heart, disappeared after asking this old saying. "Hey, if that's the case, then I'm going to let myself go. I heard that Hokage is the heir to the will of fire. As long as there is a place where Konoha dances, as long as there is a place where leaves dance, the fire will burn. The shadow of the fire will shine on the village and let the new leaves sprout." This sentence was said by Master Naruto when the ninja school started, right? 3 generations heard this and laughed with relief. Danzo cannot deny this, but he is still unwilling to be known only by the will of fire. He proudly said, "In places where the light cannot be illuminated, the roots turn into powerful foundations that support Konoha. Wood without roots. Leave." Yan wanted to put his ideas to the public, but there was a huge gap between his strength and status. "But I think the place where Konoha dances is Konoha. The foundation where the roots are buried must also be rooted under Konoha. What about Konoha that can't be touched, and even the future of ninja world?" This concept gave the 3 a new look, but Suunji was amused by Yan's ridiculous thoughts. 3 generations said openly, "Konoha ninja only needs to protect everything he cherishes, cherished companions, cherished things, cherished, the village." On the other hand, Danzo retorted angrily, "You don't understand, kid? In places where the sun can't reach, the root will turn into a strong foundation, supporting Konoha." Yan's will, for Danzo, is a refutation of his will. And Dashimaru's heart is very complicated. Yes, the external force cannot be ignored. 2 ninja wars caused Konoha to suffer heavy losses. Such an aggressive ninja village must be changed. Chapter 31, Make a Choice. Chapter 31, Make a Choice. The 3 generations took a deep breath, and for a long time, they continued to say, "Boy, do you know who assassinated you? At this time, Yan slumped to the ground pretending to be exhausted. The careful Ashimaru slowly realized something was wrong, kicked Yan's PP, and said coldly, Yan, since it's all right, let's get up and talk. Damn it! Has it been discovered? Yan didn't understand where the flaw was discovered by Ashimaru, so she could only stand up, haha, and say, you found all of this, you deserve it. Shiwan let out a cold snort, a faint gleam of fear in the bottom of his eyes. But the other two people present are all cruel characters who cannibalize people without spitting out bones, and their insights are also amazing. Danzo remembered it secretly, and the third generation rapped and said, what a cute kid, you are a teenager this year, but you will only refine chakras. Seeing you start late, I have the heart to help you, you can escape from fire. Hey, do you want to teach me the fire escape? Yan's heart was overjoyed, and he hurriedly responded, it will only extinguish the arrogance with one move. It is the scroll left by his father. 3 generations understood, and said gently, as my disciple, I don't have any meeting ceremony, so let's go. 3 days later, when you come to Hokage Rock, I will teach you a ninjutsu trick. In Naruto world, not everyone has the opportunity to be exposed to all ninjutsu. In Konoha, only studying at a ninja school, mission merit exchange, and the opportunity to obtain ninjutsu from elsewhere are very rare. Kakashi, who has copy ninja in the original book, originally has 5 attributes of chakras, and has a plugin that writes round eyes copy ninjutsu, to create this unique reputation. The 3 generations came up with such tempting things, obviously not only to give Yan a meeting gift, but more importantly, standing in line. Should I choose Uchiha or the village like a mirror? For Ren Hiko, Uchiha is the permanent Konoha garrison. If he helps all sorts of squeezing out his family to destroy Konoha, he might as well commit suicide. At this time, Danzo couldn't bear it, and Yan, who had the talent of 3 Gojade writing round eyes, was about to be bought by 3 generations. How can this make him who has always coveted Zwanyan succeed? Danzo stretched out his right hand and scrambled and said, Hiko, with your strength, it will be extremely easy to enter the roots in the future. You will get more powerful opportunities while completing your family honor mission. Compared with the 2, Oshimaru is much inferior. But Shiwan will not pick out and say come to me, Uncle Snake teaches you endless technology. However, the 3 generations are Konoha bathed in sunlight, Danzo is the root in the dark, and Oshimaru is a monster pursuing immortality. The will of these 3 people is at odds with Yan's will after all. Yan coughed twice and assumed a pose that he thought was very handsome. Although what I say next is very desperate, but if there is no principle and can't stick to one's own way, then it is no different from puppets and chess pieces. I, Uchiha Hiko, don't bend my waist for 5 buckets of rice. Shimaru was angry, the killing intent in his eyes filled. Read more at wuxiax.com. 5 buckets of rice? Where do you put the ninjutsu that I tirelessly pursue? This damn talent, this damn freedom. It is very rare for the 3 to inspire killing at the same time, to a child, to an uncontrolled evildoer. Yan was extremely frightened at this time, facing the 3 big brothers, and said shocking words. The attitude is already clear, and the conclusion is made. Danzo squinted slightly, peering at Sarutobi with a look. Dashimaru's pupil shrank, and the kunao under the sleeve was ready. The 3 generations are also hesitant at this time. Before making a decision, they must ask one last question, I understand your will. If one day, the village suffers a devastating blow, what will you do? Hey! With a call from the atmosphere, Yan understood that he had survived again by chance, and said without hesitation, born as Konoha, and die as Konoha soul. Shocking, breathtaking. At this point, Sarutobi Hisaki has made up his mind. For a moment, it seemed that he was 10 years old, and said tiredly, Hiko, now that you are saved, you must learn to protect yourself. Before you grow up, I will keep Anbu protected. You need to answer me now, who is the one who wants to kill you? Sang Guyurite's round eyes. Yan Wei squinted his eyes and answered quickly. However, my heart is already turbulent, Anbu seems to be a protection, but in fact it also has the meaning of surveillance, and even more, if it is wrong, it means to eliminate the roots immediately. Damn it, Sun Slash! You still hesitate too much, how can you be Hokage like this? Tuanzang's one-handed seal, that is Feng Dun's initial madra. Seeing this, the three generations immediately set up the avatar, holding down Danzo's hands, and instructing Oshimaru to say, "Take Yan." Doshimaru looked at Yan excitedly, and in the next second, he immediately left with Yan. Danzo almost snarled, "This son will become a big disaster in the future, don't stay for long." The three generations looked at the sky and said helplessly, "Is it only a 11 or 12-year-old boy who has his own will? Such a genius is a new bud bred by Konoha. Perhaps, at some point, it can really save Konoha. If you can awaken to Uchiha, same as Madara," Kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Looking at the mixed explosions of Huo Dun, Feng Dun and Earth Dun behind him, Yan knew that he had just escaped a catastrophe. But the real horror has just begun. Lang Jun Dashiwan, this man who has mastered the art of reincarnation without a corpse, can't wait to seize his body. What to do? Wait online, hurry. In the live broadcast room, the gathering and confrontation of three big figures attracted a lot of popularity. Danzo is an old thing, a ninja who will never be washed away. Hey, you don't know, there is only one person who truly inherits the will of fire, and that is Jiraiya. Don't ask me why, pornography is gambling, only Gillette is also yellow, Sarutobe is also yellow, funny +1. Oshimaru is going to covet the anchor's body again? He, really a perverted person. Hey, don't you think about it, if the anchor burps, what shall we watch in the future? See the black screen. He did this by himself, and he deserves it if he died. However, the will of heaven is independent of the other two wills. It is a will that does not exist in the original work. If you come to meet this world as a traverser, what changes will happen, don't you want to see it? This barrage comes from a veteran Naruto fan, and arouses a lot of topics among people who eat melons. Almost without exception, it is to let Yan live first. Therefore, someone in the barrage made a move. The anchor now has a 3-go jade, so in the original work, when Sasuke was reincarnated, he was also a 3-go jade. You can follow Sasuke's practice. The identification of the fake fans upstairs is complete. Sasuke was reincarnated by Indra, so when he was reincarnated, the Oshimaru was backlashed, the anchor, he. Don't the anchor have the shuriken that Mai Liang gave him? It has a special mark on it, and it can be cloned, and with the anchor's god-level throwing technique, it must be silently placed. Upstairs 666. As long as someone can find something wrong, the anchor will still be saved. This seems to be the most reliable way for now, right? Yan thought so in his heart. In his sleeves, Kyowa was crushed into 3 layers, dancing with the wind, falling silently on the branches, forming a long line. Chapter 32, The Art of Immortal Reincarnation. Chapter 32 The Art of Immortal Reincarnation. Yan was carried, and when he came and went, the shaking was large and his body was uncomfortable. He took the opportunity to say to Oshimaru, "Master Oshimaru, since I am out of danger, let me go down and go by myself." Dashimaru stared at Yan with caution, as if seeing that the prey was already in the bag. He relaxed a little vigilance and said, "I want to teach you the art of immortality. This art is a forbidden art. It is your honor to learn it." He placed him on the branch and was testing whether Yan would run away. Haha, Yan couldn't help but spit out and thought, it's an honor to be regarded as the first reincarnation container by one of your 3 forbearances, right? However, this kind of ninjutsu that can reincarnate is indeed very tempting. Yan's soul strength should be able to reincarnate several times without affecting the change of strength. What's more, Yan is not stupid. He runs away now, and will lose any chance of reversal later, and obediently follows Dashimaru. Is this technique? I'm very interested in learning, but I'm afraid that Mr. Oshimaru will not be able to teach me. Yan said provocatively, hands on hips, pretending to be calm. This was his only chance. Dashimaru originally just wanted to fool him and let him be reincarnated obediently. But at this moment, Oshimaru really wanted to compete with Yan, and taught him the technique of reincarnation without a corpse. My Yuan is not only good at self-learning, but also at teaching. Dashimaru has his own arrogance. Yan gave a wry smile. The basement was still dim, but it was much cleaner inside. The bottles and jars on the table, the bubbling utensils, and the rows of human embryos are full of Frankenstein's meaning. Dashimaru took out the scroll of the reincarnation technique, and said, "The reincarnation technique is inspired by the mountain clan, the secret technique of temporarily transferring the mind to others, and through advanced yin-yang escape technique, the reincarnated person is drawn into a different space, and the spirit is crushed, absorbed, and merged, and the body of the reincarnated person is captured. This technique is extremely harsh. Each reincarnation must be 3 years apart. The mental power of the container must be lower than that of the caster, or it will be backlashed." Having said that, Oshimaru glanced at Yan, and handed over a glass of water while Yan was still thinking. Yan Shun took it, drank it, and had a more intuitive feeling about the technique of reincarnation. "Then if you want to reincarnate me, you have to be stronger than me, right?" Asking bluntly, Dashimaru almost thought that Yan would dedicate himself, but after thinking about it, he wouldn't. There is also another situation. When a person's mental power is extremely weak, he can easily reincarnate. Dashimaru's sinister smile made Yan realize that there was something wrong. The mind is dizzy, as if drunk. That glass of water has a problem. Can make my mental power be weakened in a short time, damn it. Read more at wuxiax.com. Yan leaned against the experimental table, and the big snake pill in front of him had turned into a phantom. The unbridled laughter mocked Yan's youth. Ha 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 ha. Dashimaru's eyes widened and couldn't help laughing wildly. The loud laughter penetrated the entire underground base. Death Forest, on the other side. Naoki and the other 2 Uchihas explored the place where the thief might have fled since the disappearance of the thief. Among the 3, only Naoki knew the truth. The other 2 said they came to cooperate with Naoki's investigation, but in fact they were monitoring Naoki and taking the opportunity to kill him. The strongest elite in a family, Shinobu, and Uchiha Octane are not in the same faction. What is the reason for existence? For a person who is keen on power, a clansman with strong power and uncontrollable power becomes a goal that must be cut off. Uchiha Kariki pointed to the distance and said, "Hey, Naoki, look there, there are signs of ninja fighting." The 2 looked there, Feng Dun, Huo Dun, and 2 Dunrin ninjutsu almost blown up the sky. Naoki made a decisive decision and ordered to rush over to find out. In this case, ninja fighting appeared on the periphery of the village, and the strength of both parties was not weak, which already constituted a great threat. In the center of the battle, Danzo broke the huge trees around with a wind escape, and for a while, the surrounding area became a place with nowhere to hide. Earth escape * earth flow big river. Under Tuanzang's feet, the soil suddenly softened and turned into a swamp that was plunged into people, flowing like a river. After trapping Danzo, the 3 generations came forward and said, "Danzo, the child of the Uchiha clan named Hiko, still needs to exist. You can't kill him now." Danzo knew that the 3 generations would not kill him, so he calmed down a little, and said with annoyance, "Did you forget the hatred of the 2nd generation for Uchiha? The Uchiha clan is always an evil family. Child, has the possibility of opening the ability to manipulate the 9 tails. He does not approve of your will of fire, and he has also refuted my will of root. 3 generations interrupted and said, according to what he said, the will to guard against the future is a supplement to our 2 wills. Although it is not the same will, his support of Konoha determines that he will not die because of it. Oh, you may not know that, your apprentice De Shiwan is very coveted to write round eyes, Tuanzang said with a sneer. What? The 3 generations suddenly realized something and were shocked, but for a while, they couldn't find where the Ashimaru left. The 3 of Naoki who eavesdropped on the side were shocked when they heard the words. They couldn't imagine that the highest level of the village, today's Hokage and Hokage auxiliary, was full of malice towards Uchiha. Kuriki clenched his fist, his face was full of dissatisfaction, and said angrily, no matter what, we must upload this information to the family, the village does not trust us Uchiha. However, he wanted to rush out and accused Denzo loudly. Fortunately, he was blocked by Naoki. Cover his mouth so that he didn't show up. After Denzo and Sande left, Naoki felt a little relieved, but immediately raised it. Yan, seems to be in the hands of Dashuan, life-threatening. During the last meeting with Ashimaru at the entrance of the village, Naoki knew that Ashimaru was uneasy and kind to Hiko, and deliberately tested him. Dare to hurt my Jiyan, Naoki will definitely kill you. Naoki's face was gloomy. And the killing intent in his eyes was so intense that he frightened Kuragi and Nehi beside him for a while. I'm going to save my son, you have also heard, his life is in danger. Kang Mu sat lying on the ground and said in horror, Naoki, you can't do this. The task has not been completed. Are you going to disobey the order of the elder? Go away, my son's life is more important. Naoki knew that things couldn't be reached, so he exploded and left immediately. Along the way, Naoki discovered Mai Liang's kunao, the special mark on it, he will never forget it for a lifetime. Because the mark of this star is Naoki and Miura's sustenance to Hiko. Naoki and Mai Liang gave birth to Hiko in the darkest moment. They hope that Yan, like the stars in the sky, can bring light to this dark night. Yan, don't have anything to do with you. Chapter 33, Naoki's Kaleidoscope. Chapter 33 Naoki's Kaleidoscope. Yan is very uncomfortable. In the original work, Suzuki meets Ashimaru who is going downhill, and he meets Ashimaru who is growing wildly. With his current strength, Yan couldn't fight Oshimaru at all. Under the dim consciousness, Yan noticed that his body was drawn into a different space, and his soul gradually drifted. The Ashimaru in the state of soul looked at Yan's soul as big as a pig, and exclaimed, how can this guy have such a powerful soul? This is different from what he imagined. The strength of the spiritual power is linked to the strength of the soul. But medicine reduces the power of the spirit, but it cannot reduce the power of the soul. If his soul is not stronger than Yan's, he will not be able to reincarnate. Damn it, the rebirth time should not be too long, we must find a solution as soon as possible. Dashimaru tried to rush over, trying to tear Yan's soul body, but found that it went straight through. Physical attacks are ineffective, and soul attacks are also ineffective. Then there is only one method left. With both hands attached to the yin attribute chakra, Dashimaru made the final attempt. When the hands touched Yan's soul, it was accidentally torn apart and could not be recovered. Ha 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 ha. Dashiwan's eyes brightened, and the speed in his hands became faster and faster. The soul was separated a little bit, Yan's consciousness also gradually disappeared. Are you going to die? Isn't it the protagonist who crossed over? How come? Yan couldn't imagine why, when I was weak, I met Dashuan. My mother, Lord Mai Liang, thank you for giving me a chance to have a new life. Cheap father, Dad Naoki, although you will not take me and you are against my practice, but I know that you are to protect me and Mei Liang's mother. My good brothers, Bakugan, Itaki, my uncle Maoshuo. Goodbye in the afterlife. When the soul changed back to the size of a baby, the whole group boomed to pieces and disappeared. impossible. Dashiwan had no time to wake up from his surprise. He did not expect that when the soul reached a certain level, it would collapse on its own. At this moment, Yan, in a true sense, had his soul collapsed, and those who were already dead could no longer die. Do not! The unyielding roar of the underground base spread outside. Naoki was positioned at the position of Ashimaru at once, and the special induction between Yuhiko disappeared, and the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes of both eyes were directly transformed. The left eye was spinning wildly, and the blood and tears couldn't stop flowing. This world has collapsed, let me redeem everything absolutely still. The world suddenly changes color, and everything stops. Naoki slid into the base instantly, quickly came to Yan's side, pulled him out of the alien space, and left the base with a body that had lost his soul. Read more at wuxiax.com. The Ashimaru in the base hadn't reacted to anything, and the Yan in front of him had disappeared. Returning to his body, feeling the gap between the soul and the body, his strength has dropped significantly. However, Ashimaru can't take care of so much. If there is an accident in the reincarnation technique, even if it fails, he must find Yan's body. Outside the base, Naoki hugged Hiko's body and half-kneeled on a small hill. You know? My life is to protect you and my Liang. Male Yang is right. Too weak to urinate is the original sin. I regret not being the first. The kaleidoscope of the Uchiha clan is indeed an unknown thing. Only when the beloved dies, will these cursed eyes be awakened. Fortunately, before you died, I awakened a kaleidoscope because of your grandma's death. While talking to himself, Naoki's right eye also began to turn crazily. A line of blood and tears could not stop flowing, as if it could clean all the blood in the body. You will receive the blessing from this cursing power, Yan, don't let down the people you cherish. Time was still at that moment, and Yan's soul, which had disappeared, gathered from all sides of the sky and the earth. The world is up and down, black and white. The power from the goddess of life, the origin of the rules, forcibly aggregates Yan's soul into a form. Above the body, Yan's soul was reshaped, slowly moving down, and merging with the body. As if for a moment, Yan opened his eyes. The sunlight hit Yan's eyeballs and it was very dazzling. A liquid like water dripped on Yan's forehead with a fishy smell. Surprised? Yan hurriedly sat up and thought, didn't I get reincarnated by Dashuan? How could it be that I am not dead? However, before Yan was happy, he burst into tears when he saw his father Naoki with 2 lines of blood and tears on his face. Obviously, Naoki used the power of the kaleidoscope to write round eyes and saved his life. And the cost is extremely high, it is very likely that 1 life for 1 life. The trembling index finger stretched under Naoki's nostrils, and the faint breath indicated that he was still alive. The nostrils that were spoofed by Hiko before, now become the reason for Hiko to learn that his father Naoki is still alive. Stupid, stupid, stupid! Yan rushed to hug the half-kneeling Naoki, scolded him, tears flying. After a long time, Yan recovered from his sorrow. The current situation is still very dangerous, with Danzo and 3 generations before, and Ashimaru and uncertain beasts. Naoki's body is so weak that a baby can easily kill him. Now, the important task of protecting you is entrusted to me. Yan now faces 2 choices. First, if you don't go to the village, then the family and the high-level Konoha must be aware of them, and then quickly find him and Naoki, and then kill them. The second is to return to the village, facing pressure from the Great Elder, surveillance by the Anbi, the threat of Danzo, and Dashimaru's explosive psychology of seeing Yan again. Shoo! The blade of White Fang easily cuts off a century-old tree, and then a simple cart is ready. Yan put Naoki in cautiously and looked at him with shame. After the complex entanglement in the heart, after all, he chose the second path. Pushing the car, heading in the direction of Konoha village. In order to ensure the safety of Naoki and Myra in the future, Hiko had to activate the killer in advance. Yuan will destroy the soul and reincarnation of the enemy, and in the future he will personally slash his head. If Danzo is dead, my heart will not die, and I will personally kill the head in the future. Octane oppresses my enemy, and he will kill him in the future. The scarlet three-hook jade slowly rotated. Yan knew that in order to evolve, apart from witnessing the death of relatives and friends with his own eyes, he could only rely on the opening conditions of the sky-high price of 50W in the system mall. No matter who died, it was an unbearable pain for Yan. And starting with the system is the right way. In these days, the accumulation of popularity has reached more than 4W, and there is still more than 45W from the opening of the kaleidoscope. The road ahead, although tortuous, is bright. In the live broadcast room at this time, all the people eating melons seemed to be on the scene, sharing the same feeling with Yan. Love is so deep. Pain is so suffering. As a father, Naoki's selfless love touched countless people who eat melons. Chapter 34, Mouth Escape, the technique of changing fate against the sky. Chapter 34, Mouth Escape *, the technique of changing fate against the sky. Since the theft that day, there have been more guards in and outside the village. Under Danzo's pressure, Octane Uchiha confided the truth and met with criticism from the top. There is no way to enter at the gate, and the surrounding walls are full of enchantments. Siame smiled. Yan took out the village certificate and identity certificate from Naoki's pocket. Something attracted Yan's attention. The fan that has existed on him since he was born is hung around his father's waist, and it is time to return to the original owner. Yan nodded his hands and said softly, "Transformation." A burst of smoke dissipated, and he transformed into Naoki, and turned Naoki into a puppy, hugging him. Then, swaggering in through the Konoha gate. "Please show your ID, Naoki." The guard at the gate was from the Uchiha clan, and he obviously knew Naoki. Hiko, pretending to be Naoki, took out his ID card pretendingly, and looked at him proudly. Under the gaze of Naoki, the guard was obviously frightened, and after a brief look, it was returned to him. Yan couldn't help thinking, cheap dad is usually quite majestic outside. After entering Konoha safe and sound, Yanma rushed to the family non-stop, and was stopped before entering the gate. The person who came was Kuriki, who acted with Naoki that day. "Uchiha Naoki, please, please." Yan also squinted Kengmu proudly, still frightening Kengmu. It's just that Kuriki obviously came with the task, and there are big people behind him. "Uchiha Naoki, this is the order of the Great Elder. If you disobey, your wife Mai Liang is still in the hands of the Great Elder." "Mother, is Mil Yang kidnapped?" Yan was already out of anger, and a little errand runner dared to arrogantly tell me. "My Yan family is not so bully." Without looking back, Yan held Naoki, who was transformed into a dog, strode to the star. "Damn it, you dare to ignore me!" Kengmu was irritated by Yan's disdain. He sealed his hands and shouted, "Let me take you back and redeem the merits." Fire escape * the technique of impatience. Chakras of fire attributes gather in the lungs and eject from the mouth, several small fireballs. Yan secretly said that it is not good. In this case, a fight with Kangmu is bound to show up. The only solution is to subdue Kangmu with lightning speed. Kuriki must think that he is Naoki, so he will carry fear, and no matter what he does, he will be regarded as unstoppable. Putting down Naoki, Yan took out the ball fan he used for the first time and tried to transport the chakra inside. The Tuan fan that was originally Zairuo ordinary fan suddenly became bigger, with blue light attached to it. Read more at wuxiax.com. Yan Shun slapped his hand. The impatience technique hit the ball fan and was directly bounced back. "Kang Mu, gave you a face?" The village uses ninjutsu rashly. "Do you want to defect from the village and the family?" Yan Chengui emphasized the accusation. On the other side, Kang Mu, who was almost hit by his own impatience, was frightened, clenched his fists, but did not dare to make any more moves. "Hey!" Taking a sigh of relief, Yan picked up Naoki and couldn't wait to return home. A few days ago, the small garden full of vitality and spring has become a piece of scorched earth. This is the trace of the burning fire, and there must have been a battle here. Pushing open the door, sure enough, my mother was kidnapped as expected. Instead, Yan's brothers, Bakugan, Itaki, and Shisui. Bakumaru saw Naoki, who was incarnation of Yan, rushed up, knelt down, and said to himself, "Grandpa took away sister Mai Liang, I can do nothing, please don't tell brother Yan." Before Hiko could speak, Shisui said, "Hiko, why do you pretend to be Uncle Naoki?" When he saw the badly injured Naoki, the cat in Hiko's hand, he was surprised and said, "How come, Uncle Naoki is so strong, and he will be so badly injured, his eyes?" Yan was amazed by Zishui's insight and his talent for playing ergu at a young age. "Zishui, your talent is terrifyingly strong." With this sentence alone, the murderous intent has already appeared. Zishui didn't understand why Yan suddenly murdered him. Yan found a sofa, put down Naoki, and then said to the three of them, "The village, the family, and us, which one would you choose?" This philosophical proposition involves life and death, what kind of belief it is. The young Bakugan, after Yan and Itaka became his dependent brothers, they felt that nothing was more important than them. Lack of parental care, the friendship between Yan and Itaki is all about Bakugan. It goes without saying that I must choose Yan and Itaki. Shishui is a stranger to him. Itaki was a little dazed, but he looked at Bakugan with emotion from the heart. The corners of Yan's mouth were slightly bent, and his smile couldn't stop overflowing. Bakugan, never let him down. The intimacy of the two also attracted Itaki, and he also wanted love. But his mother Mikoto and his father Fuyu gave him a lot of love. The village, the family, and us, I don't want to give up, but if, I have to make a choice, I will do my best to live up to the three. Itaka said carefully and seriously. Every word of his, every possible idea, was calculated crazy in Yan's mind. In the end, only one conclusion can be drawn. He already has the rudimentary form of Naruto-style thinking. Sighing slightly, Yan turned his gaze to Zishui again. Zishui understood what he meant, and asked, "What would you choose among these three?" "Yes, what would I choose among these three? I think that if the people I cherish can live a happy life, there must be a place that can shelter us. This shelter can be a family or a village. The family can no longer tolerate us." Yan closed his eyes, as if accepting fate. The family has long been decayed and stubborn. It is no longer the Uchiha symbolizing honor in my mind. The great elder, Uchiha Octane Old Dog, kidnapped my mother Mai Liang for his position of power. Lengjun-Yuan, one of the three forbearances, hey, my master, covets the blood inheritance boundary of my three Gojade riding wheel eyes, and uses the technique of immortality reincarnation against me, and wants to seize me. If it weren't for my father, I'm afraid that I would have lost my soul and could not communicate with you here if I had the ability to spell out a kaleidoscope. A village, a family, when it exists for a long time, there will be ills and stubborn diseases that are difficult to save. If reforms cannot be carried out drastically, then they are bound to perish. When the weather is right, Konoha will always have landslides, and during squally rains, if you are ignorant of the weather and against the power of the fate, Konoha can fall between the buildings. Today's Konoha will encounter the simultaneous attack of the three kingdoms. The internal tumor, whether it is Uchiha or a strong like Oshimaru, will bring great harm to Konoha in the future. I want to act against the sky, and you are willing to be with me. Chapter 35, Dream Team. Chapter 35 Dream Team. Of course, as long as it is what Brother Yan wants to do, I will support 100% of Bakugan. Bakugan raised the fist of his right hand in excitement. His trust in Yan made both Itaki and Shisui admire. Even when he was young, he felt that the village was getting busier and busier, and every ninja who walked by had a trace of killing. Fuyu also began to increase his training, hoping that Ataka could grow up quickly. Recalling that day, the teaching by the lake. Fuyu taught Ataka how the art of fireball, and Ataka learned it only after reading it once, and praised, "Ataka, you really deserve to be my son." The love of parents for their children is selfless and great, and it is deeply understood. Regarding Yan's experience, Ataka said it was unfortunate, but it did not mean that he would rebel against his family. In these days when Yan was absent, Shisui took good care of him and transmitted the belief in the will to fire, which was very tough and beautiful. Yan's will of heaven, on the contrary, had a miraculous effect on what the will of fire couldn't do. Not to hurt your companions, this is the most important point of the will of fire. If the companion becomes the cancer of the village, such as the root, then is it to stay or die? Thinking of this, Ataka had an answer in his heart. The people in front of you are all trustworthy people who can be entrusted to the back brothers. Ataka has no reason not to fight with him. It's extremely difficult to change your fate against this guy. I don't want Brother Yan to bear it alone, so let me count as me. Like this? Seeing Ataka slowly raise his fist, Zishui felt lost. At this time, Yan also fisted with them and looked at one person's Shishui, "Mr. Shishui, although we have only met for a short time, I believe in your character, and also in your strength and conviction. With our brothers together, why not do it?" "Brother?" Zishui thought dumbly, this feeling is really good. It's the father's will. Don't worry, let's join the team for the time being. I still firmly believe in the will to fire, but I don't reject Yan's beliefs, and I also want to see which kind of existence is truly worthy of my trust. Shisui's father, Uchiha Q, carefully taught him not to focus on the family, but the village where everyone depends. This is consistent with Yan's current choice. The only thing that needs to be tangled is the difference in beliefs. Shishui hopes that afterwards, he can verify the pros and cons of the two. "Welcome, Shishui," Yan said sincerely. The fists of four people collided. This is a promise between men. Read more at wuxiax.com. Hiko, Ataka, Shisui, Bakugan, the youngest Uchiha, the most gifted ninja, gathered together. Among them, Ataka and Shisui will inevitably start a kaleidoscope. What Yanli kaleidoscope lacks is only the popularity value. Only Bakugan has the worst strength, but he is also the most genius of his age. Coupled with Naoki's excessive use of kaleidoscope, this is a force that shocks ninja world. Such a dream team is simply not too strong. If this is the case, then I will tell you frankly, I want to rescue my mother. By the way, I killed Uchiha Octane myself. When talking about the Great Elder, Yan glanced at Bakugan and found that his expression was very complicated. After all, Bakugan said his true thoughts, "Big brother Yan, why must he kill Grandpa? Although he is very bad, he is my only blood relative." Yan said coldly, "Bakugan, even if you blame me for the rest of your life, I will kill your grandpa. Because he is a person who is corrupted by the position of power and will corrupt the entire Uchiha, whether it is the village, or the family, must be eradicated." Ataka looked at Bakugan and said uncomfortably, "Is there no room for maneuver?" Although his attitude towards Uchiha Octane is not very good, he still does not want to see Bakugan lose his last blood relative. Shisui held Uchiha's short blade and closed his eyes. He is not a bloodthirsty person, on the contrary, he loves peace. The Kumaru's face was dark, and he said in a low voice, "Brother Yan, I understand what you mean. I just hope everything can be as Big Brother Yan said, to not forget your original intention." The last sentence was almost trembling, like saying to Yan, or like saying to myself. Yan was very worried about the current situation of Bakugan. It may be a downturn, or it may temporarily turn back, so he persuaded, "Bakugan, if you don't want to face it, just stay and take care of my cheap dad." "No," Bakumaru refused, "I want to see my grandfather for the last time, and only I know where the person kidnapped by my grandfather might be. Itaki is still young, let him take care of Uncle Naoki. Hiko, Shisui, and Bakugan, the three of them went to rescue Mai Liang and kill Uchiha Octane, which is the best choice. Bakugan acts as a leader and guide, Shisui uses the clone to contain Uchiha Setsuna, while Yan serves as a rescue mission and fights Uchiha Octane. Naoki's injuries are mainly caused by excessive pupil power and chakra exhaustion, and he will get better after a few days of rest. But before that, someone must protect him. By virtue of his identity, the patriarch's son, Itaka can completely avoid many dangers. I want to transfer Uncle Naoki to my room. Yanwei squinted his eyes and looked at Itaki. There were many possibilities in his mind, and finally he chose to believe in Itaki. Itaki, don't let me down. Feeling Yan's trust, Itaki swears in his heart, we must protect Uncle Naoki. When everything has been arranged, Yan and others, replenishing their energy, are ready to take action. According to Bakugan, Uchiha Octane once allowed dead men to kidnap prisoners under the shrine in the clan, a forbidden area in the legend. There is a place where only the clan leader and a small number of high-level officials can enter, and the secrets of the Uchiha clan are hidden. This secret, only Yan knew, was modified by a certain person who had lived for 1,000 years and was only modified by the black end of the resurrected mother. Yan has long understood the power of the kaleidoscope and the eternal kaleidoscope. There is also a place guarded by dead men, and most of the strength is in Zongren. And it is made up of Uchiha people who can't open the writing wheel, and a small number of other ninjas. There are also a small number of Shangren, who are generally the elites in the family who have started the three Go Jade, guarding them in turn, one at a time. The continuously active live broadcasting crowd has also been ignited by Yan's actions in recent days. Every day 20,000 people watch it, which can increase Yan's popularity by 2,000 points. It's a small step forward to the progress of redeeming the kaleidoscope. They have new expectations of Yan, and naturally new tasks have sprouted. Ding mission release, become a shinobu within 3 years. Mission success, reward the art of flying thunder god. Mission failed, blood succession boundary writer I is permanently invalid. Yan's performance before, deeply stimulated the people who eat melons. An anchor with a golden finger, or be beaten by various bigwigs, where does the power of the people who eat melons put us? The anchor is not strong, how can it bring joy to them? It is not advisable to practice hard all day long. You have to be funny, pretend to be X, bragging, start quizzes, no traitor is prohibited, chat with girls, and become a real outdoor anchor. So become stronger, Saunian. Only then can you better please us. Chapter 36, Trap. Chapter 36 Trap. The remote country of Rain, in a huge damp cave. In the dimly lit room, only a few fires shone. In all directions, Baiju's clones of all sorts of weird shapes were playing around. At this time, a huge pitcher plant leaf slowly rose from the ground, and a strange white face appeared in the center of the leaf. What are the arrangements for me? The man in the chair was very old and extremely weak, even though there was something like a giant tree demon connected behind him, it was only in vain to heal him. This person is Uchiha Madara, who fought with the first generation in the Valley of the End that year and failed. The battle with Senjuju that year seemed to have failed, but Uchiha Madara survived in the end, while Zuma died due to his injuries. Uchiha Naoki's right eye is extremely important and must be obtained. Absolutely waved his hand and said, "This magical power is exactly what you need, Lord Madara. It's just such a powerful technique that requires a very long time to cool down." Madara's eyes were full of ambition and said, "If I can get a new life now, then the Moon Eyes plan can be implemented immediately. The problem of cooling time, perhaps the cells between the pillars, cultivate a person who can survive and be controlled." Can. Hearing that the Moon Eye project could be put into action immediately, Heiju in his body became excited, thinking, unfortunately, his mother's strength is too strong and can only be sealed. Master Ban, don't worry, that I will definitely get your hands. Ju dived into the ground again, excitedly moving towards Konoha's location, moving at high speed. Uchiha Clan, a shrine that has been passed down by word of mouth. No one dared to come here because of Uchiha's octane ban. Looking at the few drinking Zongren at the door, it was clear that the drunk was not interested in drinking, just waiting for someone to break in, and then make contributions. Fortunately, Uchiha Bakugan's status is noble. He is the second person besides the big ones. The first is Itaki. Hey, have you seen my grandpa? Bakugan's sudden question did not make these few people feel suspicious, but rather enthusiastically answered him. One of the ordinary-faced people said, "The Great Elder is in the forbidden area of the shrine, Bakugan, you should go back first. This place is too dangerous." Danger. Bakugan rolled his eyes and said, "Since there is danger, don't you guys protect me together? Believe it or not, I will let Grandpa teach you." Bakugan sacrificed the power of Octane and suppressed these few Zongren, making them have to succumb to Bakugan's unreasonable troubles. With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, he gestured toward the big tree in the distance and made a victory sign. Hikiko and Zishui understood, and instantly entered the shrine. The shrine inside is very wide and empty, and the house in the middle is the entrance to the forbidden area. Yan couldn't wait to take a step forward, but was held down by Shishui. Zishui explained, "There may be a trap," and after that, the instantaneous technique was activated. The clone rushed forward unscrupulously, along the way, relying on quality switching, easily triggered all the traps without loss. Zishui, great job! In the future, the name of instantaneous stop of water has already been revealed at this time, and Jin Yan is envious of this magical skill. Next, Yan carefully pushed open the door of the forbidden area. The two sneaked in quietly, and the journey went smoothly, which made Yan feel very strange, and an undesirable premonition emerged. It didn't take long before Yan saw Mai Liang, who was locked in a cell. Feeling out of control all of a sudden, Yan rushed forward and cut open the iron gate with one stroke, but even Zishui hadn't reacted. Read more at wuxiax.com. Mai Liang said excitedly, "Hiko, you finally came to save me." "Yes, wait, this tone." Just halfway through Yan's words, he felt wrong, but after all, it was still too late. The fake Mil Yang, then, in Yan's spiritual world, was bound by branches and could not move. After the disguise was torn off, Mai Liang was surprisingly Uchiha Setsuna, and saw that he slowly raised Uchiha's short blade, and was about to behead Hiko. The weak kid, before he grows up, it couldn't be easier to torture him. The eyes of Shishui looking at Shishui were pitiful, and the eyes of Shishui looking at Shishui were joking. What? Just when I felt something was wrong, the situation reversed. Hiko, who was originally restrained, became Masuna, and the person holding the sword was Hiko. Illusion rebound. Zishui is not only the technique of instantaneous body, but also the strongest use of illusion. Although the kaleidoscope has not yet been opened, he has already mastered a very powerful illusion skill. Goodbye, Uchiha Setsuna. Yan raised the blade of White Fang and beheaded for the first time. To be honest, he still had a little fear in his heart and his hands were a little trembling. Fortunately, in the end, he was cruel and slashed. Do not. Suddenly, the echoes of killing pigs echoed back and forth in the secret room. Call out. At this time, a blow of Kyuwyu flew, and the huge force bounced off the white-toothed blade. Yan's arm was numb. Looking back, Uchiha Octane appeared in the secret room. The ambushes that had been lurking for a long time also appeared one after another, surrounding the three people. Uchiha Octane kept the seal on both hands, and the murderous air was filled, and he said without emotion, "Uchiha Hiko and Uchiha Shisui, trespassing the forbidden land, today is your day of sacrifice. Kill me." When he understood that he was in an ambush, Yan Yi didn't do it, and he did not stop. He is not the kind of idiot who can kill or not, kill but not make a knife. Zishui, it's really moving. Yan reminded Shishui, for fear that he would be merciful because of his so-called fellowship. In this way, both of them have to die. You wanna die? Octane Uchiha was furious, and his death in an instant meant a loss for the elite, even the elder could not afford it. Shoo! Shuriken and kunao are flying all over the sky, throwing them out as if they don't need money. Before, there were hostages of Uchiha Setsuna. They dared not move a killer. Now that people are dead, they have no scruples. Correspondingly, Yan is not completely unprepared. The god-level shuriken throwing technique is enough to deal with any hidden weapon attack. Ping pong pong. A mother sword was thrown out, between the clone, impact, and deflection, like an iron wall, indestructible to block it, like a hidden weapon struck by a rainstorm. With so many hidden weapons ineffective, Uchiha Octane immediately ordered the dead man to launch a ninjutsu attack. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. More than a dozen middle and lower ninjas, at the same time launching a giant fireball. In this small space, there is almost nowhere to hide. Shishui, go on! Yan yelled, still stopping the water with the white tooth blade in his hand, and then attached it to the ceiling, yelling, Huo dun * extinguish the fire. The surging sea of fire collided with the fierce fireball like a rain of meteors, and the force of the fierce fireball was like a hurricane, unstoppable. It's this time, the technique of instantaneous body. The waterstop held the white fang's blade and dashed away, with 10 clones on the left and 10 clones on the right, taking advantage of the lack of quality and quickly approaching the caster. Shi. The blade of the white tooth wiped the throat like silky, blood splashed, and in an instant, several dead soldiers had fallen. Uchiha Octane saw that the situation was not good, and went straight to Hiko's position to kill. The number of people releasing the fireball dropped sharply, and Yan's pressure dropped a lot. It was early in his calculations for Uchiha's Octane raid. Stretching out his right hand that was blocking his vision, he took out the group fan, attached to the chakra, and Yan slammed at the position of Octane. Try the power of multiple fireballs. Several giant fireballs were bounced by Yan's group fan, shifting to the position where Octane rushed over. Octane didn't expect this kind of reversal. In a hurry, he became crazy and printed ninjutsu when the fireball rushed forward. An earthen wall rose from the foot in front of him, blocking the Hao fireball. Flames that were nowhere to be released poured out from both sides, blocking the vision. Chapter 37, Decisive Battle in the Forbidden Field. Chapter 37 Decisive Battle in the Forbidden Field. During the time when the vision was blocked, the dead men were all killed by Shishui. Only Yan, Shisui, and Octane were the only people present, but the battle did not become easy. Next, is the most intense moment. The form has been reversed. Hiko holds a fan and points to Octane and says, Uchiha, Octane. Tell me, where is my mother? Maybe I can spare your life. Since my Liang in prison was pretending to be instantaneous, and Yan was beheaded by lightning. So it's really beautiful, only Octane knows. Ha 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 ha, Uchiha Octane laughed wildly, I thought I could be fooled by such vulture tricks. Besides, with you and Shisui, the two brats, it is not enough to kill me. Damn it, have you seen it through? Yan clenched his fists and said ruthlessly, if you don't say anything, I will personally torture you and make you better off than death. With a wave of Octane's long sleeves, the surface was light and the clouds were calm, but a group of people who were really flustered, did not dare to act rashly. Shishui's instantaneous technique that has no quality but can attack, Octane can't crack it, even if it has a riding wheel, it does not have that speed. Yan knew that Octane was an old fox, and he wouldn't easily believe it if he didn't accidentally reveal his flaws. Go to hell, Huo dun * extinguish the fire. This technique of fire escape ninjutsu has almost become Yan's signature ninjutsu, and the power is also becoming more and more powerful in the constant use. As for the use of other ninjutsu, it is necessary to derive the change of the nature of chakra, or the ninjutsu directly attached to the system can be used directly. It's going on, stop water. Shishui's eyes drenched, and he stood with a knife, ready to initiate the instantaneous technique. His eyes narrowed slightly, and Octane knew that Yan's cover and Shisui's instant attack, once successfully performed, would surely cause damage and could only be blocked in advance. Earth escape * surfing in the earth. Soil properties. Chakra refines the soil and turns it into quicksand. Octane penetrates into it, moves at high speed, and loses its trace. If Huodun can't hit the enemy, it loses the meaning of maintaining it. Damn it, sneaked into the ground. Yan helplessly jumped to the ceiling, and together with Zishui, opened the writing wheel eye, watching the abnormal movements around him. Zhuanyan can't penetrate the soil to see where the Octane is and the changes in chakra in his body, but his excellent dynamic vision makes the moment when Octane is unearthed, it will inevitably be discovered by Zhuanyan. In a corner that was hard to see with the naked eye, Octane's body emerged, her hands were imprinted, and her eyes revealed a trace of cruelty. Earth escape * the art of earth array wall. Around Yan and Shishui, there are more than a dozen earth walls that are connected to the ceiling. The front and back, left and right, are all earth walls approaching step by step. This kind of long and narrow terrain, indeed, large-scale ninjutsu is very effective. Base. Boom. Shishui waved the white-toothed blade, cutting through the earth wall with difficulty. Read more at wuxiax.com. Yan is very envious. The area of the Tuan fan is too large, can only break the earth wall with brute force. It would be great if the Tuan fan could change the shape of the sword. Almost subconsciously, Tuan Shansuians will gradually shrink to its original appearance, and a long blade grew above the red area. The corner of Yan's mouth smiled evilly, and he thought, Tuan fan is indeed an artifact produced by the system. If there is only this degree, don't talk big words and can't kill you. Yan confidently and swiftly swept the surrounding earth walls, and together with Shishui, quickly destroyed the surrounding earth walls. Chakra ninja? It's tricky. You can't let these two little ghosts get close, otherwise, you can only perform that technique. Before that, I need an instant. Octane observed the situation of Shisui and Yan, calmly analyzed, and decided to take this opportunity to annihilate the two in one fell swoop. Long time to display the earth wall, it consumes chakra very much. Fire escape * dragon fire art. Chakra gathered in the mouth and sprayed out forcefully, like a dragon's breath, leaping straight towards the center of the earth wall. In the chaos, Sangu Yoshola saw a glimmer of fire, and Yan understood that Octane used Huodun, holding a fan, fearless of Huodun ninjutsu, and even rebounded. Eat your own evil fruit. The group fan switched into a huge form again, patted on the flames, and bounced back. In the count. Looking at the extinguished dragon fire, Octane smiled evilly, printed on his hands, pressed it on the ground, and shouted, Earth done * Earth Dragon Spear. Suddenly, Shisui and Yan were caught off guard by several Earth Dragon thorns. His right arm was bruised, and his left leg was pierced. This is the first time Yan's body has suffered such a serious injury. The wound is bleeding, and the leg pain makes the nerve numb. At this moment, Zishui's near unsolvable instantaneous technique left him unharmed. Octane, who caused effective damage, instantly came to Uchiha Setsuna's corpse, facing the two of them, and wanted to take his writing wheel eyes. Good chance. The two reacted almost simultaneously. With the instantaneous technique, Zishui took the lead in attacking the past. The White Fang's blade pierced Octane's head with great precision, and Yan's attack also arrived. Draw a knife. Full of anger, Yan danced with the wind in the battle, with no distractions. While moving at high speed, he could also draw a sword. Octane's body was cut in half and scattered lightly. Is he dead? Zishui said in anticipation that this rare opportunity was finally grasped. However, the development of the facts, without any signs, got out of track. In Shisui Yuhako's surprised eyes, Octane came back to life, as if it was just a dream before. Waylan Yan, Dreamland, is an Azaki. Yan soon thought of the secret technique in the original work that only those who have the Shulan can perform at the cost of losing the light forever. The next Octane will be in the state of the previous reenactment, immune to all physical attacks, simply invincible. In the original work, Danzo uses Izanazaki as a substitute technique because the secret technique he uses can only last for 1 minute. This is the result of the increase in cell activity in Dashuan. The use of real Uchiha people, such as bringing soil, has an effect of up to 10 minutes. 4 eyes, 40 minutes, the situation is very tricky. Boy, Izanazaki doesn't even know your father Naoki, how did you know? Octane was also a little surprised. After being able to reverse unexpectedly, after being seen through by Yan, he lost most of the effect. Before Yan could speak, Octane frantically displayed the earth wall, and at the same time displayed the shadow clone to release the fire escape. Go to death, and bury it under the forbidden ground with this secret. The surrounding land was completely unrecognizable by the monkeys. The shrine that originally stood in the Uchiha clan land collapsed, and dragon fire was everywhere, like hell on earth. Hateful. Facing an opponent who also didn't play cards according to the routine, Yan said it was really painful. Stop water, run. In a short period of time, he is immune to all physical attacks and is almost invincible. Zishui was shocked. Such a secret technique was really terrifying. He whispered, "Isn't even the amount of chakra going to drop? It must be a very high price." Gritting their teeth, the two fled together, and the forbidden area was in ruins. This crazy explosion of earth escape and fire escape is like a small ninja squad, with large areas of damage, leaving the enemy almost invisible. Chapter 38, Sword Light Sword Shadow. Chapter 38 Sword Light Sword Shadow. Uchiha's Octane made a big movement, attracting the surrounding Uchiha people. The collapse of the shrine and the overwhelming ninjutsu made people panic. Uchiha Take rushed to the scene, arranged manpower, and performed a sealing technique. Just kidding, on the eve of the war, the Uchiha clan's civil strife will bring much loss to the family. Zishui, take this ration pill. Yan handed his own special weaponry pill to Shishui, who was embarrassed, and he swallowed one to restore his strength. 3 minutes later, Uchiha Octane was still within the invincible range. Uchiha Hiko, Uchiha Shisui. Coward, do you know how to escape? Octane jumped out of the ruins, carrying several shadow clones, and the scarlet three-gold jade, taking in his soul. Damn it, maybe this will give you peace of mind. Zishui said with difficulty. Shuanguyu's riding wheel turned frantically, and a strange chakra radiated from him. With eyes facing each other, Octane inadvertently fell into an illusion. Hiko and Shisui in front of them became the background of the broken soil, replaced by the stone pillars standing on the other side, and turned into the appearance of the two. Go to hell! The earth dragon thorn pierced the earth pillar mercilessly. In the spiritual world of Octane, Yan and Zishui had already died. The scarlet Sangu Jade closed sadly, and Octane cut off his eyes without hesitation and installed Masakura's right eye. The intense pain stimulated his nerves, and the previous illusion was also solved by this pain. Damn it, wasted your eyes. Uchiha Octane regrets it, and Izanazaki is immune to all physical damage, but it will also be in the illusion theory. However, this scene was seen by Uchiha Take and the Uchiha tribe. Uchiha Take said angrily, Uchiha, Octane. You destroyed the shrine, do you want to destroy the entire Uchiha? He had to rely on the power of the Great Elder before, instead of making false claims, but now, it is the opportunity to eradicate him. Uchiha does not need a Great Elder who only understands power and position, but a powerful and strategic patriarch who can revitalize the family. What? Uchiha Octane didn't expect that Futake would come over so soon. The original plan was to kill Shisui and Hiko before he came and push the pot on them. Now, the situation has changed. Needless to say, Fuyu is waiting for this opportunity. Read more at wuxiax.com. Up to now, Uchiha Octane broke and screamed, "Futake dog thief, I will take care of you so much and help you stay firmly in the position of patriarch, but you want to take the opportunity to kill me, your wolf ambition." Octane wants to cleanse herself, and Fuyu wants to seize the opportunity to seize power. The enemy's enemy is a friend. Yunshin agreed, resisting the pain, stood up, pointed at Octane and said angrily, "Dog thief, you killed Uchiha Satsuna, and you have to grab his eyes. You are a robber. Quickly let go of my mother. My mother Mai Liang has no grievances with you, why did you kidnap her?" This dirty water spilled on Octane is already a death penalty. Kidnapping tribesmen, killing cronies, cutting grass and roots, and robbing riders, each one is enough to convict. The corners of Futake's mouth were slightly curved, and he did not show his sensuality. On the contrary, he pronounced righteously, "Uchiha Octane, you know you are guilty. You were the elder, and you did such a ungrateful thing. I'm Uchiha Futake, in the name of Patriarch Uchiha, depriving you of the position of elder. You may have objections." The crowd around him were all Futake's subordinates, and the other Uchiha people who were attracted to him also hated Octane's behavior. Under the multiple blows, Octane was almost facing collapse, and the feeling of betrayal was wrapped around the eyebrows. "Ha ha 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 ha, it's ridiculous that Uchiha Octane has been in power for a lifetime, and I was pushed down into the abyss by a child. Uchiha Octane has a hideous face. Location, just help me out of the siege." The Octane counter-general, everyone looked at Yan very solemnly, waiting for his decision. "Yan, isn't it? I must warn you that it is not advisable to help Joe be abused. Besides, with your strength, compared with us, it is like a bright moon and fluorescence." Uchiha Take folded his hands on his chest, looking at Hiko indifferently. Time ticked. Yan lowered his head, no one knew what he was thinking. The chakra attached to the fan, showing a blue brilliance, and the leaves fell on the tip with the wind and were cut in half. Under everyone's gaze, Yan walked step by step to Uchiha Octane, and the atmosphere became tense for a while. Uchiha Octane seemed to be successful, and thought to himself, "Ha ha ha, the kid is still a kid and can't get out of my palm." On the other side, Uchiha Take tapped with his fingers, and the killing intent in his eyes was already revealed. "Before, I had no choice. Now, I want you to die." The group fan instantly changed into the shape of a sword, from the inner thigh to the wrist, the body exerted force, and the chakra flowed at high speed. The blade flashed, leaving only a white and blue track. Yan disappeared in place, and then appeared behind Octane. Pattern. Something fell to the ground, and the audience was deadly silent. "I said that sooner or later, I will take the lead. No matter whether Mai Liang's mother can be found or not, I will look for it. But some people must be killed." Putting away the blade, Yan Shen exhaled and finally came to an end. When Fuyu organized a manpower clearance, the cry of a child saddened everyone. "This person is the previous Bakugan." With the death of the last relative, Bakugan originally thought it was nothing, but when the incident happened, he couldn't help crying instead. His parents died in Yuyan village in World War II shortly after he was born. Since then, Octane Uchiha has assumed the obligation to nurture Bakugan, but he is obsessed with power and has neglected to take care of Bakugan. At the same time, I also hope that he will inherit his position in the future, but this is not what Bakugan hoped. He is only simple, hoping to get the company and care of Octane, but Octane does not do this. Yan walked to his side, turned his head, originally wanted to comfort him, but when he saw the scarlet Shanguyu in his eyes, he changed his mind. "If you want revenge, come on, I'll continue." After Bakugan heard this, he broke down and gave Yan a punch, leaving the crowd alone. Yan, who was knocked to the ground, wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth with the help of Shishui, feeling very uncomfortable in his heart. At this time, Uchiha Tomitake walked over and said faintly, being able to stay sensible in hatred, "You already have things that many people don't have. I can forget the things that happened before. I will let people look for things about my Liang. As a friend of Itaki, you should understand that he is the future patriarch, and you will be his most powerful right-hand man." Yan did not listen to Fu Yu's words. It was nothing more than the death of two elites in the family, and even the village suffered a huge loss, so Yan and Itaka grew rapidly to make up for this gap. Chapter 39, Baiju. Chapter 39 Baiju. Above the ruins, only the seats with fans printed on them were left, except for the tiles, wherever they looked. In a secret room, with the help of a group of people, Yan found Mai Liang, who was locked in a small black room. "Mother Mai Liang, are you all right?" Yan rushed up and poured into Mai Liang's arms, hoping that Mai Liang would spoil him. Mai Liang's originally sad crying face, like a spring breeze, lit up, holding Yan's head, and said softly, "Where is Naoki?" "Ah, I'm here to save you, but you want a cheap dad for the first time? It seems that my status is still not as good as that of my father, so it's uncomfortable." Yan narrowed his eyes into a slit, and said dumbly, "Cheap dad is at Ataka's house and he is injured." Hearing the word injured, Mai Liang couldn't help but sigh. When he saw the injury on Yan's body, he said solemnly, "Lie down, Yan." Yan is not aware of this, but the mother Sama Mai Liang's order has to be listened to. Lie flat on the ground obediently, Yan handed himself over to Mei Liang. A green chakra attached to Mai Liang's hand, it was healing ninjutsu. I felt the wounds on my arms and calves were healing. There was a slight itchy, painful, as if bitten by an ant. It was not particularly painful. It was very refreshing and numb. It turns out that the mother, the sire, can still treat you. Yan's praise made Mai Liang very happy, and she couldn't help laughing. "Every time your dad comes back from a battle injury, I take care of him. Now you too, but this is not a shame, but a badge of male honor." Is it possible that mothers like men with scars on their bodies? But cheap dad obviously doesn't have scars on his body, he's a pure white man. Well, me too. It's a pity how my mother was deceived by the cheap dad in the first place. Yan couldn't help but feel sorry for his mother, Mai Liang, and his jealousy value for cheap dad +1. In a short while, Yan's injury is healed. Hiko, who was injured for the first time, had to sigh that the magic of healing ninjutsu is more fascinating than controlling fire. Before waiting for too much tenderness, Mai Liang got up and said, "Let's go to your dad, he should be extremely decadent now." According to Mai Liang's understanding of him, when she was kidnapped and he was powerless, she would become extremely decadent. It seems that even my mother doesn't know the kaleidoscope of cheap dad. Yan thought secretly in his heart that the movements on his feet were not slow. After bidding farewell to Zishui, he went straight to Itaka's house. At the same time, the other side. Itaka quietly placed Naoki, who was severely injured and unconscious, in his room. "Uncle Naoki, need an ice pack, water, and towels." After simply judging Xia Naoki's injury, Itaka was very curious about how much he used his eyes to cause so much blood loss in his eyes. In the house, nothing was needed, all in Mikato's room. Itaka sighed slightly, but fortunately, Mikato's mother was out today, otherwise it would be more troublesome. Pattern. When the door opened, Itaka was startled, and looked back. It was Mikato. "Oh, Mom is back." Read more at wuxiax.com. Itaka is like a kid who has done something wrong, and welcomes it embarrassingly. "Good boy, Mom is home, go and play." Mikato waved her hand and said with a smile. Today's mom is a bit weird, why doesn't I even call my name? Itaka stood still on the spot, as if thinking of some strange possibility, and said perfunctorily, "Today is too lively in the tribe, Mom, you go to the living room and wait a moment, I'll pour tea for you." Mikoto strode the meteor and came to the living room, waiting for Ferret's tea and said, "That's it, it's good." Haha. Mikoto's mother will become me every time, Itaki, and the person in front of her doesn't even know my name. You dare to lie to me with such bad techniques? Who on earth would dare to pretend to be my mother? Itaka can't figure it out. At present, the most important thing is to transfer Uncle Naoki first. The visitor can sneak into the Uchiha clan quietly, indicating that he has a very high latent ability, and even a very high strength. It is not a wise move to fight hard. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Itaka decided to mediate with the visitor himself, and temporarily hide Uncle Naoki under the bedding and put it in the storage room. Itaka's innocent eyes made the impostor unable to doubt, "Mom, can you play games with me?" The impersonating Mikoto refused to say, "No, my mother is very busy." Also, is there some special person in the house? Where is it? Let me see it quickly. Sure enough, did you come to Naoki? Once discovered by him, Uncle Naoki was afraid that he would not be killed on the spot, so how could I be worthy of Yan? Mom, there is a special person. Only I know where he is. How do you know? Facing Itaka's explicit instructions and prompts, the impostor said impatiently, "Little devil, you did." The impostor couldn't hide it anymore, and revealed his own prototype, which was the white Jew of the Nepenthes on the top half of his head. Asshole, even if it's a lie, you have to find out the name of the deceived person. Your clumsy acting skills, damn it. Itaka was also annoyed by Baiju's IQ. The scene now has lost control, and the battle is on the verge of breaking out. The Baiju in front of him was not the spore clone, but the real body, possessing the power of quasi-shadow, far from being able to defeat Itaka. He, I didn't expect to be discovered by you a long time ago, but, fortunately, you don't need to hide anymore, you can come and find the owner of the kaleidoscope in person. Baiju's body gradually melted into the ground, his goal was Naoki's right eye, trying to avoid fighting with others. What? Earth escape? Itaka was shocked by the ninjutsu that Baiju could walk through the ground at will. Such unrestricted ninjutsu without being perceived is undoubtedly the best means of detection and theft. His target is probably Uncle Naoki, kaleidoscope. Could it be that Uncle Naoki's eyes are kaleidoscope? The young Itaka did not yet know that the kaleidoscope was a pupil technique that was superior to the eyes of the writing wheel. Even if you don't tell me, I can easily find the target. I originally saw you alone and wanted to give you maternal care, who knew you refused. Baiju's frivolity and enthusiasm are the characteristics of his character and the biggest failure. Hateful. Itaka wanted to rush out and asked the tribe to come to support him, but Baiju found out that he directly gave him a heart decapitation technique without Jian. A rag was tucked in his mouth. It's over, Uncle Naoki. Itaka almost roared in his heart, and in the end it only turned into a hoarse throat. Hey! Pattern. The door of Itaka's bedroom suddenly opened, and a man with blood in his eyes came out, the same Naoki from before. I saw him slowly open the kaleidoscope, and said with a murderous intent, "Do you want my eyes? Try it." Naoki still has the ability to fight, which is something Baiju could not even think of. According to previous observations, Naoki fainted because his pupils were exhausted in order to save Hiko. No, it's impossible. Baiju said in horror, quickly escaped into the ground and fled. Just kidding, fighting with a kaleidoscope-capable owner, 100,000 Baiju might not be enough to see. As a weapon summoned by Madara, he has a deep understanding of the power of the kaleidoscope. Naoki took a long breath as he watched Baiju escape. Bang! A puff of smoke dissipated, and Naoki turned into a ferret, leaning back on the wall, remaining alive after the disaster. Itaka couldn't help but rejoice. He learned the 3 body art from Yan and the transfiguration art from Shishui, and I used them all today. When he took the tea, he cloned himself into another self, and then the main body took the appearance of Naoki and transformed himself into his appearance. This was the only way to get through. Chapter 40, 6th Channel Open. Chapter 40 6th Channel, Open. Bai Juiwen escaped back to the karst cave where Maiden was, explained the situation, and was reprimanded. Stupid things, excessive use of the ability of the kaleidoscope will cause blindness, and in a short time, it will not be able to recover. Ban deeply sighed for Bai Ju's IQ, and was stunned by the failure of this operation. Perhaps, I need a smart avatar to help me accomplish my grand cause. Thinking of this, Ma started to try to use yin and yang to escape. The wonderful reaction of body energy and spiritual energy gave birth to a black, liquid-like thing. Squinting his eyes slightly, this dark thing, hoping to be smarter, Madara said, "From today, you are called Heiju, follow my will." "Yes, Lord Madara." Heiju's eyes are always that empty and glowing, too calm. Madara thought to himself, being so cautious, it might be a big task, so he gave a task and said, "You two, we must be together. First, monitor the young Uchiha who has a kaleidoscope for me." At this point, he had lost the black spot, his body was extremely weak, his eyes were absent, and even the outer golem could not maintain his vitality. Black and white merged together, revealing 2 long leaves of Nepenthes, left white and right black. Konoha Village, Uchiha Clan Land. After the battle at the shrine that day, the Yan family finally did not need to be squeezed and persecuted by the elder. Bakugan, who lost all his relatives, was accepted by Mai Liang and became Yan's brother naturally. This made Yan very unhappy. But there was no way, out of guilt for Bakugan, Yan also acquiesced to this. When hearing Itaka said that the cheap dad was almost snatched from the kaleidoscope by Baiju, Yan's heart was beating. For so long, he almost forgets that Madara is still alive in the shinobi world today. And one of the abilities of cheap dad's kaleidoscope is the great resurrection technique. Thinking carefully, I was terrified. In case Madara was really resurrected, no one could stop him from collecting the tail beasts and starting the wild road of unlimited moon reading. Ninja World directly GG. Fortunately, Itaka's wit, once again saved the ninja world. Thinking of this, Yan had to be thankful that he handed the cheap dad to Itaka, and it was impossible for him to protect the cheap dad so easily in exchange for anyone else. However, for the pupil technique that has been used once, the cooling time should be as long as that of other gods, as long as 20 years, right? The intercolumn cells can greatly shorten this time, but, for fear of cooperating with Yuan. It wasn't long before Shiwan wanted to seize me. When I saw that I was still alive and kicking, I was afraid that I wouldn't be so angry. This black-hearted master, one day, I will take the lead. But when he thinks of Dashawan's abnormal physical immunity and various methods of resurrection, Yan feels uncomfortable. It must be strengthened as soon as possible. Yan thought in his heart that Oshimaru would come back sooner or later, and when the time came, there would be nothing to resurrect him. Read more at wuxiax.com. Ba Duanjin has opened its 5 meridians, and the cultivation of the 6th Yangqiao meridian has been on its itinerary. At this level of Bajuanjin, it takes a very long time to open up the meridians. Even if you can practice all the time, it will take more than half a year. Today is the last hurdle to break through the Yangqiao pulse. Sweat has never stopped, the impurities in the body, as time goes by, the growth of the body, but more and more. Chakra is growing every day, and it is comparable to the amount of forbearance. The perfect fusion of spiritual energy and physical energy also makes the innate control over the changes of chakra's nature to a higher level. The practice of Beiman Dunjia remained stagnant and barely opened a door. The use of drawing swordsmanship has achieved high-speed movement while hitting the target, yet he is not yet proficient. Tuan Fan is really an artifact, it can bounce off the fire, switch multiple forms at will, and it is indestructible. The scarcity of fire escape and thunder escape ninjutsu makes Yan a headache. These joys and worries all turned into chakras, breaking the last film. With the opening of the 6th channel of the 8 channels of the odd meridian. The 6th pulse Yang Chiao pulse, open it. Cool. Yan likes this feeling of accumulating little by little, sharpening her meridians, and finally breaking through. Sweat. Yan explained embarrassingly, looking pale and weak in front of the laughing Mai Liang. Besides, I seem to be getting old. In a short time, Yan will be sent to a ninja school, and then graduated, taking on the family's financial resources. There is no way, even if there is no exploitation by the elder, Uchiha Tomitake doesn't really wait to see the Hokiko family. The cheap father Naoki is still unemployed, while his mother is free because of the removal of her status as a dead person. She wants to open a store but suffers from no money. The road is long and long, I will flatter the old iron in 1,000 ways. Yan, who is deeply oppressed by life, has no choice but to bow his head to the people who eat melons, struggling to please them, and work hard for the kaleidoscope of 50W points. In the live broadcast room, the enthusiasm of the people eating melons was high. Ha 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 ha, the anchor finally got the hang of it. Laughing to death, the anchor's father is so strong, the kaleidoscope strong, at least a quasi-film, he will be unemployed. This anchor is really interesting, this is the best outdoor live broadcast room I have ever seen. As soon as the barrage came out, rewards followed. Ding, congratulations to the anchor for getting 10 big jade spiral pills from Shenhao PXD. Damn, it's such a great gift. For Yan, who is worth 10,000, is undoubtedly a help in the snow, which is equivalent to 3 days of live broadcasting. Yan, a spirit, quickly picked up a pen and wrote, "Thank you PXD Lao Tai for the big jade spiral pill, I love you. Without your Krypton gold, there would be no strength for me." Bakugan on the side, saw Yan secretly smiling and writing inexplicable words, curled his lips and said, "Yan, why are you so disgusting, alone why?" Bakugan couldn't understand the characters written by Yan. The cubes were not like cubes. Animals were not like animals, like ghost painting pots. In fact, this is also Yan's writing in Chinese characters, which is ugly and has no basic skills. Yan quickly changed the subject and said with a guilty conscience, "Bakugan, go, you need more exercise, your current strength is too bad." When I heard of exercise, Bakugan wanted to shirk it. "No, I have turned on a hook jade now, it is the strongest in the ninja school." Bakugan is not an exaggeration, his unique dynamic vision makes him far more insight than his peers. "Humph, it won't be long before you will be the second child." Yan revealed his 3 gold jade and said desperately. "Damn, really, boss, are you going to ninja school?" Bakugan jumped up in surprise, thinking about himself and Hiko infinitely, dominating the ninja school scene. Chapter 41, Transfer Student. Chapter 41 Transfer Student. Konoha 45 Years of Autumn. In the bustling Konoha village, there is a place full of vitality ninja school. In order to ensure the inheritance of will, the second generation of Naruto is also the most basic part of all ninjas' practice. After graduation, he will be awarded a certificate of Shinobu, a piece of Konoha forward that represents his identity. In his previous life, Yan experienced more than 10 years of school education. If he were not accompanied by a group of relatives and friends, it would be difficult to stick to it. In this life, it is better to graduate from the ninja school as soon as possible. That's right, under the care of 3 generations, Yan entered the ninja school ahead of time and skipped to the class of Bakugan. According to the words of the 3 generations, Yan, you already have the strength of Shinin, you can enroll in advance and make some other friends. Going to school is the second thing. Let Yan make friends and accept people from other families and commoners. This is the real goal of the 3 generations. Zongren teacher Hideo Mimura, standing on the podium, announced to everyone, "From today, a new member will join our class. Please applaud and encourage." Hiko, who ate a 4-year-old meal, is now as tall as a 10-year-old. A natural handsome face of Uchiha, which was in its embryonic form, caused a lot of girls to scream. "So handsome, I really want to get in touch with him. Cool, cool. It looks like he's a genius boy from the Uchiha clan. Mom, I'm going to be in love. Don't rob me, he is mine." The girls underneath were already vying for how to distribute Yan, and had to rely on Hideo Mimura to stop them. "Quiet, next, let the new members introduce themselves." Yan, who has been living in the family, never found out that he was so handsome before. While lamenting the precocity of the girls in the Naruto world, I wondered what I like and hate. "Hello everyone, I am Uchiha Hiko, the next 5 generations of Naruto. What I like is to protect my most cherished person, what I hate is that I can't protect my most cherished person. How many people have you helped me since I grew up? How can one be ungrateful? These people are all the objects I want to protect, and those who want to destroy what I cherish will be trampled under my feet. At the same time, I am also recruiting companions. Of course, only those who are strong enough and like-minded are worthy of my companions. One stone caused 1,000 waves of waves." The boys, who were originally considered safe, despised their strength after Yan took away the relatives of the people they liked. "I can't bear my uncle, but I can't bear my aunt either." A young man in green clothes stood up, pointed at Yan and said, "Is it called Yan? Don't be too arrogant, moreover, the future of Naruto is mine. I will become a ninja alone." After speaking, I still enjoyed everyone's gaze, especially the surprised expression of the kawaii girl in white clothes, which made him the most useful. In the face of this provocation, Yan originally disdained to bully him, but after thinking about it, it seems that someone will always make trouble without showing his fists first. "What's more, pick me up as a brush, who are you?" "No, I will let you know now, provoking my fate." Read more at wuxiax.com. Yan instantaneously hit the green boy's abdomen with a punch. The tremendous strength almost knocked the boy out. So fast, so strong. Hide Mimura barely reacted. Yan knocked down the boy in green, completely out of his expectation, and roared inwardly. "It's just a good one who has the ability to forbearance? I can't even beat this." In order to maintain the face of the teacher, Hideo Mimura coughed twice. "Ahem, between classmates, be friendly. Today's business, that's it, Hiko and Midoriya, you two will make a seal of ninja reconciliation." Yan did not follow the steps given by the teacher, but mocked, "Is Green Valley? With your strength, you want to be a ninja alone, oh, foolish dreams." This is not Yan mocking Lugu, but really with his strength, he will be a forbearance at best in the future, and it will end here. If you have to be stubborn and want to become a Naruto, or a ninja, you will only harm yourself and your companions. Lugu's fist fell to the ground, and Yan's public humiliation made him very embarrassed. After that, Yan sat next to Bakumaru and looked at the blackboard weakly. "Bakugan Miyako is very boring, speaking of a genius in the school. Yan, do you know Kakashi? He is a genius boy who graduated from ninja school at the age of 5 and was promoted to ninja at the age of 6. It's just that after the death of White Fang, he was devastated." Yan was also surprised when he heard Kakashi's name. If it wasn't for Bakugan's reminder, I would have almost forgotten the 3-year appointment with Kakashi. Before that, it was necessary to create an illusion that surpassed Kakashi and became the true inheritor of the flag wooden sword technique. "Really, Pouch?" Yan whispered. Originally, he still wanted to stop at the ninja school. It seemed that he had to set off a storm. "Kakashi? His talent is still a bit worse than mine." If Yan hadn't awakened Sanguyu before, Bakugan might still refute it, but now, only agrees. Tingling bell. The get-out-of-class bell rang, and the students rushed out suddenly, leaving only Yan and Bakugan, and the little girl peeping outside the door. Okay, brother Yan, Aoni-chan, the next class is a training class, to train the throwing skills of Kunao and Shuriken. Bakugan said, pulling Yan's sleeve. It is no exaggeration to say that Hiko, who possesses god-level shuriken throwing skills, has almost the best shuriken skills in the ninja world. If a guy who manipulates hundreds of people specializes in hidden weapons, there is still a fight. Looking at those little kids, seriously throwing kunao, and then missed it, Yan couldn't help laughing. One of them, Lugu, was still not convinced by Yan, and said provocatively, laugh or laugh, it's the same when you come. Hee hee. Yan took out the kunao in his hand, squeezed it into three, and threw it out, thinking he was very handsome. Shoo! One Kyowa was in the bullseye, and the other two flew to the others, almost hurting people. This time it's ugly. No, god-level shuriken throwing technique, shouldn't all hidden weapons be able to hit 100%? Why kunao? Well, it's kunao. This system digs this hole for me again. Midoriya laughed triumphantly, ha ha ha, Uchiha's genius, that's nothing more. In order to restore his image, Yan quickly took out a row of shurikens and threw them around like a goddess. I was just teasing you before, but in fact, all of this is under my control. The shurikens flying all over the sky hit the bullseye with incomparable precision, which drew a burst of surprise. At this time, the originally proud Green Valley was as uncomfortable as having eaten X. Only in the Hokage office, an old man who loves to voyeurism held a ball and squeezed Yan in a cold sweat. After that, he ordered the protection and surveillance of Yanbu's anecdote, and mobilized again, replacing them with stronger and more people. Chapter 42, 3 generations of Feng Ying disappeared. Chapter 42 3 generations of Feng Ying disappeared. When Yan was still at the ninja school, and Bakugan ruled the campus, a far-reaching event occurred in the neighboring Kingdom of Wind. On this day, the 3 generations of Fu Ying from Sand Ninja Village was attacked by the Red Sand Scorpion on the way secretly leaving the village. In this piece of land surrounded by desert, there is nothing barren. Originally, the 3 generations of Feng Ying and Shadow Guards marched hurriedly and came to a valley, when poisonous needles burst out like showers on both sides. The accompanying Shadow Guards were shot and bruised because they were too poisonous, and died soon. Magnetic escape * sand iron defense. The black sand iron condensed in the body of the 3rd generation of Feng Ying, forming a triangular pyramid shape, blocking all the poisonous needles' attack. After the launch of the poison needle was over, the 3 generations of Feng Ying saw the Shadow Guard corpses all over the field, and said angrily, Scorpion, the ninja game is enough, it's useless, you can't kill me. The Scorpion is still human, controlling several puppets, standing above the valley, and said with murderous eyes, if it were not for you, your parents would not die, I will make you pay. 3 generations of Feng Ying snorted and said bluntly, you have killed so many ninjas in the same village, even the village can't bear your sin. Today, I will kill you directly. Magnetic escape * sand iron shiu. The blood that controls the magnetic force is activated by the boundary, and with the powerful output of the chakra, the sand and iron under the desert are gathered into the air, condensed into the sand and iron, and invades the location of the scorpion like a rainstorm. Its power is stronger than that of a scorpion's poisonous needle, but not weaker. Hateful. Feng Ying's ability is very tricky, but after the first 2 assassinations, the scorpion has already understood Feng Ying's flaws. Jumping into the air and flying into the air, Scorpion opened a scroll and performed the unfinished puppet technique, Red Secret Skill * performed by 50 people. Various humanoid puppets ejected from the scrolls, or took knives or swords, madly towards Feng Ying's location, and killed them. Hey, do you know why I am called the strongest Feng Ying? 3 generations of Feng Ying put one hand on her chest, brewing a lot of chakras, and yelled, because all puppets are ineffective to me. Magnetic escape * sand and iron strikes. The highly condensed chakra drives out the magnetic force, plastics sand and iron into iron cones, iron spears and iron blocks, and madly hits the scorpion's golem. Under the attack of sand and iron, the puppets can't become an army. Once hit, the magnetic force contained in the puppets can completely block the control of the puppets, and some of them are even directly destroyed. Is it true? Scorpion said with some excitement. With a move of his index finger, the puppet originally buried in the ground broke through the ground. The puppet on the ground, at the moment when the ground broke, the poisonous gas in the abdomen poured out in a large amount, and before Feng Ying left in time, he had already inhaled it. Magnetic escape * sand iron sky wing. Huge sand iron wings formed on Feng Ying's back, flapping their wings and flying high. The huge wind spread the poisonous gas tens of meters away, and was destroyed along with the puppets. Ahem! Despite this, Feng Ying also inhaled poisonous gas and was at a disadvantage in away games. Poisoned by me, you won't survive long. Read more at wuxiax.com. The trap ambush before took effect, and the scorpion clenched his fists excitedly. If you force yourself to be strong, you will have to fall if you are poisoned. I hate waiting for people, and I don't like being waited for by others. I'm going to solve you now. Feng Ying didn't expect the scorpion's poison. The poison was so strong, it took effect before long, and the body was stiff. But thinking that he was about to fall, the village would lose its top combat power, Feng Ying was very unyielding, and if he left the red sand scorpion for the village, the future would be dark. Let me be my last resort, to end it all. Magnetic escape sand and iron boundary law. Feng Ying gathered all of her chakras into this trick, and in an instant, all the sand in the desert turned into black sand and iron, even with the red sand scorpion in the sky. Crazy sand iron tears everything around. Feeling the skin and flesh being torn, the flesh and blood separated, the scorpion was shocked, and hurriedly summoned the Sancho fish and hid itself in it. Do not! The poison spread to the heart, and the 3 generations of Feng Ying's unyielding roar was of no avail. Out of the Sancho fish, half of the scorpion's body was gone. At this moment, it happened to take out the puppet's body that had been prepared, and use the secret method to incorporate the consciousness and chakra into the specially made heart, and place it on the puppet. From today, you are my favorite collection. As the only puppet master in Naruto world who can make human puppets, Xie said that the dead shadow guard will be one of the puppets of 100 people. With the burial of wind and sand, the originally messy battlefield has become yellow sand as usual. 3 generations of Feng Ying disappeared, and Shernan village sent a lot of manpower to find it. At the same time, the White Fang who was operating in Shernan village had to be cautious because of the increase in search personnel. For several months, I have been working hard to polish away the traces of the flagwood knife technique and turn to attack the teeth of the Klai knife. Thunder Blade *K, as one of the 7 ninja blades, possesses unparalleled lethality. Cooperating with White Fang's instantaneous technique and superb consciousness, it is just as powerful as a tiger. It can be said that a white tooth with a thunder knife is more powerful than a white tooth with a white tooth blade. However, it is a pity that thunder knife is a double-edged sword. At first, Yan was lucky to get one of them, so there were some moves that could not be used. However, in that situation at the time, it was lucky to be able to get half of the thunder knife. And white teeth are not that kind. A ninja with a double blade, a single blade is more suitable for white teeth. Because he was already a dead person, Bai Ye's nickname was automatically renamed Thunder Ye, and he changed into a set of battle robe with the Big Dipper printed on it. Because of Yan's poverty, he didn't give any other items with more B style. Fortunately, the clothes are particularly cool when worn. The white hair of Leia and the white chakra are the most eye-catching. In order to prevent being recognized, Raya Jihako put on the helmet that was formerly a samurai again. The white chakra, because it is similar to the color of thunder, will not be easily noticed. easily annihilated a squad in Sand Ninja Village, leaving the weakest member. Thundertooth stood with a knife and said indifferently, "What are you looking for?" This ninja was frightened by the power of Thundertooth, but once such an important matter was leaked out, the village would be greatly threatened. When Leia saw that he didn't say it right away, the silver chakra was attached to the thunder knife and threatened, "Since I don't want to say it, then you don't need to exist, I will ask the next one. I said that the 3 generations of Master Feng Ying disappeared for no reason, and the whole village is looking for him. Don't kill me, don't, yes." With murderous eyes, this ninja couldn't believe it when he died. 3 generations of Feng Ying is not known as the strongest Feng Ying, how could it suddenly disappear? Looking at the posture of Sand Ninja Village, I am afraid it is a fact. According to Tianchu, Hiko, Danzo is the root of Konoha. This kind of life-killing activities taking advantage of people's illnesses is the most enjoyable. According to Shu Mao's own understanding, I am afraid the same is true. The current ninja world, although it has been peaceful for more than 10 years, the dark tide is surging right now, perhaps because of this, it is not necessarily because of war. Lei, the white tooth before, is still the current Sakumo Hageki. On the white paper, write the information, his own guess, and his chakra, and then put it on the ninja pigeon. Ninja Dove is a special communication tool used by Thunderya in Anbu before. It is a kind of psychic beast that sucks chakras and finds the host of chakras through it. After inputting, the ninja pigeon will fly into the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters, relying on the unique biological radar navigation, and will not fall until it reaches the person passed on. This is also an important means for Leia to keep communicating with Yan. Chapter 43, Konoha Stream vs Hagaki Stream. Chapter 43 Konoha Stream vs Hagaki Stream. Today, Yan is still at the ninja school, playing ninja games with a group of students. After the certification of strong strength and talent, Yan became the well-deserved first person, of course, only in the same grade. The students in the higher grades couldn't restrain the passion in their hearts when they heard that the lower grades of Yan had swept the ninja school with unstoppable momentum. "I heard that you are also a half-disciple of Konoha Bie. You should have learned a lot of his sword techniques, right?" Lai Ren, a genius boy of the Moonlight clan, Moonlight Hayate, the true protagonist in this original work, is good at using Konoha Ryuhu's swordsmanship. Behind him, there was a dignified girl, and if nothing else, it would be Mao Yuzian. These two are together at such a young age? It's really love. However, the dog food came over brightly, and Yan Kai couldn't stand it. Yan glanced at Hayate's eye zone, and found that it was not very dark, and for acting, he had to say, "Yes, I am the true heir of Hageki Ryoto." But it didn't get the truth. In the original work, Moonlight Hayate came out as a diseased image, and the dark circles under his eyes made Yan seriously suspect that it was because of a relationship with Uzuki Zian. In fact, it was because the 3 generations paid great attention to his special blood succession boundary that led him to do reconnaissance missions every night. "In that case, let me learn your sword skills." Moonlight Storm took out his long blade and waited for it. However, the white tooth blade is a chakra weapon. It is originally relatively sharp. After attaching the chakra, it is almost indestructible and has a change in nature. In order to be fair, Yan took out Uchiha's short blade. Moonlight Hayate watched Yan take out Uchiha's short blade from his sleeve instead of the white tooth blade on his waist, and said angrily, "Damn it, you don't need the white tooth blade, do you look down on me? It's going to go." Yan said lightly. With the Heiji Ryuhu sword technique, he can only slash with one sword at the moment, and it happens to be the one that defeats the enemy with one blow. Once entangled with the moonlight gusts, then Yan's invincible image will begin to be disintegrated, which is not what Yan wants. Ping! The blades collided, making a crisp sound. Yan's speed is very fast in the ninja school, and the speed of the sword is also very sharp. And Haifeng was able to take this sword because of his kendo intuition. As expected to be a master with swords, Yan thought secretly, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly, holding the short blade's right hand, and with a sudden force, he forced the wind to the ground. Boom! The so-called one-force drop 10 will be like this. As long as your skills are high, I will hit you with a single blow. The gust of wind fell on the ground, quickly turned over, stepped on both feet, moved into the air, and escaped. Read more at wuxiax.com. Does the blood of the escape follow the limit? Yan couldn't perceive the location of the gusty wind, so he could only try to swing his knife towards the place where the gusty wind might land, only to find that he had cut into the air. At this time, Hai Feng appeared 10 meters behind Yan, and whispered, "The dance of the three suns and the moon. The caster is divided into 3, attacking the enemy from multiple directions. Since the attack was launched suddenly, as long as one person was injured, he would be severely injured." However, the surprise of the people around him when Hai first appeared, gave Yan a chance to react. Draw a knife. That day, at Uchiha Shrine, the sword technique of killing Octane was repeated again. Apply force on the inner thighs, twist around the waist, exert force on the wrists, and finally rub the ground with the soles of the feet, using the instant technique. Ping pong! A white light flashed, and a beautiful white arc cut off the blades of 3 gusts of wind. The first 2 are blindfolds, the latter is a real blade. The avatar dissipated with a bang, a real gust of wind flashed behind Yan, and the blade fell to the ground. Blast! Zhu Zian saw that Hai Feng was at a disadvantage and the blade was cut off, so she hurried over to check whether Hai Feng was injured. His own man was beaten by Yan. Yan wanted to save face for him, and said to Yan, "Yan, right? Next, let me teach you how to use the sword." The gust of wind that was still in a daze, when he heard that Xian was going to single out Yan, he took her hand and stopped her. "Xian, Yan's sword technique is above me," Hai explained. In fact, this is the 34th time Yan has accepted the challenge, including the previous Red Beans, Irika, and Shinyuki Izumo, all of whom have been defeated by Yan. With the 3 Go Jade, throwing technique, sword technique, and B-level fire escape, the school and the 3 Shen technique of the Anbi, Yan's strength is comparable to forbearance, and playing with these children has only one purpose. Some time ago, Shuo Mao's ninja pigeon arrived, carrying news of the disappearance of 3 generations of Feng Ying and speculations about the war. Originally, according to Yan's idea, he told Shuo Mao that Feng Ying's disappearance would lead to war, but Shuo Mao himself guessed it. It seems that I still mumbled about the IQ of people in this world. War is inevitable, and Danzo will surely take advantage of it, which will cause the Kingdom of Wind to fight back against Konoha. This conspirator who thought he was a very clean conspirator would actually be caught every time, resulting in huge losses to Konoha. Therefore, the first task of the Mandate of Heaven was to follow Danzo and attack the village of Ninja. Thunderblade * Tooth is a ninja only found in the country of Fog, and generally only used by ninjas from the country of Fog. Uncle Shimo's influx can make the high level of Sunan village misjudgment and mistakenly believe that it is Konoha and the country of Fog that have been found to attack the Kingdom of Wind. As for why the country of Wind and the country of Water, separated from the country of Konoha and the country of River, still have to attack the country of Wind, it is logical to blame Konoha and the country of Water. Konoha provided a lot of resources for the country of Water, and for this reason, it made the appearance that the country of Water and Land took advantage of the emptiness to attack the country of Wind. But to achieve this goal, it is not enough to rely on Shuo Mao alone, so he can only recruit some bounty hunters to go and fill the number. After that, Shuo Mao attacked Danzo's manpower one by one, weakening his power. The nation of Wind will not ally with the nation of Water, and will even send ninja troops to counterattack the nation of Water after the war breaks out. Of course, more importantly, the weakening of Danzo's power will inevitably hinder the assassination plan for Yan. And Yan will also have more time to improve himself, and, to improve the average ninja student in front of him. While defeating these people, Yan also released a signal. Your strength is far from enough. You must work harder. I will be ahead of you and take on the important task of piloting. Yan said so to highlight that the fog of war has begun to spread, and the strength of this group of ninjas, to be honest, is not very strong. Perhaps it is the geniuses of the same generation who have already emerged, but they are just foils. However, in Hiko's view, they are Konoha's real mainstay, supporting a powerful backing for Shinobu Village. It is as strong as the Water Gate. One person kills 100 people, but it is impossible for one person to complete the task of 100 people. There are only two sources of income for Ninja Village, one is the daimyo grant, and the other is the reward for the ninja mission. The stronger the ninja, the more advanced missions can be obtained. The more powerful the ninja village, the more missions it will get. On the battlefield, the stronger the ninja on your side, the smaller the loss. And more importantly, if Yan wants to get to the top of Konoha, he must have great influence and have enough voice in the new generation of ninjas. Chapter 44, The Threat of Dashimaru. Chapter 44 The Threat of Dashimaru. The Ashimaru who failed to reincarnate, wasted a time of soul strength, and his strength declined. Yan's mysterious disappearance and mysterious comeback made Ashimaru very curious. The soul flies away. Theoretically it does not even have the qualifications to exist in the Pure Land, and cannot be reincarnated by the Dirty Land. But he can survive? What's more, Yan disappeared instantly. This was obviously not dazzling, but a special kind of ninjutsu, which was most likely related to time and space ninjutsu. There is only one existing space-time ninjutsu in the ninja world, and that is God of Thunder. Bo Feng Shuman is an offspring who can not only fly Thunder God, but also the Whirlpool Seal technique. The sealing technique of the Maelstrom clan is extremely powerful, and it is not impossible to seal the soul, but why would he save Yan? No matter what, Ashimaru needs to see Yan once. Take a look at this second disciple who was placed in the school by the three generations, and many of the Anbu named protection is actually under surveillance. Ninja School, Class 2 of the 3rd year. Ashimaru easily entered Yan's class with the identity of Sunin. When the two looked at each other, Dashimaru smiled slyly. And Yan wanted to pretend to have amnesia, but the vibration of his pupils revealed his inner fear. If it weren't because this was a ninja school, under the protection of many Anbis, I'm afraid Oshimaru would have taken Hiko directly. Yan, who understood this point, also let go of his heart a little. When he came to the open space of the school, Yan Wei squinted his eyes and prepared to resist. Ha ha ha, Yan Jun, can you remember something from a few days ago? Dashimaru took the lead and said that he had already known that Yan had a deep memory of that failed reincarnation. Although it was revealed, Yan still pretended to say, Master Oshimaru, I don't remember what happened a few days ago. Ashimaru smiled evilly, and said, if this is the case, then I will teach you an S-level ninjutsu. After school, come to my base. You know where it is. But it's really arrogant, he still thinks about reincarnation of me. Yan's heart was almost bleeding. In the live broadcast room, the attitude of the people who eat melons towards Dashiwan is extremely low. In the original work, the behavior of Ashimaru was covered and beautified, while Yan's live broadcast revealed the facts nakedly. But Dashimaru, who has mastered the core technology, is so fascinated by his ninjutsu and forbidden techniques. Uncle Snake is really cruel, too bad. If you think about it, if Uncle Snake dies, wouldn't the original plot all collapse? The biotechnology of Dashimaru is much stronger than that of Red Sand Scorpion. Think about human puppets. Although they can retain their abilities during their lifetime, they can be destroyed. The reincarnation of the filthy soil can only be sealed and stand on top of each other. Sentence. Yes, the god-level skill of dirty reincarnation is too strong. We can completely use this to bring out the first and second generations of psychics. These two are extremely powerful. If you master the rebirth of the filthy soil, wouldn't you be able to single out a country by yourself? The perfect filthy rebirth that I had in the beginning, but it provoked 4 battles, and is the enemy of the entire ninja realm. Read more at wuxiax.com. I don't know who provoked the momentum, and all the people who eat melons are attracted by the incomparable forbidden technique of Yuan. Ding mission release, obtaining the art of reincarnation from the dirty soil in 3 years. Ding success reward, // Ding punishment for failure, draw a knife and slash and disappear. The release of this task simply killed Yan. Obviously, it was hard to get out of the pit, but in the end you asked me to enter the pit again. This is a hell difficult task. The sword disappeared. Doesn't this mean that the foundation of my flagwood sword technique is gone, so how can I fight Kakashi? Yan's heart was bleeding like a stream. Is it a forbidden technique that can channel the dead? Yan was shocked by the unprepared sentence, not to mention the Dashimara who originally wanted to test. The emerald pupils stared big. Did you reincarnate in the dirty soil? How did you know? Suddenly, Dashiwan's mind began to become active again. The Yan in front of him may be the product of the reincarnation of the dirty soil, but this is not possible. His soul was already broken at that time. If so, what does he mean? I saw the knowledge of this technique in the base of Lord Ashimaru, and I am very interested in learning it. I wonder if Lord Ashimaru wants to teach me this technique. Yan helplessly, in order to complete the task, he could only lie desperately and shamelessly. Could it be, he really lost his memory? Dashimaru was shaken by her previous guess. Right now, there are 3 generations of Anbu, and he cannot be taken to the base easily. Once discovered, he will only defect. The art of reincarnation in the dirty soil is still within my research, but if you want to learn, I can teach you, but if your talent is not enough, I will let you withdraw from the research end. In the latter sentence, Dashiwan did not say it, but actually used a technique similar to the dark part to erase Yan's memory, but the side effects were too great and Yan would become an idiot directly. If I say it, I am afraid Yan will be frightened. Yan's scientific research ability has not been measured by Ashimaru. What's more, he can't perform the technique of reincarnation again now, so let's try it out first. Up to now, Ashimaru is basically certain that behind Yan, there must be an extremely powerful person protecting him. As my disciple, you should know that my experiment is not visible. Therefore, if you are exposed, you will have to be eliminated except for defecting with me. Dashiwan said with a slight killing intent. This murderous intent that was sublimated in World War II, even after more than 10 years of peace, has not disappeared, but is even more terrifying. Rao Xian's quality is extraordinary, and he can't help but sweat in a cold sweat, so scared that he can't move, he dare not breathe. This is the peculiar coercion of the superior. Call out. A shuriken pierced precisely in the middle of Osamaru and Hiko. Ashimaru-sama, even your apprentice, you can't just kill as you say, he is also a member of Konoha. This NB is obviously well trained, but it is not enough to face Lengjun Ashimaru, one of the 3 forbearances. Ever since, the surrounding dark parts appeared in unison. Are all the dark parts so useless now? This is not the dark part in my mind. Dashimaru ridiculed that, indeed, those who can enter the Anbu are all elites, and elites also mean strength. With so many Anbis protecting one Yan, is it a single person, too weak? I'm educating my disciple. He has never seen blood or killed anyone. It is good for him to let him try to kill. Such words have never been able to say such things. Ashimaru-sama, Yan is the key protection target appointed by the 3 generations of Naruto masters, please don't disobey Hokage's orders. Reluctantly, Ashimaru couldn't suppress it with his identity, so he could only move out of the name of Hokage. Hehe, the old man really values you very much. In this case, today's training will end here. In the next second, Ashimaru left instantly. Only the Anbi was left, and he lied, it turns out that Lord Ashimaru is testing Yan, let's leave. All the dark parts disappeared immediately. This kind of protection is no longer there, right? 3 generations of Naruto, you can really value me Uchiha Hiko, do you think I will trust you if you don't trust me? Chapter 45, Wake. Chapter 45 Wake. Naoki, who had been in a coma for a week, finally woke up in bed. In his mind, there was still the memory of Ju Yan and resurrecting Yan. Naoki jumped up, and said in a silent voice, Yi Yan. He tore off the bandage wrapped around his eyes and slowly opened his eyes. The faint and bright sunlight entered the pupils and felt like tingling. After a while, Naoki burst into tears, but this was because of the side effects of overuse of kaleidoscope. The vision in the right eye was blurred by more than half, and what was installed inside was a powerful pupil technique that resurrected the newly dead. In order to resurrect Hiko, whose soul was broken, Naoki decisively used the Great Resurrection technique, and his right eye entered a cooling period of 20 years. But the first time I used it, Naoki didn't know what it would look like. Now, for Naoki, the most important thing is to determine the life and death of Hiko, and where Miyoshi is going. Bang! Pushing open the doors and windows, Naoki appeared outside the door of his house, and happened to ran into Mai Liang, who was shopping for vegetables, and went home. Seeing that Naoki's injury hadn't healed, Mai Liang ran out and said angrily, Naoki, go to bed and rest soon. Where is Yan? Where is Yan? Naoki, who is worried about Hiko, how can I hear Miyo's words? In desperation, Mai Liang could only force Naoki into the door and sat on the sofa. Mai Liang said guiltily, Naoki and Yan are alive and well. They killed the elder and saved me. Naoki heard what was in the cloud and mist. In his impression, didn't Yan accidentally turn on the waste material of Sangu Jade? When did it become so strong? Also, how did you faint? Listening to Yan said, you were peeping at a girl's bath in the bathhouse and you were drugged. What is going on? Go peeping? Drugged? Brat, I can't kill you when I come back. I worked hard to save you, so did you thank your dad for me? However, coaxing Mai Liang is the most important right now. Looking at her red eyes, Naoki's heart is very uncomfortable. It's not like that, Mai Liang, listen to me to explain, Before Naoki could say half of his words, he was stopped by Mai Liang. Shut up, I don't want to listen to your explanation, I just miss you. Mai Liang didn't finish her words, so she took the initiative to go to Naoki. Feeling the softness and tenderness between his lips, Naoki's heart melted. For a long time, the lips are divided. Mai Liang nestled in Naoki's arms and said like a little woman, promise me, don't take risks like this in the future. Tears wet the eyes. Rao is a 7-foot man, and he can't escape Gentle Township. But in order to protect you and Yanner, even if you die 7 times, why not? Naoki didn't answer, he didn't want to deceive Mai Liang. Bang! The complacent Yan, leading Bakugan, returned home and just happened to ran into the flirting too, which was really embarrassing. Oh my god! You cheap dad, let go of my gentle and virtuous mother who loves me the most. No more, my eyes. This dog food, read more at wuxiax.com. Yan's heart almost collapsed. Yan. Seeing Yan Anran returned without incident, Naoki was so surprised that he shouted and frightened everyone. I rely on. The story I made up before will not be known by cheap dad, right? It's over. Dad, you are the strongest and most handsome in my eyes. Do you know that my heart of admiration for you is like a surging river, endless, like... Before the words were over, Yan was locked in his throat. Naoki hugged Yan, tightly, so that Yan couldn't say a word, and his face was deformed. It's fine if you are okay, then I can rest assured. It is said that dad takes the child without dying. Yan has a hard time to distinguish, so he can only yell in his heart, Cheap dad, you, avenge your personal revenge, yet, take the opportunity to wear shoes, Oh, isn't this Bakugan? In Naoki's free time, seeing Bakugan who had just changed his shoes, he let go of his hands holding tightly. My Liang then said, haha yes, because, Bakugan has no relatives and no reason, so at the invitation of Yan, I moved into our house. Well, Bakugan, the past has passed. Now that I have come to my Naoki's house, although I have no money and no power, I can give you a father-like care. Naoki could tell at a glance that the relationship between Bakumaru and Hiko was like a brother. Sometimes, Naoki was thinking about whether to give birth to a younger sister for Hiko, or how good it would be to give birth to a daughter directly. Yan, it's so uncomfortable. Really? Bakugan was tempted. His parents died soon after his birth. What he most envied was that other children were loved by their parents, but he did not. Of course it is true, but you can only get the love of your cheap dad, and the love of my mother, my Liang, is mine alone. Hiko, who was finally able to breathe, could finally speak, opened his mouth, and became angry with Naoki. Despite this, Bakugan was also very satisfied and called Naoki cheap dad. Is it cheap dad again? Naoki was originally pretending to be extremely majestic, but he was beaten back to his original form. Yan, how can you teach bad Bakugan? Facing Naoki's roar, Yan waved his hand helplessly. He didn't ask Bakugan to say that. In fact, it was unexpected that even Bakugan would be considered a righteous son by Naoki. The pleasant chat ended soon. After dinner time, after a meal, everyone's tiredness came to their hearts and they fell asleep happily. Dark clouds cover the moon, stars light up. Only one person can hardly sleep. Naoki instantly reached the roof, leaned back on the building, and looked at the sky full of stars. The person who tried to take Shihiko in vain was Ashimaru. On the surface, it was Yan's master, Lang Jun with the title of Sunin. In fact, he is an ambitious and cruel man. In order to beat Oshimaru, Naoki had to show him how good he was. Thinking of this, Sanguyu's riding wheel spun out, and the next moment, people have disappeared in the dark night. Looking for his previous memories, Naoki slowly touched the base of Ashimaru. His left eye evolved into a kaleidoscope, a line of blood and tears shed. Naoki entered the base strangely. He went straight behind Dashimaru, but Dashimaru still didn't notice it at all. The Dashyuan, who was doing the experiment, suddenly discovered that there was a kunao on the neck, and the snake's pupil shrank. Silence! Deathly silence! Ashimaru, if you dare to confront Yan and have any unreasonable thoughts, I will let you understand that death is far easier than you think. The combination of killing intent and anger was very shocking. However, Oshimaru is a cruel person, how can he easily believe such threatening words? Quietly, the surrogate technique started. Ha 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 ha, do you think you can threaten me by silently sneaking in? However, before Ashimaru was happy, the change in the next moment made him extremely shocked. The scarlet kaleidoscope was spinning, and everything around was forbidden. In the space solidified by this time, Naoki slowly walked to the front of Dashimaru, and Kumo put it on his neck again. What? What happened? Dashimaru couldn't understand that even time and space ninjutsu requires a medium. How did he come to me without a medium? Under these eyes, you have no power to fight back. In the next second, Naoki left instantly. The warning here is enough to threaten Dashimaru. Those eyes are terrifying. Chapter 46, Family Ninjutsu. Chapter 46 Family Ninjutsu. The ninja school's teaching system is very strict, and students are only allowed to take 5 days off each month. This is closely related to the current form of ninja world. Of course, Yan went to school for more than a week, and it was time for vacation. The boring theoretical knowledge, as well as the various ninjutsu applications that can't be heard or learned, make Yan too big. Yan is not a genius ninja, he is still a waste material from a previous life. If there is no systematic promotion, it is estimated that he is still fighting with Naoki at home. There are so many things that need to be practiced now, so that the practice of ninjutsu and illusion lags far behind the swordsmanship and physical skills. Naoki noticed this carefully, and called Yuhiko and Bakumaru together, saying that they were teaching family ninjutsu. Hiko, Bakugan, I think you all lack powerful attack methods, so I decided to teach you the ninjutsu from the Naoki family. When did ninjutsu be passed down in the family? Yan expressed his doubts. A powerful means of attack? Does extinguishing the fire count? On the contrary, Bakugan's reaction was particularly excited, and Naoki sighed, who is my son after all? I'm optimistic. Naoki slowly sealed his hands, and Ji said, the fire escape in the ninja world is almost always released from the mouth, and the fire escape of my Naoki family is different. He emits from his hands to form a shape. Variety. It's amazing, half of the knot is printed, and the hands are stained with flames. It's very cool. Huo done * fire fist. Naoki raised a fist that was burning with flames and smashed it towards the giant tree in front, easily piercing through the tree's annual rings. Then, the print was released, and the flame dissipated. This ninjutsu is currently only sea level, but the level of the fire escape ninjutsu does not represent the power of the technique. The focus is on the level of the caster. This point is the consensus of the fire slayers in the shinobi world. In the original book, the B-level fierce fire was extinguished, and in Madara's hands, it became an S-level powerful ninjutsu, which is evident. Cut, if it's at this level, it's not as good as extinguishing the fire, Yan said disdainfully. This special fire escape that attaches flames to his hands seems to be more powerful. However, as long as the cheap dad pretends to be X, I have to slap my face. Fire escape * extinguish the fire. With the seal on both hands, Yan sucked in abruptly, opened his eyes to the fullest extent, and sprayed out the fire attribute chakra in his throat with all his strength. In an instant, a sea of flames swept through several big trees, burning all their branches and leaves. As the saying goes, it's better to break the enemy's fingers than to break the enemy's fingers. In terms of scope, it is indeed much stronger to extinguish the fire. But in terms of a single eruption, the fire fist is obviously stronger. Really, Yan, if you don't learn, you have to learn it from me, and Bakugan, you have to be together. Naoki had no choice but to force Yan an iron fist of love and let him obey. Read more at wuxiax.com. The named Bakugan was surprised, his hands quickly formed seals, but no flames appeared, and the first attempt was quickly over. Yan smirked, but then, Naoki's words shocked his teeth to the ground. This ninjutsu is an unfinished ninjutsu. In other words, he has a very high growth potential and can reach the height of S grade. It is my father, the dead grandfather of Yan, the most genius of the Uchiha family, created. Unfortunately, my talent is not enough to continue to explore in depth. Naoki was a little proud, but at the same time he said with a trace of sadness and indignation. Perhaps, the cheap dad's kaleidoscope was opened because of the death of Grandpa? It's like when I didn't open my eyes at the time, but after witnessing the death of Octane, he opened a blast of jade. Is it so powerful? Then I must learn, Master Bakugan. Bakugan clenched fleshy fists and said confidently. This special fire escape also seems to fit Bakugan's fighting style very well. The only regret is that Yan can't learn even if he learns it. Huo done * fire fist. In Yan's nth attempt, he couldn't even gather flames with both hands, but the flames in his lungs seemed to be burning. ACI, through previous observations, Naoki thought that Hikahiko's talent was finally awakened. He was a late bloomer, not too late. In short, you have the 3-go jade, but you can also extinguish the fire, and you can't learn the fire fist? Are you targeting your dad and me? Naoki's heart almost collapsed, but fortunately Bakugan was powerful. Even now, he doesn't care how long he has learned. Fire escape. Bakugan slowly formed seals on both hands, feeling the flow of chakra in his body, guiding it to his hands, and flames appeared. Hey! Bakugan clenched his fists, glared, and slammed a punch towards the current tree, shouting Fire Fist. Boom! The huge explosive force blasted the entire tree apart. Yes! Succeeded in one fell swoop. Bakugan jumped up in surprise. This power is much greater than Naoki's, and this kid is born to play with fire and escape. Okay, is Bakugan a waste material? It now appears that Naoki and Hiko, father and son, are real waste materials. Nanani. Naoki was also shocked by the power of Bakugan's trick. During the 5 days of the holiday, Bakugan has been practicing Hwoken and has reached the point where he is familiar with the road. And Yan, after practicing on the first day, discovered that because of Bajuan-jin's practice, his meridians had been shaped and he was unable to perform this special ninjutsu. Correspondingly, if you practice this kind of special fire done Bakugan and then practice Bajuan-jin, this special fire done cannot be used again due to changes in the meridians. As far as Bakugan is concerned, it is not worth the gain, he is not a ninja lacking blue. The lovely brother Itaki also wants to join in when Fuyu is busy at work. However, with his chakra amount, only a flame was released, which caused the chakra to wear too much. It seems that the control of the amount of chakras by this fire fist is more difficult than ordinary fire escape. It is a waste of mind and the loss of chakras is also greatly increased. In the original book, Itaki is also a genius ninja who is sick and lacks blue. In order to change this situation, Yan turned to supervise Itaki to practice Bajuan-jin. With his talent, he forcibly began to practice the first channel Ren channel, but the progress was slow. In 5 days, it only penetrated 1/10. Caused by this situation, one is that Itaki does not have as strong mental power as Yan, and the other is that his physical fitness is far inferior to that of Yan. I believe that after opening the 5 channels, there will be qualitative changes. At least, opening Suzuo can last for half an hour, right? The ninja who lacks blue also has Kakashi. Not enough, and there is no suitable reason for him to practice Bajuan-jin. The genius ninjas lacking in blues, once this problem is solved, what reason is there to restrain them from becoming stronger? Bajuan-jin is the real family ninjutsu. Enhancing physical fitness and increasing the amount of chakras are the cornerstones of ninjas. Chapter 47, Strategic Raid. Chapter 47 Strategic Raid. The Country of Wind, in Sand Ninja Village. 3 generations of Master Feng Ying must find, to see people in life, and to see corpses in death. The 1000th-generation mother-in-law slapped her hand on the table and said with determination, at all costs. The short woman possesses a huge amount of energy, making the young people around her forbearing and in awe. Outside the door, Ilao Zhang hurried over, panting and said, the latest situation, we have found the place where Master Feng Ying is suspected to be missing. Really? If this is the case, it should not be too late. The longer it is, the harder it will be to perceive under the erosion of wind and sand. Chiyo's brows frowned, and despite the high tension, he still maintained a lot of calmness. He analyzed carefully and said, Irazo, I will go with you. In addition, I will send most of the perception ninjas. In addition, the defense will be weak as a result. Be prepared for communication and battle. If something happens, immediately notify us to come back. After a moment, the team of 100 people was assembled. Ilao Zhang sighed slightly and said, we have spent a lot of manpower and material resources, and we hope to find 3 generations of Master Feng Ying. After counting the number of people, Cho yelled and started. The instantaneous technique was activated, one by one disappeared in place, and the snakes moved forward in a row. 3 generations of Feng Ying, known as the strongest Feng Ying, is the name of Shirinin village to break away from the weakest Shinin village and the hope of revitalizing the village. Such an unknown disappearance is undoubtedly a huge blow. A large number of Konoha ninjas lurking behind the rock group, wearing Iwanin's forehead, watched Cho and other ninjas leave. A conspiracy is happening. Dozens of ninjas took the lead and came to the outer edge of the Sand Ninja village to do their best. Ninfa * heart-to-heart technique. Yamanaka-san's thumbs and index fingers were stretched as far as possible and joined together, and the rest of the fingers were brought together, and the secret technique of yin escape was activated. The mental energy quickly left from the body, found the Sand Ninja patrolling the wall, and controlled his body. The controlled ninja took out kunao and beckoned to another Sand Ninja to enter the small room. Puffy. Kyo pierced his neck, and at the moment he rolled his eyes, he pushed to the ground, simply covered the corpse, and continued to murder the next one. In a short while, all Sharen was killed by this method. In the end, Shan Zongzin controlled the ninja and slapped himself. On. The obstacles to advance have been cleared, and the Konoha ninja is like no one. Prioritize the assassination of ninjas, kill those who see them, and focus on destroying the granary. Yamanaka Shinobu leaped into Sand Ninja village and whispered to Root's subordinates, then his eyes turned into a cold expression. Ba! Kuma cuts precisely on the neck, whether he is a ninja or a civilian, he is slaughtered by the Roots pretending to be Iwanin. After more than 20 minutes of this silent assassination, it was finally discovered by Sand Shinobu's garrison ninja and began to fight back. Wind escape * 1000 faces of wind. Ninja releases advanced ninjutsu, condensing the wind attribute chakra into blades, cutting the wind of nature, dozens of such blades, unstoppably cut into the vital points of the root ninja's body, and swiftly cut through the hidden earth wall. Ninfa * heart disturbance technique. Read more at wuxiax.com. A chakra of yin attribute erupted from Shan Zongzin's body, and smashed on Sand Shinobu's body like slime. Damn, I can't move, my hand is the secret technique of the mountain clan. Konoha attacked, not Iwanin. Shan Zongzin was in the dark, controlling the upper ninja, rushing directly to the root ninja's attack range, and then being set on fire. However, at this moment, another shinobu rushed to him and performed the Feng Dun * flower Sanmu, blowing out a tornado, sweeping the ninjutsu into annihilation. Shoo! 2 shots of Kyo were thrown out, and they were inserted on the dirt wall where Shan Zongzin was located, with a detonation talisman attached to them. Years of combat experience made him feel strange and left quickly. Boom! The detonating talisman was exploded, breaking the earth wall, and filled with grey smoke. The heart-wrapping technique failed, and the Shangren knew that he had obtained the most important information, and quickly retreated to protect himself. Damn it! Shan Zongzin screamed and witnessed his departure with his own eyes. Right now, the root ninja has destroyed many houses, destroyed a granary, and killed dozens of ninjas, which has achieved this goal. What? A subordinate of Roots, Kyumo penetrated his body, and exploded with a detonating talisman, and died crashingly. Shan Zongzin frowned, and it was time to retreat. Behind him, Sand Shinobu is supporting more and more. If he doesn't leave now, it is estimated that all of them will be buried here. The border between the country of wind and the country of earth. Sakumo Hagiki, who was already ready to intercept, brought a group of recruited bounty ninjas, gearing up. You guys, stop Sand Shinobu's attack, remember, you can only use water to escape. Shu Mao looked at the ninjas carrying the big water bottle, the killing air in his eyes bloomed, making people breathless. Pulling out his thunder knife * teeth, the silver-white chakra is full. Tattoo. The ninja at the root retreated, getting closer and closer. A flash of lightning flashed, and the 7 root ninjas were still running, their heads separated. The situation became treacherous and terrifying for a while. This is a super strong man who uses thunder escape. Shan Zongzin was in the chaos, hiding behind a big tree, and observing in secret. The second light flashed, and the lives of 5 ninjas were harvested again. When he finally left, he was forcibly stopped by Shan Zong's credit and confusion. "There!" Shan Zongzhen said with trembling hands. The willpower of the mysterious strong man in front of him was too strong, and he could only control it for a minute. Fire escape * dragon fire art. Several root ninjas who can escape from fire, did not spare their chakras, and performed ninjutsu together. A ninja of the mountain clan? It's a bit tricky. Shuo Mao looked at the dragon fire that was getting closer, and his heart began to panic a little. Chakra's heart surged, speeding up the cracking of the heart disorder. On Yin Dun, his accomplishments are not low. Substitute technique. The moment Long Huo contacted Shuo Mao, his surrogate left in a dangerous way, leaving behind a stand-in wood, which was burned by the dragon fire. Then, the big move opened. Fear the thunder and lightning, feel the thunder and lightning, and accept the punishment of the thunder and lightning. Lei Zhang * Lei Yan. The surging thunder attribute chakra riot. Shu Mao's body was full of lightning arcs, and through the conduction of thunder knife and teeth, several thunder and lightning spread out, forming a grid, paralyzing and electrocuting all the root ninjas on the ground. Thunder knife * tooth. Shan Zongzhen recognized at a glance that this was one of the 7 ninja swords, and hurriedly jumped onto the tree. At this time, the 7 ninja swordsmen were generally carried out by gangs. As for why they came to the Kingdom of the Wind and attacked them, I still don't know. However, relying on their strength, they definitely couldn't beat the ninja sword 7. Under the balance, Shan Zongzhen could only mobilize a few surviving roots around him and left sadly. Thunder Dun * natural thunder and lightning. After the ground attack, Shuo Mao launched a heavenly attack. Containing a blow of thunder and lightning, slashed to the sky. Rumble. The clouds in the sky have undergone drastic changes, and the accumulation of a large number of thunder attributes has led to the generation of natural lightning. Under the guidance of the thunder knife and teeth, the thunder and lightning were drastically lowered. This is simply a natural punishment, a bit more cruel and ruthless than Sasuke's Lei Dun * Kirin in the original book. Chapter 48, Crisis. Chapter 48 Crisis. Water escape * water turbulence x10. 10 bounty ninjas used the same kind of water escape, spouting water like a waterfall from their mouths. This is the most basic ninjutsu in Shui Dun, controlled by the chakra of the caster, and its power is variable. With the use of multiple people, the surrounding terrain was changed, making it a large lake. The length and width of the lake are very large, even the sand forbearance people will tread on the water. But no one can guarantee that it will suddenly sink deep into the lake, or under the lake, a sudden ninjutsu attack will erupt. Is it Mizuno? The snipe and clam fight, but it is the fisherman's advantage. The leader of Sand Ninja looked at the large lake in front of him and the lightning falling from the sky in the distance, and his heart was shaken. It seems that Wu Ren is trying to stop us first, intercept and kill the beasts of the Earth Country, and then annihilate us in one fell swoop. Pursuing the strategy of not moving the enemy and not moving, neither side took any action, and neither side dared to move forward and stepped into the lake. After a period of confrontation, Sand Shinobu found that the opposite Mist Shinobi had no intention of launching an attack. Water escape * mist hiding technique. Among the bounty ninjas, there is no lack of rebels from Wuyan village, who will use this iconic ninjutsu of silent killing. As soon as the mist opened, there was no field of vision. This kind of ninjutsu, which can blur the eyes of reincarnation, is emitted by the water attribute chakra, which is extremely strange. The control of time and psychology are very precise. Come yet. The leader of Sand Shinobu paid attention and ordered his subordinates to pair up and defend back to back. This kind of killing technique is very difficult to defend. However, as time passed bit by bit, Wu Shinobu still did not launch an attack. Sand Shinobu, who had a false alarm, began to think about it. Perhaps, the opposite is waiting for us to take the lead, and then defeat us in one fell swoop. Or, the opponent is really lack of manpower and strength, so he dare not launch an attack hastily, for fear of being seen through. If combined with the previous situation, is it a bluff, or, not good? Damn it, everyone retreats and hurried back to the village. The Mizunin on the opposite side is very likely to simply drag them down. Their purpose, like the ninjas in the Kingdom of Earth, wants to raid the main body of Sand Ninja. This is just a trick to adjust the tiger away from the mountain. With an order, Sand Shinobu left in embarrassment. Seeing Sand Shinobi's departure, Wu Yinkan rebels headed by Shinobu, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They are not actually Mistara, they are just creating a guise for Mistara. At this time, Shu Mao was also able to kill most of the roots, and came to the front, looking at the mist from a distance. Read more at wuxiax.com. The judgment is very timely. If it is later, perhaps most of the vital forces can be wiped out, Shu Mao said domineeringly with Thunder Fang in his hand, and glanced at the bounty ninjas around him. These people are either the rebels of the village or the wild ninjas of the village. Whether it is high employment costs or information leakage, they can't help but survive. The mission is over, you all go back with me to receive the reward. Step by step, leading them into the pre-prepared canyon, Shu Mao revealed his thunder and lightning minions. Let you try, my newest practice trick. The murderous intent flashed, the murderous intent was overwhelming, and the momentum was terrifying. Lay done * Thunder Snake. Shu Mao first merged with the thunder knife into a lightning form, and then quickly formed a seal, releasing hundreds of small snakes surrounding the thunder and lightning to climb towards the enemy at a super fast speed, giving hundreds of electric shocks, and the rewards they touched the golden ninjas are all dead. After the enemy is electrocuted, these hundreds of snakes will be transformed into hundreds of thunder rapiers, and they will assassinate the enemy from different angles, cutting off any possibility of survival. Chakra is almost exhausted. This AoE high damage trick is very powerful. Panting heavily, Shu Mao put away his thunder knife and teeth. There was a heavy rain in the sky, and thunder and lightning roared. Tears soaked on Shu Mao's helmet, clothes, hands, and thunder knife's teeth. The flashing light in his eyes revealed his incomparable determination. Konoha's white fangs have never died. Just changed to another identity, protecting Konoha. At this moment, he truly accepted the identity of Yuheng of the Destiny and Big Dipper. The action was a success. The high-level people of Sand Ninja Village, Wu Nin Village, and Iwa Nin Village have already made a big deal of pain for this. No one had expected Sand Shinobu to encounter such a catastrophe. As Sun Shinobu sees through the conspiracy of the roots, he reconciles with Iwa Shinobu and secretly reached an alliance. Wurin Village insisted that he did not accept any gifts from Konoha, nor did he reach any treaties. In the village of Koja Ninja, the relationship is broken because of the fisherman's strategy of Wurin. And in Konoha's Danzo, he lost his temper, and even became angry from shame. The originally planned plan of attacking the pot was actually seen through, and even if it was seen through, it was slaughtered by Wurin. The roots suffered heavy losses, and the vitality was severely injured. For this account, Danzo will have to pay the price regardless of whether the opponent is Wurin or not. At the same time, due to the outbreak of the war, the recruitment conditions for Konoha Anbi have also been reduced a lot. But Wu Ren refused to admit that this very resolute attitude really didn't seem to be theirs. In this regard, Konoha's side, like Wurin, refused to admit it, saying that Iwanin village deliberately pushed the pot to Konoha. As for what is going on, it is not clear. The real mastermind, one is still playing a ninja game at the ninja school, and the other has killed people and continued to go happy and happy. The treacherous situation in the ninja world made the high levels unable to figure out, and the war between each other did not stop for a moment. Everyone knows that friction is escalating and war is really coming. Originally, when everyone was still fighting, Yunin village, who had not said anything, began to move. After the end of World War II, there were frequent wars and conflicts between the major ninja countries and the small countries and ninja villages near their borders. At the same time, the 5 major ninja countries restored their national power after nearly a decade of peace. The comprehensive national power of Ninja Village today is the strongest in Yunnan Village and Konoha. For the sake of their own interests, the major ninja countries suppress, win over, and infiltrate the small neighboring countries, all coveting the fertile land where the fire country is located. Now, Yunnan Village started, and invited the 3 kingdoms of wind, soil, and water to attack the country of fire and carve up the land. This is quite a challenge for Konoha. The Tsunade of the second of the 3 ninjas left due to fear of blood, Konoha, and White Fang hanged himself due to rumors. Several countries attacked together, and the 3 generations must only be in the village. And as the root of the sharp blade, the surface is calm, but in fact it is seriously injured. The Uchiha clan has changed a lot, which is an unstable factor. Fortunately, there are also Jiraiya, Ashimaru, and Bofeng Shuman. The existence of these 3 top combat powers, plus the background of each family in the village, still has the power to fight. The 3rd ninja fight against Konoha is about to happen. Chapter 49, Testimonials on the shelves later, please subscribe. Chapter 49 Testimonials on the shelves later. Please subscribe. This book has been serialized since last month, and it has gone through a total of 31 days. In the future, it will be a longer journey with readers and friends. This is something that White Clothes can guarantee. At the same time, Bai Yi is also the first time a book has been put on the shelves. There are many things that have not been figured out yet, and I hope readers and friends can forgive me. There are many settings in the book, whether it is ninjutsu, systems, forces, or interpersonal relationships, they are all designed by White Clothes after careful consideration. Here, there are some things that everyone feels inappropriate. You can directly discuss with Bai Yi in the comments, or directly join the book fan group, and have a deeper exchange with Bai Yi and other book fans. The book is established as a single heroine, but the choice of the heroine is not determined. Read more at wuxiax.com. Regarding the female protagonist, some book fans recommended Senju Tsunade to me. I think it's pretty good, except for a little messy. Readers and friends who have other suggestions and ideas are also welcome to leave a message in the comment area. The White Clothes will consider the selection according to the popularity of the characters and the suitability of the story. Here are some references for the heroine, and the actual situation prevails. Senju Tsunade, Mai Shiranui, Mitere Ajiki, Terumi Mei, Konan, Silent, Hinata Hyuga, Fireworks Hyuga, Harano Sakura, Ino Yamanaka, Kagaya Okanaki, etc. Finally, writing a book is not easy. I hope everyone will do what they can and support Bai Yi in their own way. If you have a monthly pass, give a monthly pass to a friend who can help subscribe, and a friend who has extra money, give it a reward. Of course, in addition, Bai Yi is also very supportive of voting for recommendations, leaving comments in the comment area, helping to promote the book, and joining the book fan group. Your support is the source of motivation for Bai's unremitting efforts. Enclosed at the end of the book fan group, 87309298. Chapter 50, Graduation Early, please get an order. Chapter 50 Graduation Early, please get an order. Due to changes in the current situation in the ninja world, Konoha's students in this class will receive the treatment of holding a graduation assessment in advance. The war is on the verge of breaking out, and the demand for Nihonbashi is growing. Hiko and Bakumaru participated in this assessment without telling Naoki and Mai Liang. Transformation, good. Clone technique, good. Stand-in, excellent. Shuriken, excellent. Physique, excellent. This is what the ninja school requires to be assessed, and it is also the most basic and most necessary quality of being a ninja. When he received the Konoha ninja's forehead, Yan was excited. He didn't want to make a mark on it on a whim, but the long-lost system mall was upgraded. From the original E level, promoted to the D level, you can get some intermediate props, and more advanced blood inheritance limits. Of course, the price is higher. The immortal body, which is as high as 120W, is more than twice as high as the 50W kaleidoscope. Even if Yan was envious, it was of no avail. Perhaps, the eternal level is 100W. In the original work, indeed, the immortal body between the pillars, immortal law and wood escape and sealing technique, is stronger than eternal kaleidoscope plus 9 tails. Gao is temporarily inaccessible, so he can only start with the most basic ninjutsu. Yan, who has the dual attributes of thunder and fire, can only put out a fierce fire at present, and Lei Dun will not be able to extinguish any of them. These days a series of popularity values have accumulated, and Yan's points have reached about 6W, which is not a small amount. Compared with the 50W kaleidoscope, of course it is still a lot worse. Looking at the dazzling array of thunder ninjutsu in the D-level mall, Yan found a few of the most cost-effective ones. The first is the Lei Dun * Caper Arc. By attaching the chakras of thunder attribute to the whole body, the arcs that tell the cross electrophoresis are excited. The process is like a sparrow dancing, while protecting itself. It also has strong cutting and paralysis ability. The value is 3W points popularity value. The second is Lei Dun * Walking on the ground. The thunder and lightning are released through both hands to spread on the ground or in the water. It is more powerful when used with water done. The value is 2W points of popularity value. The third is Lei Dun * Arc Slash, used in conjunction with the sword technique. Both hands release a large amount of thunder attribute chakras on the blade, and through slashing and slashing, a powerful arc is released. It is worth 2W points of popularity. The most suitable for Yan, which can save battle time, and the most effective attack method is undoubtedly the arc cut. Cooperating with Heijiryu's knife cutting, it is simply not too refreshing. Ding! Congratulations to the anchor for getting thunder done *arc/ *1. Yan rose painful flower under this 2W popularity value, feeling the knowledge inheritance of the system father. Read more at wuxiax.com. This popularity value is generally obtained from the people who eat melons. And Yan's outdoor live broadcast room is now popular at around 3W, which means that 3W people watch the live broadcast every day. Applying for cards and rewards can increase popularity, but so far, only 1 or 2 local tyrants and loyal people who eat melons support Yan financially. At such a speed, you have to wait until the year of the monkey, before Yan can exchange the kaleidoscope for writing round eyes. Among the current 6W popularity scores, 1W was obtained by killing the elite Uchiha Octane. Before that, Yan hadn't killed any ninja, so naturally he didn't get any popularity value. Right now, the outbreak of the 3 world wars will give Hiko a lot of opportunities to gain popularity. Even if Mayura and Naoki tell me, Hiko will risk graduation. According to the analysis down the ladder, the elite upper ninja is 1W, the upper ninja is 8,000, especially the upper ninja is 6,000, the middle ninja is 5,000, and the lower ninja is 3,000. This amount is quite satisfactory to Yan. With his actual combat strength close to the special upper ninja, he can obtain a large number of middle ninja and lower ninja, and quickly gain popularity. And for the same level and above, the amount difference is large, but the price/performance ratio is not high, and the amount is far less than the average. When becoming a ninja, it also means being divided into classes. Yan didn't know which teacher he would be assigned to, but for a teammate, he had already decided that it would be Shishui. When Zishui didn't show up, Yan was the overlord of the school, and under Yan was Bakugan. 3 Uchiha's ninjas, put together, are they okay? Yan truthfully told his thoughts to the 3 generations who are tearing X with Danzo every day. Hisaki, the 3 Uchihas put together does not really improve the combat effectiveness of the team. At least 1 medical ninja is needed. At that time, Danzo's consideration was not unreasonable. Generally, Uchiha's members are known for their strong combat effectiveness and are the core output of the team. Since it is a team, then we must give full play to the advantages of the team. A ninja squad should choose a direction to develop, and the members of the squad should complement each other. What Hiko showed was Uchiha's fire escape and Heiji Ryu's sword technique, which is the ultimate attacking ninja. So, according to his request, Bakugan is also a user of Huodun, a bloody ninja with a Gyuuriting round eyes. The functions of the two are already duplicated, not to mention the addition of water stop. Being able to allow the existence of two attacking ninjas is already the limit of a normal team. Therefore, Shisui was ruthlessly divided into another team by the three generations, leaving Bakugan and Hiko in the same team. Yes, Shisui has the same positioning as yours and should be placed in other teams. Three generations said with their cigarette holders in their mouths. Although Yan was a little frustrated with the decision issued by the three generations, it was still acceptable. Now, Yan is also experiencing what Naruto had experienced at the time, waiting for his Shangren teacher to lead himself and his team members away. Watching graduates full of hope leave, Yan is full of pessimism about their future. How many of you can survive the war that took place in the Land of Rain? Prior to this, Yan had demonstrated desperate training all the time, and then showed his identity as an invincible crush on his peers. This greatly encouraged their fighting spirit and improved their efforts to a great extent, but it was far from enough. Yuko-kun, Bakugan-kun, it seems that we are in a group. A girl with a cute ball shape painted on her face came over and said to Yan and Bakugan with a smile. This girl, Yansu has never met, only knows that her name is Hoshino, a medical ninja, and her mother works in a hospital. And Bakugan, who had no experience of getting along with girls in his previous life, looked directly at Hoshino for a second, and turned his head away, blushing like an apple. Yan shook his head helplessly, but thought with joy in his heart, there are also times when your kid slumps. Please, please, I'll teach you how to make a girl. Bakugan looked at Yan quietly and found that he had been talking with Hoshino as usual, and seeing if there was a smile in his eyes, he still didn't understand that he was despised. Just about to have an attack, when they were forcibly squeezed between the two, the sound of pushing the door attracted the attention of the three. The visitor wore a dark headscarf, with a toothpick-like thousand in his mouth, unruly. Chapter 51, Shiranui Genjian, Seeking Collection and Subscription. Chapter 51 Shiranui Genjian, Seeking Collection and Subscription. Uchiha Hiko, Uchiha Bakugan, I do not know the Martian Wild, from today on, I will be your squad, especially Shinin, Shiranui Genma. I do not know Huo Genma kindly said to the three Yan. The surname of Shiranui makes Yanfu's dreams come together. Especially, in the previous life, the most famous girl named Wu, what if there was such a person in this world? Bakugan said bluntly, this is the special shinobu. Anyway, I have to arrange an elite shinobu for me. Indeed, according to the strength of Bakumaru Yuhiko, the ninja arranged to lead the team is particularly shinobu, and it cannot be justified. Facing the contempt of the three little ghosts, Shiranui decided to kill them well. As a very self-respecting man, he couldn't tolerate others saying that he couldn't do it. First of all, the distribution of the leading ninja follows the principle of maximizing team ability, that is, teamwork, collocation, and chemical reactions are the best choice for arrangement. The most famous in this regard is the combination of the pig, the deer, and the butterfly. In the future, seeing them on the battlefield means survival. Shiranui Xianjian explained to them with his arms akimbo, and even though he was despised, he might still be his own student. Secondly, whether you can become Xiaren or not, you still need to pass my assessment. Otherwise, I will directly report to the three generations of Naruto masters and ask you to return to the furnace to rebuild. Come yet? The most classic in Naruto, grab the bell. In fact, Yi Yan's current level is enough to grab the bell. It is also very clear that the significance of such an assessment lies in the cooperation of the team. When it comes to the war, there is no need to be so boring and to show off the invincible strength of the individual. See you in the training field in 10 minutes. After speaking, I do not know Huo Xianjian and left instantly. I don't know Huo Xianjian, I don't know Martian yet. Hey, Hoshino, you have the same surname as Senior Xianjian. The nervous Bakugan only then reacted, and said to Hoshino in surprise. Yan Yangtian sighed and gave Bakugan an iron fist of love, and said leisurely, my stupid, nervous, and low EQ brother Bakugan. In front of a girl, being beaten by another guy is very damaging to Bakugan's self-esteem. Just as he was about to resist, Yan said slowly, go to the training ground to complete the final assessment. Hoshino smiled with a smile, quite like a fire dance. The three of them came to the training ground in a fight. Shiranui Genma had already prepared 2 bells and hung them around his waist. He patted and said, only the one who grabs the bells can graduate from ninja school smoothly. There is a 1-hour time limit. If you think about it, you can start at any time. Only 2. Bakugan stared at the 2 bells blankly. At this time, Yan wanted to punch him on the head, only to see the girl, and forgot my brother? He glanced at the starfield next to him again, his eyes full of melancholy, as if he had accepted the fact that he had failed. Can't bear it anymore, read more at wuxiax.com. Go, Yikzo! Yan separates the other self and rushes towards Shiranui Genma to use it as cover. At this time, shouldn't you think about how to pass the test? Even if you fail, you must do your best to not let yourself regret it. White Fang's blade drew out, the blade flashed, the arc is drawn and cut. The Thunder Attribute Chakra was born with a knife blade, cutting out a beautiful arc of the knife. Boom! The arc of the knife was dangerous, passing by Xianjian. Is it a big move when it comes up? This kid is really not easy. Huo Xianjian did not expect that Yan's attack was so swift and violent that as a particularly high endurance, he almost died. If he didn't leave in time, I was afraid that he would really die. Bakumaru and Hoshino, who watched the battle from the sidelines, were also attracted by Yan's actions. Instead of passively letting destiny be the master, it's better to control it myself. I would rather desperately have the right to choose than to be chosen. If the sky refuses, I will guard the sky. Fire escape ** extinguish the fire. Yan conveyed his ideas, hoping to infect Bakugan and Hoshino with this, but prayed in his heart, Brother Genma, don't be scared away. The scorching flame spouted from the mouth and blew to the ground, reflecting the monstrous sea of fire. Xianjian, who was evasive, was very embarrassed by the attack of Yan's combination, and cursed wildly in his heart, Ma, it is good to grab the bell, you are treating me as an enemy. Earth done * earth array. Xianjian made a seal with both hands and pressed it on the ground, and a secure earth wall rose from the ground, blocking most of the flames. Compared to combat experience, you are still too immature. There are 2 big moves up there, without any fights in between. This kind of blitzkrieg style can certainly quickly defeat unsuspecting opponents. But for a veteran, as long as he disrupts his rhythm, it is equivalent to winning 80%. Ninja * Senbunyu. After moving most of the venue, Xianjian still found Yan's flaw, which was in the sky. Xianjian jumped in the air, holding Qianben in his mouth, shooting towards Yan, turning into a rain of thousands of books in the sky. Bad. Bakugan's heart is not good, and a large area of Qianbanayu has covered them all. And Yan was able to stop the arrogant fire at this moment, and I can only stop him. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Chakras of fire attribute, gathered in the throat, spouted out with a diameter of half a meter, offsetting some 1,000 books. Damn, this level is not enough, it seems that I can only use that. Just as Bakugan decided to use the fire punch, Hoshino, who had been motionless, shot it. She took out a scroll, summoned a fan, gathered chakras inside, and with a strong wave, she changed the wind and deflected the 1,000 books that had originally stabbed them. "Come on, everyone, Daddy!" Hoshino showed her sweet smile, encouraging the two of them. Seeing Bakugan's nymphomaniac look, Yan knew that his routine had succeeded. "I am stupid, obscure, low EQ Bakugan." In fact, the so-called Qianben, Yan took the Tuan fan once, and it was over. It can be large or small and very practical. But Yan has a deeper idea. If you give your own safety to Bakugan and Hoshino, and let them take action to protect Yan, this will achieve the effect of teamwork and narrow the distance between each other. But I don't know the strength of Huo Xianjian, although he is relatively weak, but his mind is very meticulous. The ability to analyze the situation can be seen in general. No, knowing that Yan and the three teamed up, which caused a great threat to him. They decided to start first and make a clone in advance. Tudun * chasing 1,000 bone needle. Without Qianben, they were made from the soil, and the sudden attack caught the three of them off guard. The flying Chiban went straight to the place where Bakugan, Hoshino did not hesitate to blow away, accidentally blown away along with Bakugan. At this moment, Yan Shun approached Shiranui Xianjian and reached out to grab the bell on his waist. Phase pinch. I don't know that Huo Xianjian had been prepared for a long time, and pushed Yan away with one foot, and cooperated with the previous clone to strike Yan. Chapter 52, Class 10, Please Order. Chapter 52 Class 10, Please Order. Being flanked by left and right, within a short time, the distance of moving forward and backward is not enough to avoid the attack range. The only way is to move upward, but in this way, it happens to be in the trap of phase attack again. Fortunately, this is just a simple discussion and assessment. Even if it is hit, it will be fine. Therefore, Yan does not have to burst the door, leaving sequelae. Boom! The solid fist hit Yan's front and back arms, and the huge strength made Yan's body oscillate, kneeling on one knee. Yan! Bakugan saw the embarrassed Yan, so distressed that he rushed up to give Xianjian a whirlwind kick. It was the clone of Xianjian who hit, and the real Xianjian raised his fist to do it. Bang 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 bang! Fist and fist collided. Bakugan was not as good as an adult's Xianjian, and turned over with strength. As he moved in the air, his hands were sealed and flames appeared in his hands. Hey, this Huo Dun is a bit different, but Xianjian also took the opportunity to seal, Tudun * 2. The earth wall had not been released yet, and a wind escape attack caught him off guard. Wind escape * wind through. Hoshino was far behind, holding a shinobi fan, and using wind escape, bombarded the Genma in front of Bakugan. At a critical juncture, Suanjian's earth escape is going to be a threat. Bang bang! Feng Dun and Huo Dun almost hit the earth wall at the same time, and the fire took advantage of the wind and became more vigorous. It easily stepped over the earth wall and threatened the mystery behind it. It's this time. Yan raised his head suddenly, his feet were hard, his arms were temporarily numb, and he couldn't use any force, but he could use the high-speed movement of drawing a sword to get closer to Xianjian. Not good. Xianjian secretly said a bad sound, and when he moved back into the sky, he couldn't turn around. Tingling. Yan bit the bell hanging on Suanjian's waist and stopped on the ground embarrassedly, finally succeeding. The trial is over, then, the result is that Yan gets 2 bells alone, and the other 2 will be eliminated. Of course, 1 bell represents a quota, then Yan, who do you want to give this bell to, or give none? Xianjian stopped, motioned for the 3 of them to move closer, and then started the routine. As expected, Bakugan and Hoshino began to get nervous. Hoshino's strength is obvious to all, and it is the weakest, so Bakugan is very worried about her. Bakugan said sincerely that he even thought about the next thing. Yuako, you and I have the level of forbearance, I can wait for another term, and I can accompany your parents more for you. Hoshino, who had been prepared for a long time and rebuilt, couldn't help but cast a grateful look at Bakugan. Although Xianjian is her uncle, it doesn't mean that he will walk through the back door for her. Read more at wuxiax.com. In this case, even if he doesn't know the routine, Yan will choose this way. Indeed, Bakugan and I are both at the level of Shinin, but I think for Hoshino to become Shinin, it must be something. A big thing to celebrate. These days, becoming a ninja is something that almost all children dream of. Hiko, Bakugan, you are really kind to me. But if you sacrifice your future and accommodate me, I will be guilty for a lifetime. So, I decided to go back to school with you, and continue to work hard. Hoshino said excitedly, the blush on his cheeks, like cotton candy. It's true, the bag. Xianjian pretended to be dissatisfied. If you have such a good trust as yours, if I send it back, I might be laughed at by others in the future. So, I announce that Hiko, Bakugan, and Hoshino will officially become members of the 10th team. I am your captain Shiranui Genma. Yes. The three of them jumped high, holding up their scissors hands that have remained unchanged for thousands of years. At this moment, it was Yan's starting point in the true sense of the ninja world. At 10/10 of the night, Genma agreed that the three of them would go to the most famous gourmet restaurant in Hokage for the first dinner together. What Ling Yan didn't expect was that the people eating melons in the live broadcast room were very interested in Uncle Yul. Yul, full name is Dejianmu Yile, is Dejianmu Huiyi's father, temporarily living in Konoha. The Datongmu people are born with supernatural powers, and they can easily surpass the shadow level without practicing. Hehe, stop teasing upstairs. If Yul really has this strength, when Pen invaded Konoha, why didn't he see him make a move? I am not interested in Yul's identity, what I dare to be interested in is his formula. It's really interesting that Naruto is going to be killed when he sees it. The recipe for Yul ramen? This thing seems to be useful. Yan thought so in his heart, but this time, the wishes of many people formed a task again. Ding mission release, get Yul ramen recipe. Success reward, Eyes of Reincarnation. Failure penalty, none. Yan is stunned by this task. Given the urinary nature of the system, when will such a loss-making task be assigned? And the reward of the reincarnation eye, it is impossible to get it from Yul. If this is the case, doesn't it mean that Yul is really a member of the Datongmu clan? Think carefully. Now, Uncle Yul and his beautiful daughter are making a ramen set meal for Yan and others. Yan stared blankly, seemingly amiable, and the killing intent in his eyes was undoubtedly revealed. Puff! Yan was so scared that he spouted the delicious ramen, and Yan couldn't help coughing twice. There is no other reason. It turns out that some perverts in the live broadcast room are brewing a rhythm, letting Yan go to tease Yul's daughter. Ma yet, Uncle Yul is definitely not easy, he wants me to tease his daughter, I still want to live. Yanjun, right? There was such a voice suddenly in his mind. Yan was very curious. In reality, no one spoke to him. Hehe, I am Uncle Yul in front of you. In your mind, there are many voices that want to violate my daughter. If you are not schizophrenic, your soul contains many souls, which is really amazing. I rely on system things can still be discovered. The barrage of melon-eating people in your mind will turn into a voice and be heard by Yile. It's over, my ninja career will end before it even starts. Reluctantly, Yan could only say carefully, Uncle Yul, may I ask you what you can do with me? From Yan's perspective, Uncle Yul is making ramen diligently, without the feeling of chatting with him at all, but these sounds are real. Seeing your poor understanding ability, let me just say it straight. I am from the Daejianmu family. You may not have heard of Daejianmu, but people in this family have powerful powers, such as reincarnation eyes, such as you. The coveted kaleidoscope writing round eyes and so on, and the existing large simple wood, vainly attempting to destroy the entire ninja world. What Yul refers to is probably the Daejianmu family who moved to the moon with the raincoat at the beginning. The big tree in the sky, the Jin family, the Tao family, the Pu family, and the Sharon, are not easy to provoke, and they are extremely powerful. Chapter 53, First Mission. Chapter 53 First Mission. I mean, in case, if you break the balance of the ninja world and show super strength, it will cause the Big Tube Wood clan on the moon and the different time and space to make an early shot and take back this power. Is there anything else? Yan thought helplessly, didn't the original work end after Daijian Muhui was sealed? Moreover, the system stuff is very expensive. If you want to grow to a super shadow level, the ghost knows how many years it will take, so let's be yourself first. But I also have to mention that the power of the Daijian Mu clan is the source of the power of the ninja world. It was Kaguya who was blessed at the beginning to give birth to her son, which spread the power, and thus came up with the concepts of chakra and ninjutsu. Strength, for them, couldn't be simpler. If you want to compete with them, it's not enough to rely on yourself. According to Uncle Yul, they will come to ninja world sooner or later, and battle is inevitable. As far as I can tell, the only thing I can rely on is Uchiha's power. Yan himself, Itaki, Shisui, and Naoki almost certainly have 4 pairs of kaleidoscopes, and Bakugan, he must also have a kaleidoscope, no matter what. Uchiha brought soil and gave Kakashi one of his eyes, and Kakashi's kaleidoscope was also very important. What's more, there is Fuyu's kaleidoscope, a total of 6.5 pairs of kaleidoscopes, Yan must firmly hold in his hands. This is a little emboldened. Only I can't fight against the eyes of reincarnation. Yan said helplessly that he could not reveal the truth that he had come through. Hehe, my eyes have the ability to perceive the future. The reason why I remind you is to tell you. Where there is light, there is darkness. The sky and the different time and space are people who want to destroy the ninja world, and I, Daitong Muyul, is to protect the existence of ninja world with Wang Nian Jiao Lu Dao Xianren. When the people of the ninja world can't stop Dajian Mu, I and Lu Dao will show up. The day I shot was originally a long way away, but because of your arrival, it will become a reality. I hope you can do it for yourself. Eyes for insight into the future? Yan didn't know what kind of magical eyes this was. The big prophecy like the toad immortal happened to him, it was very peculiar. I know what I will do in the future, and then I change, will it still be like that? Or is it just because you know it? Forget it, there must be a way for the car to reach the mountain. Before that, the most important thing is to strive to improve the strength. The voice disappeared, and the immersive consciousness awakened. In the middle of the bustling downtown, Yan looked like a world away. Thank you for your patronage. Uncle Yul and his daughter, Chow Yan, bowed. I'll ramen is so delicious, awesome. I'll old man's ramen, ramen. After Bakugan finished eating, he praised Yul ramen on the spot, but the name of the old man made Yan frightened for fear of being upset. After bidding farewell to Genma and Hoshino, Yan and Bakugan returned home and went to bed early. Read more at wuxiax.com. The night is too beautiful and the stars are sultry. In his dream, Yan became the strongest person in the ninja world, kicked Big Jian Mu, punched 6 spots, and collected all the beauties in the world. As a result, the people who ate melons asked him to learn to meow. I am such a powerful person, but he still needs to learn how to meow. System, deprive chakras without learning. Meow meow meow. Yan sat up from the bed and learned to meow. With a cute look, Mai Liang was happy to wake him up. But when he was happy, Mai Liang couldn't help but teach him, my son Jiayan has grown up, and he has graduated from school without telling his parents. Are you so afraid of death? Right now, the land, wind, and fire, and the 3 countries are facing each other in the land of rain, and the war is about to start. The vast majority of ninjas must serve this war, not to mention, the eastern battlefield, eager to try, gearing up, Yunren and Wuren. Yan scratched his head and said with sleepy eyes, only in battle can we grow rapidly, and the rewards of war are higher than usual tasks. My Liang sighed slightly. This is the most helpless way at the moment. If you can, my mother also hopes that you just accept your usual tasks. But Naoki's unemployment has left our family without financial resources and can only rely on you. To ensure your safety, I will let Naoki protect you in secret. Is Kaleidoscope cheap dad's protection? This level is already quite luxurious. On the battlefield, there is basically nothing that Suzuo can't handle. If there is, then add the special ability of the Kaleidoscope. The safety of his life was guaranteed, and Yan suddenly had the idea of getting rid of the waves, but he immediately dispelled the idea. If you don't die, you won't die. If it weren't for the will of the master of eating melons, I wouldn't do it. After eating breakfast, Yan took Bakugan and bid farewell to Mai Liang. Today was the second day the team was established, and it was also the first time that the team accepted the mission. In the mission hall, Yan saw the Watergate squad who was accepting the mission. As soon as they met, a black shadow rushed over, a whirlwind kick. Hiko blocked the attack with one hand, glanced at the attacker, and said provocatively, "What's the matter, my stupid Uchiha clan brother, do I have to do it the first time I meet?" Those who come, wear goggles, don't need to think about it behind them, it is the symbol of the Uchiha group of fans. Uchiha takes the soil, every time he opens his eyes, he is promoted to 2 levels of super genius, one of the big bosses in the late Naruto period. Now, it's just the tail of the fake crane that Kakashi left behind. Uchiha said angrily, "Uchiha Hiko, isn't it? As Uchiha, how can you grab things from Hagaki's house?" Yan thought to himself, I can't say that it was to motivate Kakashi. Sakumo Heiji wanted his sword to be passed down, and he also hopes that his son can grow up vigorously. No, it was Uncle Shuumao who taught me. I just feel that Kakashi's misguided appearance will bury this sword technique. After being criticized by Yan in public, Kakashi also wanted face, and when he mentioned his long sword, he had to fight Yan. It was originally here to take on the task, but it became such a rush situation, and Watergate said that he was very worried. Okay, what can't you say? In addition, this is the character hall. Anyone who dares to work here will be blacklisted and will never be able to receive the task. In Watergate's words, softness and rigidity, its own sunshine and closeness attributes, also make people have to focus on him. Brother Waterman, your disciples are too rude, cough cough, don't say hello when you see the elders. Seeing Watergate, Yan naturally thought of the identity of the same generation as Watergate. As a disciple of Dash Yuan, there are still such benefits at present. Ha ha ha, this, junior brother Yan, ha 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 ha. Hiko's words made Mizuman feel very embarrassed. After all, Kakashi and Oita Yuhiko have a hostile relationship with each other. But Kakashi and Taitu, reluctant to admit it, turned their heads away. The character with soil is carefree, and the person is still very kind. Similar to this, there is Bakugan, his character, who is not convinced and lacks love. They are both Uchiha and similar in life experience, and they easily fight outside. The reason is very simple. Bakugan refuses to accept the soil, and the soil is not to persuade the soft, but to convince the soft person. Naturally, the soil was blown up by the explosive pill. Chapter 54, Transport Materials. Chapter 54 Transport Materials. Bang! He was blasted with soil, fell to the ground with a punch, and ate a layer of ashes. He grimaced and said, "Hey, even if you can beat me, you are my junior. I can now take the B-level mission. You can only pick up D-grade ones, just a little bit." "What's a level B?" "I'm going to take a level A task, which is higher than yours," Bakugan said capriciously with the soil. However, the fact is that the initial team can only accept the simplest D-level tasks, at most C-level. "Bakugan, stop messing around. We are a new team and cannot accept the B-level mission. But with our strength and my efforts, I won the sea-level mission for you. Genma walked over from the workbench, holding a commission scroll in his hand, and explained to the yelling Bakugan. If that's the case, then we will meet again. Yan smiled and looked at the soil, and said mysteriously, Kakashi, don't forget our agreement. Promise, what agreement? Kakashi, why don't I know? As a good friend of Kakashi, I felt jealous when he heard that his friends and opponents had agreements he didn't know about. The current belt soil is not abandoning the entire world belt soil in the future. Even if Yan joked with him in every possible way, he laughed because of the ninja in the same village. The sea-level mission won by this Genma was to transport supplies to Konoha's base camp in Urin village. During the war, materials were the main focus of the hostile ninja village, so a large number of ninjas were often needed to protect them. At the same time, there will also be the possibility of battle. At that time, the level of the task will become B-level. As for why not directly changing the C-level escort mission to the B-level is also due to the fact that most of the time, there will be no ninja attacks. Therefore, making a C-level task can reduce the cost of the task. In the unlikely event that something happens, in the escort missions, 1 or 2 B-level missions will generally be given out. In other words, in the event of an emergency, the person who accepts the B-level task will take the lead. If it cannot be solved, the other people who receive the C-level task can automatically become the B-level task. This is also one of the few special tasks where the task level changes without giving up. And due to the advent of the war, the Anbu originally used to protect and monitor Yanbu had to be transferred away to perform other tasks. In this way, Yan had the opportunity to learn about rebirth from the dirty soil with Dashimaru. Although he wanted to kill Dashyuan with a single blow, he still had to obey the wishes of the master of eating melons. What's more, he, who doesn't have a kaleidoscope, can't compete with Dashyuan. The long convoy in front of me was full of grain, grass, and other necessary supplies for the army in front of me. On Konoha's side, Jiraiya was sent to fight Sand Ninja and Osaki Maru to fight Tonin. At the same time, the routes of Danzo and Hanzo in Amrin village handed over to discuss cooperation. The power of a big country cannot be countered by a small country. Everyone pays attention to spreading positions. Me and Hoshino are at the back, Hiko and Bakumaru are at the front. Don't panic if something happens. Genma calmly assigned their respective tasks, and the front line received intelligence, and the troops led by Ashimaru had already begun a confrontation with the country of soil. The horn of war has already sounded. The transportation of materials is carried out in batches at the same time. Read more at wuxiax.com. Generally, the top 3 teams form a group, the middle 5 teams form a second group, and the last 4 teams form a group. Each group is separated by 1 mile, so that while avoiding all the loss of materials, it also improves the survival rate. This group is at the back of the team. Autumn is already windy, and as winter approaches, the wind is getting colder and colder. The wind hit the face and skin like a knife. Yan practiced Bajuan Jin all the year round and was very sensitive to chakra. Vaguely in the wind, I could feel a touch of chakra. It's the chakra with the wind attribute, is she Shinobu? Yan signaled Bakugan to prepare for battle. To be honest, during the first mission, Bakugan and Hoshino had never seen blood, and their combat effectiveness was greatly restricted. As a special Shinobu Shenjian, he was not so sensitive to this chakra, but the experience he had been promoted along the way told him that there was something unusual. Boom! An explosion sounded from the front, attracting everyone's attention. Shoo! At this moment, countless Kyuuvu from the woods were thrown out. The target was the supplies. As the wind attribute chakra speeds up, it is not something ordinary people can react to. Detonation talisman? Not good. Shenjian looked at the detonation talisman at Kyuu's tail, pale in shock, and quickly Kiin, Ninju * Kyan Banayu. The 1,000 books in the mouth were directly spit out, and the clones became countless 1,000 books, which offset the oncoming suffering. However, not all kunao are great with detonating charms, and there are many used to feign attacks. As long as one of them explodes, it is also a huge loss. Damn it, the three teams were attacked at the same time, it is impossible to protect all at the same time. Xianjian clenched his fists, thinking worriedly. Just at the beginning, does Sand Shinobu eagerly want to end the war? The disappearance of the three generations of Feng Ying has damaged the top combat power of Sand Ninja Village. If you can't gain a huge advantage, if you delay it, you will definitely lose. Almost all of the ninjas with large-scale attacking capabilities are in his team. Did you shoot so soon? Yan thought eagerly. The speed of his hands was not slow. Kumu was tied to his hands, feet, a pile in his mouth, a pile in his hands, and he said vaguely, "Dance, God-class shuriken throwing technique. Ping pong pong. Spin, jump, I close my eyes." Yan is like an automatic shuriken transmitter, throwing all those shurikens out. While offsetting kunao, he also flew other kunao through multiple collisions. Even more, the interaction of force and force accelerated the flight speed of kunao, and the other two teams attacked kunao, knocked into flight together. The kunao from the surprise attack was all beaten off without exception. The miraculous shuriken throwing technique shocked everyone. What, Nanny? The attackers were the elite forces of the Sand Ninja who came from 1,000 li raids. According to their imagination, although the cost of such a sneak attack is a bit higher, it must be very effective. There will be a surprise attack mixed with detonating charms. Being able to ruin Konoha's supplies will bring great advantages and chances of victory to the front line of the own side. But the facts slapped them severely. This originally perfect plan failed. In the face of unexpected circumstances, the leader is still Maki, who is still on the shinobi, and quickly makes a decision. Kill me. Give priority to killing the kid who releases the shuriken. Ninjas with such horrible talents, once they grow up, will be a big problem for them. With an order, all the sand ninjas lying in the woods jumped out. Form a triangle formation and swear to protect the supplies. As the only shinobu, Xianjian is the highest commander of the three teams. Hoshino, who was beside him, was obviously frightened by such a battle, and collapsed on the ground, afraid to move. Chapter 55, Murderous Look. Chapter 55 Murderous Look. Bakugan, protect Hoshino, there is me here, don't worry. Yan quickly ordered that it was not the first time he had come into contact with such a large-scale battle. I was not surprised to see Hoshino's cowardly performance, but I can only hope for Bakugan. White Fang's blade was taken out, and he stood with a knife. There were 3 shimonin in front of Yan holding kunao, not shimonin who had just graduated. From their eyes, you can see a touch of murderous aura. Ah! Yan rushed up and swung a knife to split a ninja kunao, with the white tooth blade of the thunder attribute chakra attached, which was extremely sharp. The Sand Shinobu's reaction was not slow, and he directly used a soil substitute technique, avoiding Yan's fatal blow. At the same time, the other 2 Xiashino attacks also came. Shoo! The kunao that is close at hand is not something that the current Yan can dodge, but fortunately, it just rubs the side. Yan hurriedly jumped back 2 steps in a row. In terms of strength, 10 ninjas were not enough. But the combat experience is still a lot worse. Now Yan also remembers this lesson: you can attack from a distance, never fight close. Before there were no bronze walls and iron walls, he still used ninjutsu and hidden weapons to attack. Fire escape * extinguish the fire. The flame spurted from the throat, focused on a point on the ground, and then spread out like a tide, like a sea of fire. Those few people, Xiaren, had no time to escape, so they were drowned in fire and burned. Ping! Genma blocked Maji's long sword, couldn't help but glanced at Yan, and reminded him, Yan, don't waste too much chakra, please keep it. Boom! Taking advantage of the situation, Maji kicked Fei Xianjian, and then threw 3 shots out. The Xianjian, who was reacted, evaded embarrassedly. The strong enemy is in front, and the subordinates who are mindful of their own, haha. In the face of the powerful Ma Ji, Xianjian appeared to be relatively vacant. After all, it was only the comprehensive strength in Zhongren, and after a certain special skill was outstanding, he was promoted to special Shangren. Wind escape * wind blade. The wind attribute chakra blows a gust of wind, and the wind spins out a round wind blade as sharp as a blade. Damn it, there is no way to stop it. Suanjian's forehead was sweaty. The trajectory of the wind blade is not a fixed straight line, but an erratic curve. Yan, who had just finished fighting on the side, did not dare to relax. If Xianjian was killed, then faced with Shino Maki, none of them could survive. And this is a national war. It doesn't mean that you can survive if you give up your mission. On the blade of the white tooth, silver light appeared. Yan held his breath and held the knife, exerting force from the thigh to the wrist, moving at high speed, draw the knife and cut. Read more at wuxiax.com. With a flash of light, Yan came to Ma Ji's back in an instant. Bang bang bang! The wind blade hit the tree beside, making a huge noise. Ma Ji was condescending, despising Yan, without the slightest movement, but Yan's behavior had been restrained by him. Invisible and innocent, but extremely oppressive power murderous, the suppression of spiritual energy. Yan couldn't understand why he had so many whole cards, and he didn't even have the opportunity to use it, so he was shocked. Chakra disappeared naturally. Yan's arms were shaking, cold sweat on his forehead, like thorns on his back. The scene was once at a disadvantage. Is it still a new Shinin kid? Ma Ji looked at the brand new Konoha forehead around Hikahiko's neck, and said rather unhappy, why is Konoha always rich in geniuses? Dazzling. The tip of Kyowo is extremely destructive when exposed to sunlight. At this time, the live broadcast room was already excited. Damn, it feels like I'm being threatened. This kind of immersive feeling is too exciting. Is there really such a murderous thing? Murderishness is a product of the spiritual sublimation that has only experienced many high-intensity battles and desperately died. It is characterized by concentration, calmness and boldness, thunder and decisiveness, and disregard of life. I'll go, how should I move when being stared at by such a person? This is simply the contempt of the realm. The melon-eating people who live in the upper kingdoms love peace and entertainment. Most of them have never seen murderousness or murder. Most of the murderous stuff can only be spied on from the videos of soldiers who have been on the battlefield before. Now that there is an intuitive experience, many people are terrible, their popularity has risen rapidly, and even quizzes have been started. Damn, I won't let you hurt my students. On the other side, the Xianjian, who had escaped a catastrophe, got up from the ground embarrassedly, his hands were sealed, to done * chasing Qianben needle. On the ground, the earthen-made Qianben was taken out of the water, rising smoothly, from the back, stab at the location of Ma Ji. Maki just glanced faintly, and then disappeared. Ha-hoo! The murderous lock disappeared. Yan was finally able to move, panting, and the amount of exercise was not weaker than a battle of life and death. And now if you don't escape, you will face great danger. But, the muscles of the legs actually cramped. Yan walked staggering and fell heavily to the ground. Yan! Bakugan, who was protecting Hoshino on the side, couldn't just sit back and watch. Pushing away the sand shinobu in front of him, he ran towards the place where Yan fell. You bastard! Bakugan's hands were sealed, and the flames ignited in his hands. Huo done * fire fist. The blazing flame burst out from Bakugan's hand, and its power and range were greater than those used by Naoki before. What? Ma Ji did not expect that a mere newly promoted ninja would be able to release such a powerful and special fire escape. Maki was relieved when he saw the Uchiha clan emblem like Yan behind Bakumaru. In the territory of this country of fire, fire escape ninjas are abundant. During the Warring States period, only Uchiha, the fire-playing family, possessed powerful strength to occupy this place. The warm environment of the country of fire is also conducive to the practice of the fire escape ninja. Fire escape, to a large extent, restrains wind escape, which greatly affects Maki's wind blade. No hard resistance. This was the first thought in Maki's mind. He instantly came behind Bakugan and gave him a hand knife. The immense strength made the burst pill a pain, and the brain was splitting, and it was very hard to stand. Was hit to the point. What? The only ninja who could fight was the mysterious room, which was quite expensive. For a while, Hoshino was very scared of his situation. Maki snorted coldly, looked at Hoshino, and mocked, "It seems that Konoha's ninja is nothing more than this." Konoha, known as the strongest ninja village, has actually reached the point where new students can play. Hoshino, don't be afraid, behind me, help release Feng Dun. Xianjian came over, blocking Hoshino behind him, staring solemnly at Machi's every move. It's time for me to end all this. When you Konoha take advantage of the void, you are destined to be dealt a heavy blow by Sawa. Machi held Kyowo in one hand and looked at Xianjian blankly, as if looking at a prey. Chapter 56, Right Round Eyes and Show Off. Chapter 56, Right Round Eyes and Show Off. Wind Escape * Wind Blade. Maki unbridled, unsuspectingly released ninjutsu, attacking the two people in front of Suinma and Hoshino. The blade of the wind with powerful cutting ability, once touched, will inevitably be cut out and hit the key. If it can't be treated in time, it will basically die. Time is money, speed is life. Suinjian's hands form seals, forming seals at a speed that is unattainable in his life, pressing them on the ground, shouting, "Earth escape * Earth formation wall." On the ground, a wall of soil rose from the ground, blocking part of the wind blade, and there are still some wind blades, bending an arc in the air, and overcoming it. But it also provided a little time for the two to escape. Bang bang! The blade of the wind hit the ground, digging a small hole. Hoshino, no matter what, don't give up the chance to survive. As Yan said, no matter what, you can't make yourself regret it. Even if the strong enemy is in front, you must have the courage to face and defeat him. Without knowing, Huo Suinjian's mouth changed to dangling kunao, moving towards Machi at high speed. It was almost a fight with death to Akashi Hoshino with death. Teacher Xianjian, Hoshino, who ran back, was very touched by Suinjian's spirit. Even though his strength was not good, he couldn't just give up like that. Stopped, Hoshino turned around, took out his shinobi fan, Ninfa * Rosemary. The wind attribute chakra uses the ninja fan to release strong wind, and along with the ninja fan's small holes, the poison that has been placed in advance to slow down the enemy's movements will go with the wind. Yellow wind? There is poison in it. At a glance, Machi could see that there was something wrong with Rosemary. Born in the village of Shannon, who had been exposed to poisons all the year round, he was very sensitive to poisons. Ninpo, * wind through. As a shinobu, his attainments in Fengdan are much higher than those of the fledgling Hoshino, so he blows Rosemary back easily. Hoshino and Xianjian were poisoned together. Is this your strength? It's better not to shoot. Almost everyone is on the ground, and Maki can do whatever he wants. I thought that the plan failed and there would be a fierce battle. I didn't expect you to be so weak. Maki picked up a few detonation charms dropped by his companions from the ground, walked slowly towards the material, and said contemptuously, "When I destroy the material, the next time is your death." Damn it, is that over? Yan struggled, trying to stand up, but Cell's trembling didn't allow him to do so at all. The people who eat melons in the live broadcast room are rarely united. Ma yet, is the anchor going to hang up again? This may be the best anchor I have ever seen. Fuck, don't you have a writing wheel? Copy, hypnosis, insight, you don't need it. The anchor seems to have no will. Let's do this. If you beat Maki, how about I reward you with 10 big jade spiral pills? The local tyrant upstairs, wait for the local tyrant to trigger the popular treasure box. Tyrant 666. Do the people who eat melons look down on me? Really, don't I mean I don't want face, read more at wuxiax.com. I also want to live a life of drunkenness, life and death, but the strength he doesn't allow. Ding, congratulations on getting the primary physical strength increase *3. Ding, congratulations on getting the primary pupil power increase *6. Ding, congratulations on getting the primary fire attribute increase *8. Ding, congratulations on getting the primary lightning attribute increase *7. Ding, congratulations on getting lay done to go. All 4 W points of popularity have been exhausted, and Yan's comprehensive ability has been greatly improved. The muscles that were trembling at the moment became extremely strong, and the squeezing of both hands caused a straight sound between the muscles and bones. 3 Your right round eyes, open. Pulling out the blade of white fang inserted on the ground, Yan walked towards the position of Maji step by step. This powerful aura, Maji turned his head back in a little surprise, and saw Yan, who was approaching aggressively, still retaining the contempt he had just now, and said mockingly, "Oh, not bad, I can come out of my murderous only." 3 Your right round eyes. Draw a knife. An angry shout, a flash of sword light, and a decisive decision. Maji was instantly cut under the knife by Yan and turned into a ball of bubbles. Shadow clone. Yan's heart tightened, and he thought to himself, as a man with the style of a general, he is very stable in controlling the situation. However, in front of these eyes, you have nothing to hide. Ding, the number of guesses exceeds 4,000. Congratulations on winning a lucky draw chance. Regardless of whether it is a chieftain or not, it will be drawn if there is a prize. The pointer was on the super large turntable, turning around, dangling past the powerful blood inheritance boundaries such as the reincarnation eye, fairy body, and so on. If you put it in the past, Yan definitely hopes to draw these things that are against the sky. However, after exchanging 3 Go Jade to right round eyes and suffering a big loss, Yan decided to give up the exchange before he did not have the corresponding qualifications. Obviously, these increases provided by the system are corresponding to the increase in qualifications, which poor Yan had not noticed before. Ding, congratulations to the anchor for acquiring the innate wind attribute. Congenital wind attribute? Yan smiled, this reward is really great. Originally, Yan only had the attributes of thunder and fire, which were innate, so if he possessed other attributes, he would be cultivated the day after tomorrow. This reward is tantamount to letting Yan have 3 innate attributes. However, the practice of Bajuan Jin allowed him to naturally separate a part of the chakra, which was transformed into a wind attribute. Damn boy, it seems that getting rid of you is more important than getting rid of this batch of supplies. Maji's eyes became extremely fierce, and it was Xianren, and there was a 3-god jade representing Shangren. This talent, I'm afraid it's not the next Uchiha Madara. Maki's hands are sealed, Yin Mao Su Wei Chen, wind done * wind blade. However, to Maki's horror, Yan repeated the same action with him, Yin Mao Su Wei Chen, wind done * wind blade. Bang, bang, bang. The same wind blades collided in the air and exploded violently, raising dust on the ground. Have you reached the point where you can replicate ninjutsu? Maki was horrified. This situation meant that almost all his ninjutsu would fail. The previous release of ninjutsu also caused more losses to chakra. Let me see how your physical skills are. Maki yelled, and rushed over, fists and feet together. In front of my Shilanyan, all your stuff has become a joke. Boom boom boom. Fist to fist, foot to foot, Yan Si did not lose the wind. I have never fallen behind in physical skills. Damn boy, don't be ashamed, go to hell. Maki became angry and drew his long knife, struggling to split Xianjian's head. This time, Yan did not choose to do the same action as him, but a horizontal sword. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, chakra adhered to his body, and within a short time, from the inner thigh to the wrist, it was accurately and forcefully released. The arc is drawn and cut. Puff, puff. Lightning gives the white-toothed blade a sharper cut, as well as a larger area of paralysis, burning, and destruction of cells. Chapter 57, New White Fangs. Chapter 57 New White Fangs. A clone. Yan stared blankly at Maji, who had been slashed by the knife, turned into a pool of bubbles. The real Maji appeared behind Yan with excitement, with no pain on his neck. Unexpectedly, I can stay sane in the face of anger, so, what? In Maji's perception, Yan's figure suddenly appeared behind him. As Shinnen's reaction speed is very fast, he immediately cut this clone to death, preparing to stretch the distance. The opportunity is only a moment, how can you escape? Lay done *, walk away. Yan had prepared for a long time, his hands were sealed, and a large amount of lightning power was pressed on the ground, spreading like the center of a thunder snake, capturing Maji in one fell swoop, paralyzing his body. The arc cut with a knife. With a sharp look in his eyes, Yan decapitated Maki holding the white-toothed blade of joy. Ding! Congratulations to the anchor for getting 1W popularity rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the anchor for getting 10 big jade spiral pills from Grandpa Lu, which is equivalent to 1W points of popularity. Everything is over. Uchiha Hiko, once again defeated a strong enemy. On the battlefield, Sand Shinobu's assault force quickly killed the weak Konoha ninja. Only Yan's team remained and became the main target of the remaining assault troops. But with Maji's death, they couldn't see any fatigue in Yan. Under the perception of the perception ninja, there is still a full chakra, and there is a trend of slowly increasing. It's a hell of a life. Competing large-scale ninjutsu, Yan Yuhao extinguishes the fire, competing in close combat, ground walking and swordsmanship, making them undefeatable, long-range attacks, and their miraculous shuriken, which makes people feel palpitating. Yan alone confronted many sand shinobi without the slightest fear. Full of confidence, Yan, holding the knife in front of Senior Shimu in his hand, gave Sand Shinobu the illusion that he was a white tooth. Look at his weapon. Konoha White Fang often uses it. Will this kid be another White Fang? Sand Shinobu faced White Fang with indescribable fear. It has not been a few years since Bai Fang passed away, and people have not forgotten his existence. When performing a mission, the reputation of being able to give up the mission when you encounter White Fang is enough to shock the ninja world. Withdraw. Read more at wuxiax.com. Maki is dead, and the new leader takes the role of command, leading the remaining Sand to escape. This little devil of the Uchiha clan, his information will soon be delivered to the top. Hey! Yan saw the tense strings in his heart as he saw several Sand ninja leave. Finally, he could relax. Big brother Yan, you are amazing. Bakugan got up from the ground with difficulty, then stood unstable and fell to the ground, very embarrassed. Upon seeing this, Yan said, Bakugan, ninjas are not only good at ninjutsu. If they are not good at physique, illusion, and even momentum, they are easily suppressed. The lesson this time is worth 4W popularity points, which is quite high. Yan didn't want to make the same mistake after that. I see, Yan, I will join you in the practice of Uncle Thick Eyebrows when I go back. Bakugan also knew that his weakness was in physical skills, and was beaten to the ground by Maji with a hand knife. On the other side, Yan learned that Hoshino's rosemary antidote was taken out of her other scroll and taken to the two of them. Yan is really annoying. Hoshino's character, too timid, and clumsy, even his teacher is poisoned, let alone asking for trouble. However, they are still in front of them, and they can only help Hoshino as much as they can to improve their own strength. Yan, I didn't expect that you are so powerful, and you can compete with Shangren. However, it should be normal for you to have a 3-go jade riding wheel eye. On the one hand, Xianjian was happy that Yan was able to save everyone and protect the safety of the supplies. On the other hand, he was inferior and self-esteem inferior to Yan. Yan explained, if it weren't for everyone to work so hard, I wouldn't have the courage to tap my potential. Is Sangu Jade turned on because of us? That is to say, Yan was Erguya before? This kid is really not bad. Xianjian thought in his heart. He who had always been calm, analyzed and said carefully, Sarah Shinobu sent elite troops to raid our baggage, which shows that they cannot fight a protracted battle. This is a very important piece of information. And their raid plan failure, the death of Shinobu Maki, was a big blow to them. And now, we need someone to report the situation to the 3 generations of Naruto-sama. Let Hoshino go. Suinmo was obviously fascinated by Hoshino, and was deeply scared. If it weren't for Yan's strong kill, he would only explain it here. Hoshino also knew his own strength, and in his heart he was very eager to improve himself, and he was unwilling to be the crane tail of the team. In addition, we must focus on reporting on Yan's contribution to beheading Maji. Although Suinjian's self-esteem is relatively strong, he can't do anything about taking credit from students. However, a 4-year-old kid killed a Shangren. Anyone who listened to it without seeing it with his own eyes felt it was nonsense. No, Maki was killed by teacher Xianjian, I mean, with the cooperation of the 3 of us, it was done. With a serious face, Yan gave the greatest credit to Maji, and at the same time shared some of Bakugan and Hoshino. Hoshino was grateful, and then said puzzledly, Yu-jun, why are you doing this? Even Bakugan couldn't understand this point. The performance of the 2 of them can be said to be terrible. Only Genma immediately understood Yan's meaning and explained, he meant that he was only 4 years old. He killed Maki and spread it out. Many people will not believe it and will inevitably attract doubts. And such a super genius is bound to it will attract the coveting of other strengths, and showing off their edge prematurely is tantamount to suicide. Of course, the appearance of the ninja made the mission level rise to level B. I will give Yan the extra reward. After all, I know something about Yan's family. More than just knowing a thing or two, as the elite of the village, Shangren, suddenly didn't get the task, and the family became a vagrant. This matter has already become famous in Konoha. And this is one of the reasons why the Uchiha people do not accept the Hiko family. The real culprit has been beheaded by Yan, but the impact left over is still great. Yan sighed slightly, thank you Ms. Xianjian, then. Yan knew what was going on at home. What is really lacking is not money, but reputation, a reputation that can once again be respected by the villagers. Of course, Hoshino, you have to praise Yan's outstanding performance severely after the report is completed. Please compare it to Kakashi for the specifics. Xianjian said with joy, that if his subordinates had a shoulder-to-shoulder Kakashi, no, it would have been shoulder-to-shoulder, enough for him to be very arrogant when he met at Shinobu Party or when he met. Chapter 58, Frontal Battlefield. Chapter 58 Frontal Battlefield. On a high ground in Urin village, a tall man overlooks the ninja base camp in the distance. He is tall and wears a forehead with the word oil written on it. Long white hair all the way to the waist. There are red marks under the eyes, and he is wearing a red outer coat, brown clothes inside the outer coat, clogs on his feet, and armor-like equipment on both hands. Anyone familiar with him knows that he is the legendary lecherous immortal, and the hero comes by himself. Since a year ago, after leaving Nagato, Yahiko, and Zionin, I didn't expect to be back again. Jilla was also quite embarrassed, and at the same time very much looking forward to the appearance of the 3 grown UPS. However, as one of the commanders of the Konoha Ninja Army, he must first defeat the Sand Ninja Army in front of him. According to the news of Urinin village, the base camp of Suninin village is stationed here. Behind him, there are hundreds of Konoha ninjas, ready to go. The sun gradually set, and night fell. Sand Shinobu Space Camp, began to make fire and cook, and a little bit of starlight. Action! Gillette also gave an order, and 100 ninjas dispatched at the same time, attacking the Sand Ninja base camp during the night. The superimposition of black shadows, under the shroud of night, was covered with a veil of the smell of death. The army that was originally a long snake suddenly separated from it, forming two paths, outflanking the base camp. And even when eating, the Sand Ninja army also has the perception that the ninja is concentrated all over the body. No, there are a lot of ninja activities on the left wing of the base camp, and they are being surrounded. No one dares not pay attention to the information transmission of the ninja. But now, when Sand Shinobu was hungry, she just started cooking rice. Once the tableware is destroyed, then you must go hungry tonight. Everyone obeys orders and implements a defensive counterattack strategy. Luo Sha is in the army, he is another elite of Sheren, and also the 4 generations of Feng Ying in the future. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Uchiha in the team released a large fireball with a diameter of 3 meters and destroyed the wooden city wall. Subsequently, Konoha's ninja broke through from here and entered the base camp of Sand Ninja in a big way. A fight is inevitable. Luo Sha rushed to the front of the team. As the strongest man in town, he needed to reduce the loss of his ninja. Soil escape * sand and rock flow. In the surging chakra riot, large-scale quicksand appeared on the ground, besieging the Konoha ninja who came first. Magnetic escape * Jin Tao Shalang. Read more at wuxiax.com. The original normal quicksand turned into a solid golden sand, like a wave-like heavy attack, tearing the body of the ninja inside. Kill me! The vanguard of clearing the invasion greatly boosted the morale of one's own side, and Luo Sha seized the opportunity to counterattack with all his strength. Huo Dun * Great Flame Bomb. The Jiraiya, who was able to rush over, saw Konoha ninjas being killed in large numbers, and he directly sealed his hands and attacked the ninja who came back. Fill the mouth with the oil trained by chakra, spit it out and burn it with fire escape, and attack it in the shape of a fireball. Any ninja that touches it will be turned into ashes. Large-scale ninjutsu users are the priority targets in both armies. After Yan Dan, Luo Sha saw Ji Lai with white hair at a glance. Is one of the 3 ninjas? It's a bit tricky. Experts, often only by holding him, can he minimize his role. Feeling the movement of chakra under her feet, Zi Lai opened his eyes slightly, jumped into the air, and then Jin Sha followed. Between several moves, Ji Lai was also busy dealing with it, and the ninjas on both sides began to formally clash. On the other side, Yan's 10th squad regrouped the ninjas who transported the supplies, and transported the remaining supplies to the base camp. After a surprise attack, it will hardly be subjected to a second attack. But the art of war, soldiers are not tired of deceit. Genma kept the troops on a high level of vigilance during the transportation. However, the Sand Ninja troops, who originally wanted to make a second raid, formally gave up this opportunity and quickly withdrew. One day later, I finally arrived at Konoha base camp where Jalea was. It was night. The Konoha allied forces are stationed in a large open space temporarily renovated. For ninjas with powerful ninjutsu, the so-called architectural defense is basically not enough. However, in order to prevent attacks by wild beasts, some traps and solid wooden walls made from local materials are basically arranged. Hey, the tent inside is so empty. Bakugan said in surprise. In everyone's impression, there should be many ninjas in the base camp of ninjas. Genma touched Bakugan's head with a dignified expression, and guessed, it should have led the team to attack, but the departure of a large number of ninjas actually caused the lack of power to stay behind. Master Xianjian, the amount of materials is wrong. After calculation, the total materials of this batch are nearly 40% less. What's the matter? A Zongren wearing a pale green vest placed his hands on his temples and saluted Genma. Although the status is higher, the etiquette cannot be forgotten. Genma also saluted, we have repelled the attack of shinobu on the way. The specific situation has been duplicated. To Lord Jiraiya. At the same time, I have to say that in my own team, luck is still good, but the situation of the other two teams is relatively worse. Looking at the other team members who were also unloading, a supportive face had disappeared. Zhongren looked a little worried, and the heavy troops were attacked, which was related to the survival of the base camp. Yes, Lord Jiraiya has already led his troops to raided Sand Shinobu during the night. If he is not in the army, he can directly hand it over to Lord Nakata. In Nakanobu's mouth, Nakata is Jiraiya's deputy to the base camp, and it is more appropriate to leave it to him. In the War of Ninjas, a powerful ninja can even suppress the entire army, such as Madara and Zuma, and Zion Rendu. The weight of an elite team is also very important. Taking into account the current situation, Yan reminded him not optimistically, Mr. Genma, the number of soldiers who raided our ninja army before was not a small number. Maybe flanked by both sides. Yan's words, like a bomb, awakened Genma. Genma quickly calmed down, and analyzed, yes, once Jiraiya-sama's troops suffer heavy losses, it will bring huge disadvantages. And now, it is impossible to draw too many ninjas to support. The same can only go in the form of an elite team. In this way, Hiko, Bakumaru, you will come with me to fight later, and I will transfer 2 upper ninja groups from Nakata-sama. The arrangement of personnel is quite compact and can serve as assistants, perhaps only members of other heavy-duty units that perform tasks together nearby. Damn Shinobu, I will never let you succeed. Xianjian thought so in his heart. Jiraiya's army is just a vanguard, and there will be a group of 400 troops coming to support it, but it will take about 7 days. Chapter 59, Involved in the Vortex of Melee. Chapter 59 Involved in the Vortex of Melee. There are many old acquaintances among the people who escorted together, which Yan did not expect. It seemed that it was not Master Xianjian who won it himself, but the instructions of the 3 generations. Moonlight Hayate and Matere Adzuki Beans in the 4th class, Uzuki Yuga and Umino Irika in the 5th class, and Midoriya in the 6th class are all graduates of this class. Some of their teachers died, and their strength was only in Zhongren, and these freshmen, all survived smoothly. Maybe, this is the influence of the original direction of the original work. The 4th, 5th, 6th, 9th, and 10th class, a total of 20 people, were temporarily formed into a team, led by Shiranui Genma, and went to support Jiraiya. As the temporary supreme commander of the base camp, Nakata gave a mixed order. Yan had just finished the battle, and he had to travel a long distance again, which caused even more mental loss. Yan's physical and mental energy is stronger than ordinary people, and he can still persist. I'm afraid that Bakugan will affect their combat effectiveness due to fatigue at that time. Bakugan, you keep this and eat it when you have no physical strength and chakra. Yan quietly took out the only remaining 3 secret ration pills from his hand and distributed them to 2 Bakugan pills. The feeling that the Bing Liang pill was stuffed in his hand was like a heavy friendship. The Bakugan couldn't help but got a little red frame, and said gratefully, "Big brother Yan, do you only need 1 pill?" Yan confidently smiled and said, "My physical strength and chakra are much more than you, don't worry about me." It's not bragging. The increase in elementary physical skills and the blood limit of the elementary fairy body make Yan more explosive and lasting in high-intensity battles. "Okay, Bakugan, let's go." Yan stopped the topic and looked at the faint moonlight with a serious expression. The war could not tolerate any lightness. Most of the Konoha ninja's journey is on the tree, jumping all the way. Hands, put behind them, dragging. Originally Yan didn't want to do the same, but he always felt that by doing so, he would truly have the consciousness of being a ninja. This is a feeling of no distraction, and it is also a time when Sand Shinobu rushes back to compete for speed. Ahead, on the front battlefield, the battle has entered a white-hot state. Jalaya and Luasha fought hard to separate. Magnetic escape * glass broken. Luo Sha's powerful sand control ability and magnetic escape are difficult to deal with. On the ground, after constant battles, a large amount of golden sand has also been accumulated, making Luoxia's attack methods more and more. A huge amount of Jinsha was manipulated in his hands, trying to bury Jalaya. It's really a difficult ability. Jilai also dodges the attack of Jinsha, but if he does not avoid this area, he will be passive after all. Biting his thumb, Jiraiya simply made a seal, and then pressed it on the soil. Psychic Art, Trouble, Toad Wenta, read more at wuxiax.com. Call out. Jila also jumped onto the huge Toad Wenta, and through Wenta's huge bounce ability, he jumped into the air in one fell swoop and left the area of Jinsha. Wentai. Jalaya shouted that Wentai had cooperated with him for many years, and instantly understood his intentions, coming. Huo Dun * Toad Oil Flare. Wentai's oil, combined with Jalaya's Huo Dian, is like a tiger with wings. One is enough oil and the other is enough to bring Huo Dun to the extreme. The scorching heat can even melt the sands. The fire escape from top to bottom is like a meteorite falling from the sky, unstoppable. Hey! Luo Sha's low voice lifted all the surrounding sand above her head with great difficulty to resist Jiraiya's fire escape. The golden sands are continuously melted and flowed out, and they are getting closer and closer to Luoxia's body. Abominable fire escape. Luoxia was unable to support her, she could only excuse bad breath to soothe her emotions. With his right hand grabbing out of thin air, dozens of Jinsha shurikens were generated, and with one wave, they pierced towards the place where Jiraiya had fallen in the air. It's useless, the art of messing lion hair. Jila's rough white hair became hard and longer due to the birth of Chakra, rushed open the sand's shuriken, and then bent into an arc-shaped shield to block the rest of the sand's shurikens. Is the white hair that even Jinsha can't pierce? It really deserves to be the three forbearance, Luo Sha said in surprise and admiration. He hasn't grown to the strength of the shadow level in the future, and he is only an elite ninja. Compared to Jiraiya, who had entered the shadow level, it was still a bit short. However, using Huo Dun to forcibly break through the sand gold, the cost is huge. No matter how large the amount of chakra is in Jiraiya, it cannot withstand such a loss many times. Landing on the golden sands, Jila also left Wenta and moved towards Luoxia at high speed, launching the technique of chaotic lion hair. The hair that resembled a long whip, swiped, directly smashed Luoxia's body. The body turns into a ball of sand, an avatar of sand. Luoxia's disappearance made Zi Las heart tense. However, it is also a good time to change the terrain where the battle is located before the opponent does not use the sands to increase the difficulty of making sands. Earth Dun * Huangchuan Marsh. From the foot of Jilai Yet as the midpoint, the surrounding land of 20 to 30 meters has all become swamps sunken into the ground. Now, you can no longer make sands anymore, surrender, Sand Shinobu's ninja. Jila also confidently said, although no one appeared in front of him. Really? War has never been the power of one person. It can be changed. Luo She recovered from the sand in the distance, coughing hard, but still smiled and said, you may not have thought, before that, we sent a group of elite ninjas to attack your material transport troops. Now, it is time for them to come back. What? Jilai was also surprised. He didn't expect such a change. At this moment, there was also a riot in the rear of the large army. From the faint moonlight, you can see the forehead of the Sand Ninja village. Damn it, I was attacked by the front and back. Jiraiya quickly stopped fighting and retreated to support the rear of the troops. Do you want to leave now? How could Rasha let go of such a good opportunity? As long as Jiraiya was held back, then Konoha's raid would be declared a failure. On the other side, the reinforcements that rushed in finally arrived at the base camp of Shinobu. Looking at the sky full of fire and the disturbing ninjutsu, it was a scene of a large-scale ninjutsu melee. Konoha's 20 people are not enough to watch, but their purpose is only to hold the elite troops of Sand Shinobu, so as to meet Jiraiya. Everyone listens to orders, and you must be highly vigilant in all subsequent actions. Even your companions must be cautious, but before losing contact, be sure to give your backs to your companions. Genma briefly launched a pre-war declaration, encouraging everyone's morale. This battle is about Konoha's honor. Even if we are trapped in the whirlpool, we will definitely complete the task and respond to Mr. Jiraiya, you understand? On. Chapter 60, Puppet Master. Chapter 60 Puppet Master. 20 people, placed in a wild goose formation, charged towards the melee area. Let you see Shimoyulia's swordsmanship. After making contact with the enemy, Moonlight Gale took the lead, taking advantage of the opponent's one to not pay attention. The long knife pierced his heart directly from behind. At this time, another Zongren's Kyo and detonation talisman flew over. It was obvious that he was the one who had raided before. Ping bang! Yan Shun took a shuriken, flew past, and deflected the trajectory of Kunao, causing it to turn to another shinobu. In battle, the best thing to distinguish between enemy and friend is clothing. Konoha's ninja wears Konoha forward guards, Zongnan wears a light green vest, and Shangnan wears a dark green vest. Sand Shinobu, most people wear a cloth cap and white clothes on their heads. The detonation talisman exploded, killing 2 Sand Ninja, and 6,000 points of popularity were credited. The feeling of getting rich this night, let Yan taste the great sweetness. He couldn't let other people, in killing the right side, be merciful, let Yan make up the knife. Because on the battlefield, once there is the slightest negligence, it means death. Bakugan's fire fist was invincible in battle, and the amount of chakra consumed was actually much less than normal fire fist. However, the outermost ones are always the weakest. Gradually moving inward, there will be Zhongren and Shangren. Wind escape * wind cut. Ninja Shinobu released a powerful wind blade, like a blade that traveled at a high speed, and quickly took the lives of several ninjas in the team. In just a moment, the companion who was still fighting side by side just now died. On the battlefield, life is really meaningless. At this moment, Yan Meng had the same idea as Itaki. However, the fierceness of the war did not allow him to think more. That Shangnan was still frantically harvesting the life of Konoha ninja, and Konoha's Shangnan had been killed by him. Damn it, can no one stop him? Bakugan angrily counteracted Feng Qie's attack with his fire fist, which was extremely difficult. The anger of Bakugan is also the anger of everyone. Yan decided to kill the Shangren. Hyako, our goal is to respond to Lord Jiraiya, don't forget. Seeing Yan wanted to leave the team, Genma hurriedly stopped talking. Yan's strength is more powerful than that of Shinobu, and he is still one of the main forces of this rescue. Leaving the team now is likely to make this mission a failure. I believe he can persist, but the Konoha ninja present can't persist. Yan firmly said that as one of the 3 forbearances, Jiraiya is so easy to die in plot missions. And these dragon-clad Konoha ninjas might be killed at that moment. What's more, except for Yan, the ninjas nearby couldn't compete with that sand ninja. Read more at wuxiax.com. While talking, Yan directly left the team and went straight to where Shangren was. Yan! Xianjian yelled to no avail, secretly said damn, then turned to the order to kill the Shangren first. Keep out of me! Yan roared to Konoha's ninja, his hands quickly formed seals, and the anger in his chest was silted up in his throat, and he vomited heavily. Fire escape * extinguish the fire. A highly condensed flame, sprayed at one point, and finally turned into a sea of flames, rushing to the Shangren. Seeing the overwhelming sea of fire, Shinobu was shocked, and he left without hesitation, came behind Yan and kicked it. Damn it, is it so fast? Yan felt the wind in the back of his head, and had to stop the arrogant fire. He moved his legs forward at a high speed, positioned the position of Shangren in his heart, and performed draw the sword. Almost within 0.1 second, Yan pulled out the blade of the white tooth, then turned around, and in the shocked eyes of Shangren, he swung a knife that contained the thunder attribute chakra. Substitute technique. With a flash of light, he drew his sword and chopped off the dirt of the avatar. Not far away, the Shangren appeared and knelt on one knee, with a long knife mark on his chest and heart. It's a deadly sword technique. It almost died here. Shangren slowly raised his head, looking at the child Yan. The jealousy in his eyes was undoubtedly revealed. Yan also felt it was a pity, as long as he was a little later, or he was a little faster, and let the white tooth blade go deeper, then his heart must be cut open and blood flowed to death. Green Chakra. Healing Ninjutsu. Yan was surprised. He did not expect that Shinobu would directly perform rapid healing on the battlefield. Shoo! Behind Shangnan, Suanjian's tooth-chasing Qianben needle struck, and Shushan escaped. Haha, was it the team just now? Kamanan and Hiko, who were in opposing positions, said to themselves, so many people attacked me, but you really can count on me. But, you think, by virtue of can you kill me with a few forbearances? I will be able to kill me with the crowded tactics. Shangnan's 10 fingers shot out the chakra line separately, and 3 puppets were released in a scroll. Black secret technique * poisoning needle in mouth. The 3 puppets, roughly similar to ghosts, floated in the air, with their abdomens open, and countless thousands of poisonous needles were ejected from within. No, don't be poisoned by a poisoned needle, otherwise, the chance of death is close to 100%. Genma reminded that the movements in his hands were not slow, his hands were sealed, and a large number of chakras broke out, to done * multiple dirt walls. The earth formation wall stood up in front of everyone, in an arc shape, blocking all the 1,000 poisonous needles. It's not just a joke, the poison of Shinobu is almost unsolvable nowadays when Senju Tsunade is released. Once hit, if you don't get timely treatment, that is, Tsunade's personal treatment is basically lost. However, after the mysterious wall of the earth was finished, Sand Ninja Kaminin quizzically stopped spraying, and instead controlled the puppet to fly directly and spray indiscriminately. All of a sudden, a group of Konoha ninjas were killed. The number of teams on the side of Yan is also decreasing sharply. Damn it, the puppet master will be dead as long as he gets close. Yan thought in his heart, the speed on his feet was not slow at all, but faster and faster. The reality is that when the opponent is defensive, it is difficult to avoid Yan's dagger. Yan's approach made Shangren feel a great threat, and he had to call out a puppet to stop Yan. The poisonous needle in the abdomen sprays the oncoming Yan. Yan was also unambiguous, jumped up, making seals with his hands, Huo dun * extinguish the fire. The hot flame burned the poisonous needles, and even the puppets were blown to the ground by the huge impact. Seeing Shinobu was in front of him, Yan couldn't wait to cut him with a knife. The hand holding the blade of the white tooth of the earth can't bear it anymore, draw the knife and cut it. The light of the sword flashed again, smashing the sand and the 2 puppets in front of him with one blow. Sand Shinobu was relieved in his heart, and quickly wanted to leave instantly. Will Yan please you? Lei dun * walk away. The hands were knotted and pressed on the ground, and a powerful lightning shot out from Yan's hand, chasing after the escaped Sand Shinobu, and paralyzed his body. Just let you be buried for the dead Konoha companion. Arc slash. The electric light flickered on the white tooth blade, and there was a faint figure of a sparrow dancing, and a long electric trace was left behind. Yan Shun was behind Sand Shinobu. Cut it off. Sand Shinobu, Shinobu.